Давайте перерыв сделаем.
You were right, Demps.
Yeah.
You're not.
That is the forearm of Sebastian.
Is he happy or unhappy to be moved? Is his eardrum perhaps getting a brief rest?
I think he won't mind.
Obviously, I mean, theoretically, won't be long till we're on a final table. The blinds have. Oh, there you go. The blinds have gone up to 500,000, 1 million. What a little shark he was, just trying to get the levels to blind up
Nice,
on his button over at DTD Live.
7 raised to million.
I'm fast becoming a fan of Mr. Perfect.
Oh yeah.
He's kind of chipped down a little, Sebastian, not really through any fault of his own. He took that nice 3-bet bluff spot with ace-9 and ran into the queens behind.
It's just how these tournaments go, right? That was a 4-8. He was a little over 30 million, lost that pot. Then the blinds go up. Suddenly you're playing 25 bigs.
No, it's crazy.
Happens quick. You go from 40 to to 25 in the space of 5 minutes without doing anything wrong. Thumbs up. Going to defend with queen 7. And these two take to the flop once again.
Yeah, this makes sense versus the button open of the big stack.
Ooh, 7 in the window and a couple more hearts behind. And he's up against a man who has shown that he likes to bet big. And this is a hand that likes to play big pots. But this time, Mr. Perfect checking back and a pretty ugly looking card for Gonza.
It is. No real reason to bet for me. I would like to see check. Yeah, I don't know about this. Like, you're essentially... Okay, you can get value from this and like a king-queen, I guess. King-10. I don't mind just checking and like allowing some bluffs, a bit of pot control for when our opponent does have ace-jack, right, and has turned the jack. Like, if you bet here and get raised, it's a bit of a disaster.
Oh.
But never mind, just bet and river 7.
And how nice is this? Because we don't expect a 7 to bet here, do we, too often?
No.
So now having this on a board where the clubs have missed, the hearts have missed, our opponent can easily have turned a jack. Does he just go really big here with 9.5 million in there?
It's interesting in that there are some missed draws, obviously, which are the king-10s and king-queens of the world. Do they bet flop? You have to start sort of imagining, is that the case?
And he has gone big, gone for the pot size wager.
Yeah, like you could go for check shove here too, right? Like if you think that a hand like a king-10 is now going to have to bluff river when we check. A king-queen might just try and showdown. It beats like 5-6 and 6-8, I guess. So maybe it is better, Damps, just to bet yourself. Mr. Perfect, do you want to put the cape on? No, you don't. These guys are playing so fast that it's hard to even have time to analyze. I'm just thinking what I like best there. It's sort of...
I think I landed on just the big bet.
Yeah, seems okay. Absolutely.
Oh.
Friendly talking, friendly chatting.
Oh.
That's a hand for hand
Luluak.
right now. That's a hand for hand right now. We don't have hand for hand?
Yeah, I mean, you're not unhappy to
because
find
we
this
have 10
for 5 blinds.
Model in its race 4.8.
Yep, coming in for 5 blinds effectively, all leaving that 1 chip back. I mean, just going for the full-on tank, but I think Brishkin's saying like it's hand for hand now. I'm not sure. We haven't actually had confirmation if it is or isn't. I mean, it should be, but...
Only because it's this by the meta. Let's go.
Oh, Savkin,
hello.
surely going to take this on with King-Queen.
Yeah. Just considering who the stack is behind.
It's Isaiah with, what, like 15 blinds?
Okay, all in then.
Yeah. And that's what he's gone with.
Friend, I'm gonna chill on my body, yeah? It's okay. It's okay?
I wondered if that was a spot where Savkin ever calls and checks this down with Luluak, knowing that continuing this situation, and also, you know, a shark is just having the button, you know, not going to pay any blinds for a couple more hands, maybe keeping him in. You pretty much get to win the next hand because everyone wants to fold and get rid of Luluak, who will be in the big blind.
That does make some sense.
Maybe something we see more often on final tables than with 2 tables
I
left.
think so.
So then, Luluak, he's at risk,
Got it in good.
or will be at risk in a moment.
What? Ah, that bet that you know my...
No meta, so you should always bet it.
No, no.
A7.
Oh, yeah, understandable.
Yeah, he's had enough of the kind of Briskin show, and I
It's one
can
of those
understand
things.
that.
If you're chipping up and Briskin's all like, you think, oh, this is great. When things have gone awry, you know, it can be a bit much. And
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, I think Briskin is like sweating for Savkin. Like that's kind of poor form, right? When
yeah, I couldn't hear what was said, but yeah, sure. You know, it's likely Briskin's going to be getting a bit overexcited the way he's been. A Jack 9-5 board.
He has backdoor flush as well.
Savkin
Last time it
needs to fill in the middle there or find a pen card.
He will spread the information about the hand. Now it's time to give the tips.
6.
Luluak,
No!
he holds the turn.
One time, dealer. No
To
card.
fade 9 live cards.
Do the card.
And that's what he's gonna do.
Let's fucking go.
Back up to 12 million, and again, we hate to use the word justice, but it would have felt wrong for him to bust out. Gets to hang around a little bit longer.
No, I
agree completely. Can't begrudge it for the young man. Big smiles. Back to 12 million.
You are big favorite. No, what you had? What you had?
I was going to lose. Yeah, straight.
Anyway.
Yes. I did miss it. I mean, I was just
He was missing the
Obviously, Isaiah, as one of the short stack, one of the most hurt by that
Yeah, he's
development,
hating it, isn't he?
because he is so keen to get to that final table on a short stack, potentially get ladders. Well, as we continue with 5 and 5, we find Sebastian on the button at his new table, raising up this ace 10 of spades, and Voronin defending 9-7 of hearts, and wow, what a flop for Voronin. Sebastian, well, pretty murky one here. Pick suggesting a check back. I see him tapping our desk here.
Yeah, these are the. It's pretty ugly. I mean, you can just see bet, obviously, from the button. It's not unreasonable. I like check with this combo and just try and, like there's still turns we can bluff, or we can just hit that, right? And if you get, you know, the chance to see a king or a jack or an ace on the turn, we're going to be able to activate and maybe fold out some 8x and 6x and like slam dunk bet now. Voronin's going to have an interesting decision here.
That's 2.6.
The problem is, you know, if you ever want to check raise, it's like Sebastian can have like ace 6 and ace 8 here, right? Which is somewhat problematic, which you're never getting rid of them. Like, we could go on the attack against the perceived one pair ace X with a potential raise.
Like this, but with so many draws out
So
there.
much equity, just going to take it.
An 8 pairing river. And obviously counterfeiting the kicker of Sebastian. I wonder if you just... Well, I wonder if Voronin's going to allow him to act on this. Is this one where he actually feels compelled? I mean, we've got 9 high, but at the same time, what are we really repping?
Nah,
here?
this is pretty grim. I'm not a fan of this. I can understand he's maybe just trying to fold out like a king high that gave up and then bluff turn. There's no universe where he folds.
No.
Like, we're basically repping like 8x of clubs.
Right.
Or an ace that decides now it's going to lead, and like an ace typically just checks, right? Like, you just allow the button to bluff.
Yeah.
And I mean, he's just going to flick in a call here. I don't imagine we do anything else.
Yeah, I think, you know, not a fan of the bet, but the size may be quite nice in that we are just targeting those unpaired hands.
I can see that. I can see that.
And there we go.
First kind of misstep from Voronin, just a bit of a clunky one.
And Sebastian with a lovely pickup on a board that once the flop came out was very unlikely he was to win the hand.
I'd almost rather just check raise turn if we're gonna like funky stuff.
As we hear commotion over at the DTD table. We've got Brishkin's excited once more. I mean, wow, maybe a drink has been delivered. Isaiah, all in with, pardon me, not all in. Oh, he is all in. Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
He rifles the 6-3 suited, takes the bottom end.
These two have got the same stack. Oh, I think his Luluak just told him, hey, look, I'm going to be calling you.
He's told him I'm going to call.
Ah, you have the time, sorry.
Your friend didn't have it, yeah?
5 seconds.
Yeah, so Isaiah hating life, knowing he's about to get called. Puliak trying to waste as much time as possible, and Isaiah is the one at risk, but effectively they both are. The Puliak with just 100k chip behind, and what a spin up this would be from shortest stack a moment ago. A chance to get to the final table.
In the mix.
Well, he wants to know who he's rooting for, right? Look at him, he's studying the countdown of the stacks.
800.
Final take. Split the pot. It should be split the pot.
Oh, what a character.
No. You had enough luck.
Not Isaiah, man who got second in the 1K Open at the very first MPP.
Where are your friends? Where are your friends?
I-
But I have many friends. Nobody cheating when I made them with Queen 7. It was so silent. You saw it was silent. Even the flush comes, only I celebrate.
I feel I'm big favorite.
Well, Brishkin
Big favorite.
going to be playing a supporting role in this one because it's Isaiah and the Puliak. And wow, an Ace Queen 7 flop.
Oh, he's going for the pre-celebration dance.
He's too young.
Dangerous.
You know that it's,
They're
that's
all
a
back
bad
doors, but
side.
it's nice
That's
to
a
see
bad
the
side,
emotions.
my friend.
It is,
Never.
and he's very
Never
easy to
do
root
that
for
on
this
the
young
flop.
man.
Never,
Five
never.
of diamond.
Because now it's gonna be at least diamond. Look.
Sure.
As it is, it runs out clean. Improves to aces full.
Easy cut.
And yeah, I just love seeing some emotion.
Same
Of
here.
course, it's cool and Isaiah, and I like that he's quickly
have some
switched
share?
round and given the fist bump.
That's why.
But
Now I
the young man-
understand
The friends now.
Give me
He's
the
friends
tape.
with Briskin now. He's
Let's
got
go.
22 mil.
See
Good
you
for
on
him.
the final table.
Unlucky Isaiah.
Yeah, 10th good for 30 again. As I say, a man who has a litany of results here, so no doubt we will see him back. Maybe a deep run in the main event on the horizon for him, but he is the last one looking in at the final table. What a spin up this young man has had.
Sweated it. You're okay, buddy. No need to sweat now. You've made the final.
Yeah. And there we have it. That's how things ended on our two feature tables. We are going to merge them shortly. It is the DTD live table headlined by Ivan Brishkin with just 34 million, 34 big. Sapkin, he brings 31 to the final. Menhart with 29. But look at that. Lepuliak with 22.5 million in chips. Was almost out a moment ago with just, what, 4.5 million chips when he shoved it in. Nice to see him make it. And yeah, an easy one to root for, just given the way he's carrying himself at this table. Over at the Onyx, things a little bit deeper, but overall the field so very bunch with Mr. Perfect
It really is.
leading the way with 45 million. Vanasevich, he's in the mix here with 35. Sebastian, the same stack effectively after a nice little pickup there against Konstantin Voronin. Who, well, I mean, Sebastian was destined to lose that hand once the flop came out, but the turn found the ace, the river found the brick, and he brings a healthy stack with him. We are going to go on a short break, around 25 to 30 minutes, guys. So please do set alarm, grab yourself a drink, grab a snack, and join us for the final table.
family. Just got to dodge a king. I mean.
Bun.
M-a întâmplat.
Esențială.
1.200.000. 1 million. 1.9. Yeah. Wow. A inspirat am fost.
E și Cristian amândoi cu mâini meserie.
Unlucky, mate.
Lucky lady.
Yeah, let's put some to the, yeah. Sometimes, you know.
And small blind to hit the button.
Yeah, but if I bluff, probably I push all in.
Yeah.
Ace high. That's why I put full.
Mamă, ce aer am luat acum.
Should be 30. Should be 30. And my card is 30 seconds.
Am foldat valet. Valet. Ce vrei să fac? Că jocul cel mai mare stai de la masă. Nu pot să dau col la Oli.
Depinde ce vrei de la turneu. Adică e bună palez de aici, chiar dacă...
Hai, da. Ăsta a avut numai aș, numai pot. A băgat Olin. Îți dai seama. Lasă că nu e. Eu am făcut race, mă, mâncați-ți la 500 și mă bag Olin.
Jack. 4 or 6.
Dracu.
Cu race am părut că ai dat doar fie.
Hai, mă, am făcut.
Da.
Mă bag Olin, cel mai mare. Stai
Good job. Thank you, mate. Saved by the bell. Really broke the cause. So she just conquered falls.
Raisul meu ăla
That
se
not
poate.
influence your decision.
Adică raise,
Da, nu face lucrul ăsta.
raise, tribet, all-in,
Verim pe acolo,
all-in,
verim pe acolo.
There's 2.50 in the bank.
Da, a completat culoarea și m-am gândit că a dat pot la...
Play for a queen.
Yes. Why not? Doesn't matter.
Can I get a water? Water, glass bottle, cold. Thanks.
Așa, da, pot să dau...
Am aruncat valet 10, deci dacă nu-ți băgam o linie, eram out. Aveam
din big blind. Bine că doar putea ceva.
Da.
Bine că n-ai și tu un as cu 10 sau ceva. I-a scăpat mâna. Deci ai înțeles mâna aia, nu?
There's no point counting that one.
205.
Da, Valentin, da, am înțeles, am înțeles.
Ăla, Olin,
Da,
vorbesc Olin.
și-au spus asta.
Are fizică minim.
E minim ați făcut.
Minim.
Minim, că zic care nu-i bagă.
După Forbeck.
King's defeated again. King's no good today.
All. Duce, duce. Mai ai tu.
Asta ai văzut și loc 9 și 6, 9 bine. Să pune 9.
No way, man. No way, lectul nostru și aruncă. Hai să sus, asta lo chiama así. Imagine, Somebody wants to jump. You don't jump it.
LUXON Pay Grand Final table about to get underway here at the Marriott Royal Diamond. And what a treat we have in store for all of you today. These final 9 have not been disappointing us.
Even higher. The LUXON Pay Grand Final. We down to final 9. It started with 1,452 entries, and the guarantee of 2 million smashed pretty quickly. It's still 1.25 million for these 9 remaining ones to share, including staggering 375,000 for the victory. It's perfect time to meet them all. Seat 1, sitting comfortably with an average of 32.2 million, representing Ukraine, Timothy Savkin. Sitting in this second seat, with more than average of 36.2 million, from Montenegro, Vlado Basniewicz.
Vancevic coming in here, second in chips for this FT. Great shot at the title.
Such a rare occasion. We have the chip leader with almost 45 million in front of him. He's representing Kuwait. It's time to meet Nasser Al-Mujabil.
As Mubuta says, not often you have a Kuwaiti leading the way. It is the man known in this room as Mr. Perfect coming in with the chip leader position on the man.
Every final table has a chip leader, and everyone, they have the short stack. So 22.5 in front of him from Romania, Alexandru Lupulek.
Luluak may be coming in the shortest, but he's in a far better situation than he was when we had 2 tables remaining. He was way adrift the rest, but a double up and then an elimination Isaiah on the FT bubble.
Sitting in the middle with 34.4 million from Russia, it's Ivan Briskin.
Briskin has been entertaining all who are watching this stream. It appears the man may have consumed as many gin and tonics as he has big blinds coming to this FT. He's 4th in chips as play gets underway.
Another shorty in seat 6 from Spain with 26.6 in front of him is Alvaro Gonza.
Alvaro Gonza been mixing it up at the final 2 tables. Did have a big stack. Hasn't really done too much wrong. The cards kind of working against him, but here with a shot at the title nonetheless.
Sitting 7. Maybe this number will be lucky with the guy with the 30 million, and it's Konstantin Voronin.
Konstantin Voronin bagged up the chip lead on day 1A and probably still here in the mix at the LUXON Pay Grand Final table.
In the 8th position of this final table, the 35.2 million, another Romanian here, it's Stefan Sebastian Ionita.
Sebastian really put through his paces on that final 2 table run-in, clashing, pardon me, often with Briskin, but mostly in the streets of speech. Good see draw here for him today.
And last but not least, just a couple blinds shy of an average with 29 million from Germany, it's Julian Merhardt.
Menhart, just like the Luluak, was very short, had a fantastic spin up before the FT. A 1-2 punch to eliminate
Dear players, I wish you all the best, and dealer, please, shuffle up and deal.
Let's go.
We get time banks, yeah?
We get the time
Forward
banks.
to this one at Demps. And just first thing to know, not been here for 2.5 hours now, but the stack distribution at this final table is pretty insane. We've got 22 bigs at the bottom, 45 at the top, so a double for Lepelec, and suddenly he's chip leader. It's such a cagey affair, and like maybe strategy coming into this one, just maybe not get involved too much. Let the collision effect take course. Ladder, tens of thousands of pounds.
Yeah, it's insane because it is, you know, so deep in effect that the shortest stack is 23 binds. But as you say, no one running away with it. It's always interesting in these spots. You see a lot of people come with the mindset you just mentioned, which is obviously the theoretically correct one. Let's lay out, clashes will happen. But as we know, everywhere around the world, but especially in this room, there'll be some outliers who go, right, I'm going for this. I'm setting up my stall. And I wonder, who in that list is most likely to do that? I actually feel in my mind, the one most likely to do it is the one atop the counts, Mr. Perfect. He's shown a willingness to really get in the mix. But yeah, going to be a fascinating, intriguing first couple of hours or so at this final table, because as we well know, the one thing about dynamic a table is it always changes, right?
Of course. Interesting to see how it plays out. But as you say, Demps, if someone could potentially take initiative and maybe widen up more than they're supposed to, put a bit of leeway between them and the pack, could give themselves a really good shot of winning this. But then you've got the flip side, play tight, potentially lad up a decent amount of buy-ins, let the collision effect take course. Looking forward to this one.
Well, as play gets underway, just a quick reminder, $37,500 is what has been locked up by the final 9, but all eyes on that $375K top prize. We will see someone step up. Well, here we go, straight away. Kind of not the spot you really want to have, is it? Like, we like our hand, but we're under the gun opening first hand on a 9-handed table in a bunched field.
Yeah, it's still going to open as Sebastian. Call me crazy, but like 8s would be pretty close with this distribution at this final table. Like 8s might even fold in theory, but 9's just going to be too good not to.
I mean, let's look at it. I mean, 37K for 9th. If you just laddered up to, say, 5th, you gain 95K. It's perfectly reasonable that you basically don't play many hands to find yourself 5-handed the way this one's set up.
Yeah, and over here to Benacevic, and the man who sits second on the Montenegro all-time money list. In with the call here with the 6s, but once again, another one. These small pocket pairs reducing in value at final tables, especially when the ICM's extreme as it is at this distribution.
Brishkin with a pair of his own on the button. Lovely proposition for him.
And even like 7s here, Demps probably theoretically fold, but Briskin doesn't strike me as one to dish these into the muck on the button. Seems like the type that will go on the hunt for a set.
Well, hang on a second. He's counting out more than a call here. Looks like he's going to squeeze it up. Wow, okay. Stalls set out somewhat here because...
Yeah, straight away going for the squeeze here, and not the most optimal hand to choose. FTs want something with a bit of removal, an ace, a king, queen, blocking some, continues blocking some 4-bets, but the 7s here just bumps it up, and now Sebastian going to be in a real grim spot with 9s. I don't even think it's grim, Demps. I just think it's going to be a fold here.
It seems to me to just be a fold. Now, these two, of course, did have a few clashes, 2 tables out, but for the most part, Brishkin showed his man hands every time he 3-bet him. So, I mean, if I was sitting at the table and I've seen every hand they play with 2 tables left, I would not expect Brishkin to be 3-betting 7s here. Like, I would not put this in his range. He's played fairly snug in effect. I mean, he's 3-bet jammed some hands, maybe open jammed a little too wide, but he's had the hand every time. He hasn't stepped out. Look at this. Benacevic.
Wow.
Calls. And Brishkin has managed to get 9s to fold, 6s to call. And at the onset of this FT, we have a 19 million chip pot.
And as you said, Demps, we're at merit. So I'm not surprised to see this, I'll tell you that. But what a flop for Brishkin to kick off the FT. 3-bet squeezes 7s, drills off middle set. He can't believe it with the right smile on his face.
And he's as talkative as ever. Getting nothing though out of Benacevic. See what size he decides to come with. I mean, realistically, able to believe there's lots of... Maybe these kind of hands, 8s, 9s, 10s. Maybe an ace-queen suited type holding. But look at this, 5.3. Vanasevich
Decent hand.
not paying a penny. He shows them.
Decent hand, you see? You don't need to wait 2
I
hours.
wonder what Sebastian's going to think seeing that.
Just ask, I'm gonna show you, it's okay. Don't worry.
She bleed that.
Yeah, no, I thought when I free bet he should fold, yeah? Like the razor under the gun fold.
Gonza's space.
Okay.
You're coming in relatively short on chips and you're seeing this guy willing to go hard with 2 7s. Ladder's quite likely. Man, we love this guy. He was 1 card for Elimination, Brishkin. And he rivered a flush to stay alive. And I think for the viewing pleasure, it's a good thing he did.
If you sat there, Demps, though, and you've seen that hand and 7s have been shown, gone for the squeeze against the under the gun open, like straight away in your head, you're like, oh, okay, I don't really need to get involved here if stuff like this is going to be going on. As you say, ladder 4 places, almost 100k in the back pocket. We'll see how things play out, but that sort of advertisement firsthand, squeeze with the 7s versus EP, may make a few tighten up or potentially change the strat that they come into this FT with. Over to Savkin from +1. Into 2 bigs and Mr. Perfect with the Queen 9 of hearts here. Gotta love Mr. Perfect, just wants to get in the mix all the time. Queen 9 of hearts here from low jack, makes the call.
It would be fun if I free bet again. Unstoppable warrior.
Again, we will do our best to lay out when Brishkin is indulging us.
Yeah, let's see if Sebastian can find the fold here, like a spot that a lot of people seem to miss at FTs. They feel like they're at a normal point in the tournament. They just get to defend taking the prize, but need to be selective with what we choose to defend multi-way, especially when it's gone EP open, MP call, like likely to be in a dominated spot, potentially do more chips down the streets when we make a hand.
Yeah, it's such a good point, and an adjustment you do see so few make. As is, he calls, and we'll need to miss this one, but no. Flops a pair on Queen Jack 7 and is still trailing in 3rd place. Interesting now spot for Savkin, one imagines, with Mr. Perfect having called +3. There's going to be reason to do both here, right?
Yeah, lots of check-in, theoretically, our hand. Even with like our ace queen, potentially one that does still happily check it over to Mr. Perfect here. Just going to have a lot of checks out of position to the chip leader. May even be some pure checks going on.
And look at this. He's going to raise it up with the top pair. And I mean, careful what we wish for, of course. We've got a great hand, but all of a sudden we're looking at this going, hang on, am I going out in 9th?
It's pretty crazy, Demps, because I come in saying this is going to be a cagey affair looking at the stacks and the first 2 hands. It's just everyone wanting to pile chips in. Top pair here for Mr. Perfect, raising into a range that has the better Queen X, that has all the sets, maybe not 7s. Aces and kings in there as well.
I wonder if Savkin ever ascribes something like a worse queen to this raise, or is he just always thinking, hey, this is Queen Jack, maybe a set of 7s, and then the King 10s, the 10 9s that want to bluff? But it's hard to imagine what wants to raise here.
Yeah, that's true, because you think the sets are just going to call in position, try and keep some bluffs in. Got like the Queen X, Aces, Kings drawing very thin. And then even like from our perspective as Savkin, having the Queen of Clubs, Queen Jack off should not be in there. So only one remaining combo, which is Queen Jack of Spades of the top 2 pair. So no world in which we fold here as Savkin. Wow, there is a world. His world.
Oh my word. Look at this. Mr. Perfect has surely no idea what has just occurred there. Savkin just assigning no bluffs.
That's okay, don't worry.
Thinks he's walked into it. And I mean, it's understandable in the sense that we call there 6 million. And then, like, what turn are we looking for to continue with? Just maybe we're trying to remove that headache by getting out of the pot before we reach that point. But, oh no. And maybe a case in point for the flop check if we can't bet and call a raise. Mr. Perfect, I mean, he's played perfect.
Yeah.
He's made ace queen fold up to 52 million, and Savkin now right down with a bunch. Whoa, I mean, this for FT 5 minutes in is delivering.
Yeah, this is the thing, as you say, then. So when we're up against the chip leader or a covering stack at a final table and we head out of position to the flop, gonna do so much checking with most of our range. There are some spots that we still get to bet, but a lot of the spots we just check it over to them, see what they do, and then play accordingly from there. But Savkin with the hero fold incorrectly.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even hate it. I just I don't expect my man to be raising a queen.
The thing is, like, ace queens are much better continue than kings or aces there, Debs, just because of the we throw out a queen jack combo.
And I think you made the key point, of course, as well. There was only one combo of queen jack suited left, right, which is something to think of. But then if you think Mr. Perfect might be in there a little bit more liberally, we saw him playing a lot of hands before we went on the FT break. Well, he's back in the mix here. Look at this. I mean, the rules are not being followed. Voronin off 27.5, attacking the chip leader in a spot where, again, we don't really 3-bet call off many hands because of the ICM situation.
And Mr. Perfect. One of these hands, it's not going to be folding, I don't think. When we cover king-queen suited here, doesn't strike me as the type to let this one go. There is the call. I think there's something Voronin needs to note as well. The customer are up against Mr. Perfect. I don't think he's going to have too many folds to 3-bets, whether being in or out of position. Seems like the type that will like to have a look at the flop.
Well, ace, queen, 9 is good for Voronin, but not the rosiest of feelings when you 3-bet with ace 3 against this character. I mean,
he's not going to lead, is he? Sure.
No, he had the movement about him, didn't he?
Yeah, small here as Voronin. Don't need to go big in this situation, and just tend to see at FTs sizes get scaled down. And what I mean by that, normal stage of the tournament, a board that we'd usually go around third on, we just scale down to quarter, 20%. The bigger bet boards, when we go 60%, we scale down to like half or B40.
So then, we continue to a turn, the board getting wetter. Only pot behind for Voronin. And I mean, surely now...
Got to be a check.
Not enjoying getting that action, checking and hoping. This goes through, and look at this, Mr. Perfect. Rivers Broadway.
Perfect start to this final table.
I mean, what in the world? Now, does he ever find the check here? The 3-better gets to have the ace king, kings.
13, 1-3.
Goes for 13 million here, and just a grim spot for Voronin, but not beating much here. It would have to be a really creative bluff here from Mr. Perfect. Like, what's he going to find here? Even like the 7-8 of hearts gets there in the form of the bottom end straight. So
it has to be really dusty hearts, doesn't it?
Yeah, you're really scratching at combos. Is he the type to pill like 5-6 of hearts here, these type of hands?
Well. I mean, Gonza, again, sitting there at the left of the screen, has folded all these hands, but has seen action after action after action. And on the short stack, you are loving seeing a final table pack of this. As Jay set it up so beautifully at the start of the FT, it is really set up that it should be really a cagey affair, but the rulebook, well, I don't think it made it to the island of Cyprus, if we're being honest. And as well, yeah, I mean, a throwback there to the mystery bounty picked up by Alex Goulder. I was a bit perplexed there for a second, but we are, of course, at the LUXON Pay Grand Final. But yeah, that was a fun one. Goulder won that. I know it was before you got here. Kind of seen that one played a little different to this early stages.
Easy blind level to know how many bigs like last time I had like 10 million. It's really easy to
It is easy blind level. They've got 1 million big.
Lucky number.
Briskin seems to have changed drink or not. No, it still looks like it might be a gin and tonic or something of that ilk.
He was on those the first session of the day, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, I mean, that one looks a bit cloudier. Maybe we have mixed it up. Maybe he switched to something non-alcoholic and is going to maintain the appearance of a man who is a little inebriated. I mean, I feel like he still might be. I'm not jumping in a car with him, Jay.
Just get out of the way there. King 7 suited, second in chips. Very nice raise fold combo to use an FT, but decides against it. Leaves room for Gonza.
He's just itching, but again, I mean, do we need to get involved when... I mean, what is going on? Voronin going for the second 3-bet in a row.
We playing for $375,000 here, Dems?
I've got to check. I mean, it says that on the payouts.
Look at the size he's got as well here. 19 bigs. Like, we can just go 4 BBs at an FT. It should achieve the same thing. Our opponent shouldn't really be playing any flats out of position. But Voronin come with aggression today.
I mean, obviously, this one quite different, almost prospect going after a similar stack to you rather than up against the chip leader who was opening an earlier seat. And I guess the Ace-10, S10, that kind of... This one seems a bit more reasonable, but I still feel like I would just get out the way, let Gonza potentially clash with someone else.
Yeah, like, we maybe knock out Ace-Jack there. That's about it. Like, maybe better against Hijack to take some, like, Ace-Deuce, Ace-3 suited. That actually knocks out some of the better Ace-X. Maybe we knock out Ace-Jack off there in ICM in this given scenario, but interesting take there from Voronin.
Oh, hello. Look at this little piece of hardware. Now, that is a lovely looking trophy. Jay, that would look good on anyone's mantelpiece.
Yes, it would.
That thing is sick. Who designed this thing? Give him a raise. I want one.
Once again, as chip leader, this is like the ones we like when we cover everyone. The suited kings, even from gun, perfectly fine to open theoretically. It does head into the muck.
Luluak, another who has seen all this carnage going on around him. Probably doesn't want to get too involved, but Ace King from +1, clearly a qualifier. Let's see how Sebastian approaches this. Again, one of the, it seems like, kind of more in tune players at this table, but
yeah, into the muck. Dems like,
yeah,
may peel it, may fancy a little look at 3, but these are the ones that should be going into the muck.
Okay, this is like the first bit of kind of normality. There are plenty of players at this table I think would have called that hand. I'm glad to see him fold, like you say. I mean, we just get out of the way. You make so much money.
Exactly that.
By folding.
And this is the thing, like, now we're at the FT, people say, like, they're playing tight, what are they doing? You're making your decisions to make money. You're not making decisions to make chips. We're not playing chip EV no more. Like, over the long run, we want to make these tight decisions because the players that bust, they're going to make us more money in terms of ladders, and this actually is going to make us more rather than going for the potential outright win where we can bust and suddenly we're out in 9th place.
I wish him to win this tournament, even in the, if I'm going to be in the heads up, I wish him to win. So you are very definitely. Not the best friend, but I wish. Seems like best friend. That's a wish. Minimum best friend. No, my friend.
And just a quick note on the man in that pot, Sebastian Ainita. Pretty sick stat here, Dems. He's only got 3 caches on the database, but those 3 caches are all final tables, one in a 500-man field, one in a 450-man field, and one in a 100-man field. So 3 caches on the database. He's got a first, he's got a second, and he's got a 7th. So whenever this man caches, he always finals.
Wow.
Pretty sick stat.
I mean, extending that stat in a 1500 roller field, that's insane.
No deals at this table, for sure. Till I'm here, we're never gonna deal. Or maybe Constantine and me, no deals for sure. Sorry, guys.
No, I think we're not making discussing deals just yet. Christian setting out his stall.
Huge, more money. Doesn't matter. We play
Chevich going to activate from the small, up against the chip leader in the big. They share clubs. It's a 3x. Well, actually, he only put an extra million in. So maybe this was a min raise.
Either way, probably going to see end of hand here. Even Mr. Perfect Can't find a reason to continue on this board.
Oh no, my apologies. I misread the colors of the chips. He did call with 2 1 million chips. They're the yellows. They look quite similar to the orange under the lights, but it wasn't open to 3 million. And as you suggest, C-Bet gets the job done.
Все правильно, Константин. Без дележек играем. 100%. Невероятно.
It's fun having Brishkin here, Jay. So often the final table, such serious affairs, but obviously, as he's speaking Russian, we'll go over this, but we will try and lay out when he's waxing lyrical, because, well, Jay, it's been very amusing thus far. He just looks the character, doesn't he?
He does.
Looking straight back to his table mate.
So you don't even know him, you're just from the same country and that's it?
We know from each other from Bucharest.
Yes.
We met a couple times for sure, but no.
The shisha everything, yeah? Or shisha?
Ah, no.
Just a talking. Sunday meeting.
Gonza, plus 1.
Probably fold here as Gonza. That's a good find. Not everyone going to find that at this table, I don't think.
No.
I don't think everyone will find that fold.
Yeah.
It's a good fold here with the ace 10 off. Sebastian in the low jack. Let's get involved with the ace 6 suited. Pocket 7s here for Savkin. Once again.
Yeah, good fold from him. Stay out the way. There are going to be collisions. You've got the likes of Mr. Perfect still in the pot. Look at this, even with Queen Deuce O, he's inquisitive. I mean, this would be just not even disrespect, just a straight insult. Luluak.
Yeah, and once again in ICM, just probably gets out the way, can be dominated here. Like if it's a bit low down, maybe one of these low frequency free bets, offsuit, high low.
It tends to be these king wheel cards, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think best, and I guess the king 5-0 the best of those.
That's the one the solvers like at least. How much people actually take them, I'm not sure.
He tried, yeah. It was not a donation.
Nice little pick up there for Sebastian. Just getting raise and take through is nice.
I guess in this particular spot on a final table, perhaps the best of those 3-bet bluffs actually lean back towards the ace right for the blocker.
Yeah.
Stop the 4-bet jams.
To be fair, like I probably wouldn't even take them the way this
Right.
FT started. I'm probably going to play a strategy that can get exploited, but only I know it can get exploited. Just play super tight, have no bluffs the way this particular final started, because what we're doing 2.5 mil in orbit at the moment. Like if we got 26 mil, we do 7.5 million in 3 orbits, 24 hands. In 24 hands, I think at least the probability of one person busting, probably at least 2, is going to be likely the way it started.
And we've got to include in that time, of course, that might just find a hand.
Yeah,
in
exactly.
a good situation.
Yeah. And we might, like, if we pick up a pot once every orbit, that just lets us sit there on the same stack and keeps our head above water. But the way this FT started...
I mean, look at that bunching. Jay, 23 million up to 32 million, splitting 3rd and 9th. And I mean, even more concentrated in 9th to 5th. Literally, just the blinds go through and they all swap positions. Mr. Perfect out in front, but Brishkin 2 seats to his left, 2nd in chips. And just the fact that Brishkin's been so active, both vocally and on the table, kind of, you know, maybe he gets away with a little bit more.
Everyone have the same stack, yeah?
Approximately.
Yeah, approximately. Because usually it's so many short stacks, 1 chip leader.
I think Brishkin knows what he's doing here. I think he's saying this because he's recognizing he's in a situation where he gets to play a lot of hands. He's drawing attention to the rest of the table. Hey, you guys have all got similar stacks. Don't be fooled by the exterior and performance we've seen thus far.
I didn't wash my hand. Yes. Let me
Wow, he talked him into the walk.
You fold?
Yeah.
No, I think you beat me.
I think. Almost.
Almost?
I beat you, but not much.
Not much? Coin flip?
Suited. Yeah, you're also suited, yeah. Me, no.
Yeah.
I don't like that fold as well because Brishkin is going to pressure us a lot, isn't he?
Yeah.
If we limp in there.
Exactly
So
that.
close, that's okay, that's okay.
Obviously for chips.
So
We'd love to
actually,
call.
if you limp, I raise.
Huh?
No, if you limp, I
There we
raise,
go.
of course. 7 deuce, diamonds, for the TV.
I don't know.
For the TV.
Maybe.
Yes.
Love the way Briskin's like for the TV, but when he covers that much, it's actually probably fine.
Right,
So
and I think he knows that.
Oh, okay.
I think he's telling the truth that he would have raised, but it's certainly just because it would have been a good hand to raise with rather than for us at home. But fantastic stuff having him here. Because this would be a really dry affair with the stack so close if we didn't have him livening things up. Mr. Perfect as well, getting involved in a bunch of pots. It's action to Savkin.
Yeah, got to go into the mark. Savkin seems very clued up straight away. That fold with the sevens, he's had a couple of hands that others may open, but seems very clued up of what we're supposed to do here with our stack size at this distribution.
And even though, you know, the fold with ace queen was incorrect, the fact that it's in the locker, given the situation of the final table the way it was, just shows that he's thinking at a very deep level.
Yeah, thinking about making money. The ace queen spot was kind of a tough one against the chip leader, but tight is right in these given dynamics.
Well, welcome one and all joining us for this LUXON Pay Grand Final table. We are coming to you on a multitude of YouTube channels, but I do have one eye on the GG Poker YouTube chat, so please do let us know in the chat who you're rooting for today. If you've got any friends in the mix, or are you here as a neutral?
Yeah, Gonza here, a7 off against button. Just seems like we got to defend here at 22. Did he just jam?
That's a defend, all right.
Okay, that is a defend. Just sends the lot in. I guess we fold out some ace-8, ace-9, ace-10 even. Do get a few hands out there with the ace-7. Come to play. Nice little move. The ace-7 off.
Yeah, I mean, like you say, it does get a lot of hands to fold from the button, but still, just when called, it is disastrous, isn't it? As the great Mike Sexton used to say, the all-in move works every time but one.
I like it. I've actually never heard that.
So he'd be enjoying this. He'd be enjoying Brishkin. Oh, hello. That's one we're going to play from every seat.
Fresh.
Sitting with 32
Blood.
lines.
Looks like we're gonna get
Opens and gets the good luck. Love it. Hopefully won't need much luck with these two. The pre-flop nuts looking for action as Sebastian.
No, I understand.
Well, we know Mr. Perfect likes to get involved, and hands that like to get involved include this. And look at this, is this a 3-bet? No, he reached for a stack, but trickled them in. Brishkin, we saw him squeeze the spot first hand of the final table. Finds an ace. He needs to stay out of the way here. But no, looks like he is going to can out the 3-bet. I mean, his stall is firmly set out. This man is going hard. Already told the players there'll be no deal while I'm slid here with 9 players left, which is quite a bold statement.
And almost identical to the first hand of the final table. It was a gun open from Sebastian. There was a flat from 6s. And then Briskin squeezed the 7s.
So given that Brishkin did expose the 2 7s, how does Sebastian best follow this route? Is this a spot where we just go for it?
Yeah, we can't flat with Mr. Perfect behind. He said, like, we don't want to go 3-way with aces out of position to 2 here. It's just going to be 4-bet here for Sebastian. May just send the lot for 30. I may induce against Briskin. Go for like a little, what would it be, like 13.5 milli here.
just, I guess, with the ICM the way it is, even risking busting here with aces is so expensive. Picking up 14 just vaults is so far clear of the pack. And of course, you know, Brishkin is just going to have a handle all the time as well, just because maybe even more so because he showed the sevens last time, that you might think, okay, he wouldn't do this like light again, would he? And it looks like it is some form of click.
Yeah, seems good.
I like this. I like the click to keep Brishkin in, perhaps. It's like about 12 and a half, 13, something in that order.
13-2.
It's my turn.
Yeah, just setting up the idea that there's some room for folding. And Brishkin
It's like you two aren't friends.
does give it up.
You two aren't friends either.
No, he's good guy. He's good guy. I wish him all the luck. Yeah.
Not friends at
He's
all.
number 3 on this. No, number 4 on this table.
I like the click though. Clicks it back.
My last.
And Brishkin out the way.
Somewhere,
Nice pick up for
like,
Sebastian there
somewhere
with
in
the aces.
Somewhere.
It's almost the dream spot, like the identical situation
Yeah.
to the previous
Some
orbit.
favorite guys here, so it's okay.
It's okay.
Because I think if Brishkin did have a strong hand, he would just still go with it, level himself into saying, hey,
Not like
you know,
I'm not gonna wish
I
you
exposed
to
that I 3-bet this
the
guy
number
light
to
before.
double up through you or something like that.
Another big hand, Menhart this time. I think first look at him at this FT. This one has to be opened. But we don't really like getting 3-bet when we open this from gun at an FT.
I was just thinking, it's like the nines on the first hand, the FT. This is a very similar situation. It's like, okay, I'm playing, and I am going to have to commit a lot of chips if requested, but why'd you deal me jacks right now? Just happy to get this through, I'd imagine.
Yeah, Queen Jack off here, Voronin. Highly likely to be in a dominated spot facing this gun range. Also, does sometimes bring the big blind in and splitting equity 3 ways. That's Sebastian with one that should be hitting the mark once again, similar to his Jack 9 off reasons.
Although, if we're going to piece together some 3-bet bluffs, this seems like a good candidate, but certainly the fold better than call. Yeah, well done to him for finding that fold, as you mentioned before. So tempting sometimes to flick in one chip. Oh my word, Voronin, how have you done that? Queen, Queen, 5, and a board that, okay, Menhart's going to have some concern. Being 2 queens on board, you're up against the King, Queen suited, maybe some Ace, Queen. Obviously, Queen, Jack, not too likely when we hold 2 of them, but...
Yeah, Ace Queen for sure. I think that should just flat. It's not going to rip in this stack distribution, or at least it shouldn't. So Ace Queen for sure in there. King Queen suited, Queen Jack suited, Queen 10 suited. But we shouldn't really see any offsuit Queen Jack or Queen 10 like Voronin has in this given scenario.
And when you get check called, you're thinking, okay, maybe this is like a 8s, 9s, 10s potentially holding. So a low card like this may see him bet again, although of course there's always the option to check back pot control. It is an FT after all. Try and get that second bet on the river, because we're certainly not going to go 3 streets with this hand, are we?
No, it's just going to be a 2-street hand. So if we bet turn here, we're always checking back river for a free showdown. Or if we decide to check back and get check 2 on rivers, then we can go for our value.
Do you think I'm going for the second street here? I think I'm always too timid in these spots. I think I would just check back and...
With a small size on the pot, 1.6 to 6 million, so between quarter and third.
But I think this German guy is a little bit up on the level, yeah? You understand? He's double SOP, GG, everything, so it's kinda...
So I'm guessing this function here, the function of this bet from Menhart is to get some value from, like you said, 7s, 8s, 9s, these type of hands, and to get a free showdown. Just going to always snap check back any river other than a jack. Actually, a queen's kind of a funky one, actually, if it does come the case queen on the river, whether to check or go for value.
Him, and then I
So
didn't
4.6 into 9.4 here.
How do you feel about
So just south of half.
How do you feel about this?
Spain is
Voronin weighing up his options.
Surely can't have an avenue here other than call. I mean,
We just don't have bluff stems. Like, we're not floating King Jack at this stage of the tournament like King Jack of clubs on the flop, I don't think.
Montenegro. Sorry.
And I feel like once we spring the raise here, our hand just is face up. And we'll see if it is, because Menhart back in his court with the jacks. When you really think about this, when someone's check called, what, like 20, 28, 29% on flop, like, they're not going to have these like Jack 10 of clubs, King Jack of clubs hands. Potentially some like Ace King could be one. Ace King of clubs potentially that doesn't want to, because of this stack distribution, but that probably just sends at 20 now I think about it. So there's just no bluffs once again, Demps. See if Menhart can figure this out, getting a ridiculously good price, nearly 5 to 1, but even still becomes an easy fold in my opinion.
yeah, good fold. And Voronin going to show the, I assume the queen. One card was shown. Did he flip the jack out there?
Yeah, because it should be the top secret.
I know Menhart's hand is always checking back anyway, so we don't get any value. But that for that time that he does have the bluff, that he's got an ace king that's barreling, that he's got an ace jack that's barreling, just potentially get them bluffs out of our opponent on the river. I feel like once we spring raise after calling flop on queen, queen 5, there's just no real bluffs that we can find.
Well, Voronin climbing up the counts, big smile across his face.
А потом он меня опять трибетит, а? Следующую такую же зафига. Ну, видишь, там хорошая была, ладно. Видишь, я немножко бухой, но я понимаю... Грибен 16.
Thoroughly enjoying the start to this FT. Briskin table captain for sure. Keeping everyone talking, letting them know that he's going to be getting after it, and there'll be no deals while he's still sat at the table. And right on cue, big slick.
Race 2.3.
2.3.
Oh, you see my friend's fold? He's on the top of the list also. So, my friend, you're on the top of the list, but you fold against the top tier.
Just going to be a call here from Menhart, I think. Once again, just with the stacks. Like, I'd much prefer like shoving something like deuces rather than sixes, because maybe we knock out 3s, 4s, 5s, stuff like this. But sixes, Briskin's probably not going to be folding 7s plus, I don't think. Hijack versus big for 16. So like that's kind of the idea. We want to try and knock out some better hands. So I feel like sixes always flats in this given scenario.
He does just that.
Like in terms of chips, we know it's a winning jam. In Chip EV, hijack open, we got 16, we shove sixes. Chip EV going to make us money. But now we're not making these decisions to make chips anymore.
$2.7, the continuation for Briskin on this board that does look pretty dicey for an ace king, and Menhart getting a little trickier for him, but with a pair, with a gut shot, it feels like one we have to stick around for one street.
With the gutter there. Some reverse implied. Lots of times it does come at 9, obviously. The queen, jack, king, jack, ace, jack, all part of our opponent's range. So it does just let the sixes go. I can get behind it.
Understandable, but you're not necessarily expecting Briskin to continue here. One of those funny spots actually. Reinhardt thinking, well, if he had 3-bet jam pre, he would have been looked up by the ace king and would be 2 cards away from a big double up.
I just don't think 6 is going to be good to jam in this given scenario. Like I say, it'd be better to jam deuces, but we'd never jam deuces ever. But if we were going to choose a pair, small pair to jam, I'd prefer to jam that, because then maybe we fold out 3s, 4s, 5s. But I don't think our opponent's ever folded 7s plus for 16, especially this particular opponent.
Right, that's the question as well. And I guess we saw Briskin, had the goods there. But if you started to get perception that he's opening way too wide, then I wouldn't be surprised if you saw some people stepping out,
Thank you very much.
maybe trying to combat that with more aggression.
To Sebastian. This one should hit the muck. Oh. One that may be used once in a while here, blind on blind at 15. Like go for the little 2.5x here, 2.5 million once in a while. Some of these offsuit high-lows, as they're called, ones we can potentially attack with even when covered. Just going to have an easy decision when jammed on at Menhart. Just going to let it go. Give Savkin a walk with a 10-6. Imagine going back 15 years ago, folds you in the small blind, you see king 3 or king deuce, you're like, oh! Potentially get to raise this one. Such a different game these days, like going back 20 years and before all supercomputers come out telling you what is potentially right and wrong, what's going to extract the most EV over the long run. Game's so difficult to know what is the best route at this stage. Range is always changing, dependent on the stacks at the table. Over to Lepelic. Ace queen from +1. This one too good not to open.
Let's go the table ginger shot. That's good, yeah, that's really good. On me? Let's toast with ginger shots. Oh, ginger shot is the best thing, yeah? It's amazing. I love that.
Have you dabbled in the ginger shots here?
I have not.
I've had one before. That knocked me out of it. Anyway, Luluak's ace queen from +1.
Likely to see a raise and take. Can't see Panacevic getting involved with this one. But we did pull 6s early on in the FT, facing the gun open.
Okay. Somewhat of a normal hand. A rare beast at this FT. Actually, you know, the most surprising thing I think right now is that we're still 9-handed. not at the onset of the FT. I would have said we could be 9-handed for like 2 levels easily. Yeah. But just the way these guys are playing.
The way it started, yeah, the first few hands were pretty mental, the way things were situated.
Nice to see Luluak still in here. He's the one who doubled up Brishkin. 2 tables left, got rivered.
Yeah, actually, yeah. If it's one or because usually it's like, please faster, come on guys, faster. Yeah, play faster, yeah, like.
Win something, but it's like.
Yeah, right now, yeah, I understand. Perfectly understand what are you saying.
Must be near a level up coming up is the conversation, it seems.
Interesting one for Briskin. I'd probably open this +2 because that would mean Mr. Perfect would have folded gun when folded to us, but we're opening into his big blind. One of the 2 players that can bust us. Sebastian now just having us slightly covered, I believe. Undeterred, happy to get in the mix with the King Jack off from +1. Sav King with the King 6 suited here. Thought about it. Panacevic, 10-8 of diamonds. Wants to have a look, and Mr. Perfect with the same hand as Briskin in the big blind.
He does complete the action. It's, I guess, one of those hands where, like, I thought like King Jack off were always calling here, even though it starts to get a bit scary, right?
Yeah.
Like King 10 off, maybe we start to think, but. All right. Nobody with a piece. Imagine this one finds its way to Brishkin, and I mean, with as many chips as he has, seems like a small bet. Probably going to work out quite nicely.
Yeah, multi-way, like could go quarter here for like 2 mil. See what Brishkin chooses. Goes fairly hefty, 3.5, and already now the gut shot of Mr. Perfect. A pretty rough spot.
1v2. And nicely done.
It's like 10 on the turn and double up.
It just shows again.
How to say? Bet with equity. Bet with equity. That's the rules of the poker.
I know we're gonna find out any hand we want to find out on a stream after delay, but I'm not a fan of this kind of showing every hand because someone might just pick up a little bit of bet sizing tendency.
Yeah, potentially.
Check. I see the free river. I see the 10 on the river, and Habibi come to Dubai.
What a guy.
It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, so closes the gap a little on Mr. Perfect, defending the King Jack off there. Quite an interesting point that you said about King 10 off. You'd probably fold. Don't want to get too complex, but there's something that's called risk premium, and our risk premium against different opponents is going to change. And when we cover someone heavily, we actually get to defend a lot wider.
Right, okay.
And vice versa, when someone covers us, we have to defend tighter. So as Mr. Perfect, like in the big blind, he is one of those that is going to get to have some of these wider defends when he's up against like one of these 30 big blind stacks. Like our risk, like the 30 big blind stacks risk premium when they're playing against Mr. Perfect is going to be really big, but when like the 30 bigs are playing against the 20 bigs, it's going to be smaller. If that makes sense, and then the ranges are going to change based on that. Like, don't want to get too into it for our viewers.
and of course, I suppose you kind of begin to over-realize all the time as well, right, when we're up against someone we cover. Okay, Voronin at the new level, pops it up to 2.4 million, ace-queen suited. So far, so good, and deuce 5-0 in the big. Job done.
But the idea as well, like people tend to overfold at final tables. So like when we are going past, potentially like more of our bluffs are going to get through as the chip leader against these shorter stacks, or wanting to ladder, not wanting to clash with us, and potentially fold out some more hands. Like we saw earlier on with the ace queen with Savkin. I know it was a different spot. It wasn't against the big blind, but you see the power of the chip leader when they're putting the pressure on, how high up people actually start folding at final tables.
Да, никаких вот этих, блядь, когда мы попали. Все, бля, вот это все. You're still so deep. So it's not the all-in situation, it's just a race situation anyway. Correct, my friend. My young.
I feel like Brishkin's going to make our job a lot easier this evening.
It's fun. I just say so rare you get it in a big FT like this that
young,
just sit back and.
Regular.
I mean, most of the time it is just him talking to himself, but he's getting engagement from some of those around him. It's quite nice. Mr. Perfect, 2 jacks. There'll be some chat heading his way. Look who's blind. He's opening on.
Whoa. First time I see.
Wow, going big.
Yeah. I always play with regulars. They raise 2 times. No more. Never, never more. Never. Impossible. No, sometimes 2.2. 2.2 big blinds. That's it. Yeah, never.
This guy knows his stuff, to be fair. Regulars do usually just raise 2x, sometimes 2.2. He's most certainly been around the block, Brishkin.
Like, the first was good. Yeah. The second is I'm drunk.
You can choose one card.
No, that's no need. We should.
You can see after 2 hours.
No, we should hide the cut. I don't want to see.
Okay.
You see, when you're drunk, it's like drunk aces. You see. If you play in ultimate or something, it's when you take 1 and the second is.
Oh yeah.
It's close. It's close. No, it's close. No. I mean ace and close.
Ultimate ace is 4x.
Yeah. Any ace.
Yeah.
Any ace. Trust me, I'm professional loser in ultimate. So I know even if I see the king is all-in situation immediately. Trust me, every night.
One of the popular games in the casino here is Ultimate Texas Hold'em. I don't know if you.
Great game. Played it a lot in Vegas. Don't done a bit of money. I'm one of those that they always say, "Oh, come and play at 5, 6 of us. We'll win. We beat the casino. We can look at each other's cards. All of this, and still don't end up
Hasn't
winning
worked out
games.
for you, no?
Hasn't worked out for me. I actually can't remember ever having a winning Texas Ultimate Hold'em session.
It's first time here in the whole tournament somebody raised like that, yeah? Usually I'm the only one person who is doing some shitty stuff, nobody else, yeah?
Lauren in. Under the gun, ace queen suit once more. Oh, Luluak finds the boots.
Aaron, one of these spots where we probably just go like 5.2, 5.3 mil seems nice. Like quarter of our stack where it looks like still some perceived fold equity for our opponent. And this is going to be grim when it's back on Voronin here, Demps.
Especially because he has opened like a reasonably high frequency, far higher than he's supposed to. You know, in terms of the sheer number of hands. If we can see the cards, he's had ace queen twice, but we saw him 3-bet or ace 3 and ace 10 as well. So he's going to look hyperactive.
That's like Luluak here. We are going to have some jams for 20, but this one has to 3-bet, not all in, and yeah, it does find 5.2. I think that's like the nut size around there to go at this stack depth.
Well, it's okay, yeah. Thank you very much.
You said it's going to be grim for Voronin. It certainly is. Looks like he's just going to quickly call.
No fault here for Voronin, and now 13 mil in the pot. 14.8 effective left to play for, so like 1.1 just north of SPR here. Voronin will not be wanting to make a top pair, I tell you that, at this stack depth.
Oh my word!
No way!
Flops the joint, does Voronin. Ace queen up against the aces in a Luluak. Well, I mean, you don't like to see 3 ball raise on the board, but you said it, SPR of 1.1. I mean,
yeah, this still may be a board. We still
just,
knuckle.
Yeah,
we just knuckle back with the ace of clubs. Need to think about Voronin's range. He shouldn't be continuing 9s or 8s, stuff like this. So his range going to be potentially 10s, jacks, not wanting to 4-bet rip. What a sicko this is.
He has bet. And I mean, does Voronin? I mean, does he just go for this because he thinks Luluak just has it and doesn't want him to fold, or is there?
Yeah, I feel like he may just jam here and now.
We unblock the pairs.
Yeah, exactly,
right?
exactly that. Like unblocking all the board, the sets, this type of stuff, and not gonna go for the 6 milli here.
Oh my God! I mean, Luluak, there has to be some vomit working up his throat. You'd almost rather just see the jam.
Yeah, this is a grim board for us here.
Oh, this is cruel.
That's Luluak. What's Voronin do this with here? Because
right.
we're the 3-better. We've got kings. We've potentially got jacks. 10's probably flat some frequency against gun in ICM. So
it's kind of what you were saying, where it's like just feels like 10s, jacks. Obviously, maybe this hand.
Yeah, ace queen suited against getting this prize, but potentially we can assign as well. I feel like ace queen off probably has to fold pre, but this is a 6 spot for Luluak, and when he burns a time bank here, you can tell in his head he kind of knows. Like maybe.
Like, how can I be getting check raised on King Jack 10?
Yeah, exactly.
You're not supposed to do this.
Just has to be jacks or 10s or ace queen suited. Kings getting pre. Ace king gets him pre. So what else is he supposed to have? And any hero folds about. We saw a pretty sick hero fold last hand of the day yesterday.
No, he has gone all in. Completely understandable, of course. So many chips already committed. You're up against a player who has shown a propensity to get involved. And well. Largest pot of the tournament thus far. And the Luluak's aces are in big trouble against this ace queen. But you see the top of the screen there. 3 queens are still in the deck. 10 on the board. Boats available. I mean, this is cruel. Not to be for Luluak. Good game, young man.
Yeah, can't fall in with that stack depth for getting it in, but once again, just sometimes have a little strip of the spot, strip it down. What's our opponent ever check raising there that we're in front of? Ace King goes in pre, so it's just Ace Queen suited jacks and tens. Like, where's the bluffs coming from, Dems?
It's like King Queen suited is a hand that likes that flop that may have stuck around, but then if does it check raise to 6 million? No, it probably just calls, and if it does raise, it's just going to go, let's just run it. I want to see my equity.
Exactly that. It's hard. I know we can see the whole cards, and they're staring us in the face, and we can see who's in front. But when you really have a look at ranges there, it's not even like it's LP versus LP. It's a gun open, and my man wants to 3-bet off of a 20 big blind stack. Like, he's going to be shoving some Ace King off a 20 big. He's going to be shoving some tens, jacks, these type of things. So when our opponent basically value is going to be aces and kings, and our opponent still wants to raise to 6 mil, what's he got, guys? Like, has to be the goods right. She's got to be a set or ace queen.
Yeah.
And this is why maybe Knuckle just checked back on that flop as well, Dems.
I like what you said. As soon as you called it, I think as soon as that flop came out, you were in the mindset of checking that back, and I think I'm there with you. Just
like 9s and 8s shouldn't be in there pre-flop. There's none of like this suited connector type stuff at the final table.
I mean, you're basically hoping your opponent's got King Queen suited.
That's it. That is literally it. Maybe Queen Jack suited.
And you want to check back against that hand anyway, because the equity it has. I mean,
we didn't play a single hand together, so you understand? Yeah, that's why you're on the bottom. At least we play with.
We did King Jack.
No, I mean previously. King Jack is like we just begin the game. Yeah, so with those guys I played too much. Right now, Dubai.
You live in Dubai?
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry guys, I actually didn't realise blinds were up 1.2 million.
That was the first hand that new level.
Oh, okay, so it was actually a 16 big blind stack. So
There's good games in Dubai.
difficult not to get away from it. Still love the 3-bet not all in. Can't be results orientated just because Ace Queen has flopped the joint there.
Yeah.
Like on another day, it's more likely to come Queen high than it is to come King Jack 10. Put it that way, guys. Think of it like that. Just because you've seen the Ace Queens flop the joint doesn't necessarily mean the 3-bet not all in isn't a good play. Can't be results orientated in this game. Comes Queen, deuce 3, rainbow, suddenly he's a genius.
And then I'm gonna return and Habibi come to Dubai. Sport, food, work, job. Nothing really impressive.
So ginger shots were delivered. I see one untouched, bottom left of the picture. I don't know who that was. I did see Mr. Perfect indulged. They are on every table. You did get. Here we go. Here's one. We're in.
And a lot of talk about these small pocket pairs, but I think we cover everyone behind now. Maybe close with Sebastian in the big, but fine to open from the cutoff here as Briskin.
Yeah, 26 million chip stack on the button. A little over 20. This is the one he worries about. Voronin behind.
Oh yeah, sorry, Voronin, just with the big pot actually surpassing us in terms of chips. With small blind, generally the position people don't really attack from as a bluff.
Should I? No. My boss told me no. We have the agreement. I'm too drunk. I'm gonna always show the hands. Yeah. To się bля, я нажрусь, я вообще буду каждый раз показывать.
375k on top in this one, ladies and gents. We'll see. We did lose Alexandru in 9th. Means the final 8 guaranteed 46k apiece. 23 buy-ins. It's getting chunky as Brishkin gets things underway with a fresh drink. I wonder if he has swapped a non-alcoholic at some point through this session.
What, and just pretended he's still on the alcohol and he's going to be punting it off when in reality he's playing very snug.
and he's just setting up the image, but he's setting up the image that people don't really want to clash with him, which is what you want on the final table, right? You want people to stay out of your way. You don't trust him when you 3-bet him that he's not going to pile it in.
Yeah, one of these dicey ones, 9s from gun this time for Savkin. He's queen off here for Gonza. Awkward for him.
Do we go 2 ways with this, or
I feel like probably just calls them, so I don't think there's much free betting going on versus gun anyway. Like there's some spots in ICM, you'll see a lot of spots when like the distribution's very condensed that we actually get no free bets, like we even flat our aces and kings and stuff like that. It becomes very complex.
Right. Does make the call.
It's gonna open in 2027. Yeah, it's gonna be fun there. Yeah, I think.
I don't know if there's any poker there.
It's gonna be. It's because the win. It's like American. Running, so they're gonna have the
suited king in the big.
Americans, they love poker.
99.9.
Just 10 blinds behind though.
They're gonna have the poker, yeah, for sure.
I feel like after that bust out, we're actually down at the bottom of the pack by ourselves now as Menhart. Maybe one of those that can potentially kill and flop some equity, go with it. Like offsuit king has to go into the muck, but maybe suited variety. Happy to get involved, even multi-weight. Does let it go.
Sees Jack 8-4. All diamonds.
Casino.
With that nut draw.
Yeah. That's the biggest. It's gonna be the biggest casino in the world. They build the biggest casino. Yeah.
Bigger than Venetian, Macau.
Bigger. No, I mean the single
casino. To the in-position player here, Gonza. Does have this ace of diamonds in hand, and quite a nice one to have because Savkin now just stripped of almost all his flushes, can only really have King Queen, Queen 10, or King 10 of diamonds. So 3 combos in there for him.
That was a part of the contract, I think.
Do we want to start betting now? Maybe trying to fold out something like black 10s, trying to fold out a black ace queen, get that off a chop. Even getting the black ace king out of here, going to be a win in itself. Goes for 2 milli, just north of quarter. So I've got to stick around for one, getting nearly 5 to 1 here. 9s with a diamond, can't be going anywhere and does proceed with check call.
The girls are safe, yeah, it's extremely safe. Yeah, so
Jack of hearts on the turn. Nice card to see for Savkin here. Just gonna make it a little less likely Gonza has one of these Jack X hands. It's kind of interesting against the gun open. Ace Jack probably goes into the muck, so therefore we're just having the suited Jack X, the Queen Jack suited, King Jack suited, Ace Jack suited. Like around, maybe Jack 10 suited gets in as well, although a bit dicey facing gun, but Gonza willing to continue the story.
Oh yeah, here we go.
When the night comes, no,
but also gambling is illegal, no?
Again, another tough spot.
Dubai, of course, yeah, but
5 milli, just shy of 40%, or just over. 9s with a diamond into the mark, and Gonza, aggression prevails. And this is what I talk about when you cover and you can be aggressive. People tend to overfold hands that would usually call at a different point in the tournament, end up hitting the mark, and we get the better hand to fold. Nice little play from Gonza there.
Yeah, and look at that. It sends Savkin down to second from bottom, just Menhart lower. And as you mentioned, with just 10 blinds, he is actually in a position now where he's almost freed up a little bit. Busting now is no disaster when you are the shortest stack. Well done, Gonza. Interesting chat, of course, from Bushkin, talking about the impending opening of casino action and thus poker action in Dubai, somewhere like in the center of the world, and you know, a hub for crypto traders and whatnot, where the loosest money in poker these days seems to come from. It's going to be something special when that occurs.
Mr. Perfect.
Well, these 2 queens look pretty good.
Pretty interesting. So,
oh my word! Oh my word!
My friend, I think we have the situation.
Well, this should just be a call for Briskin. First versus second in chips. Like, this is one of the spots I just spoke about.
Let me tell you, Jay. You're right.
Yeah.
But let's not be silly here. This is Briskin.
Okay.
We're not worried about ladders. And this is gonna get spicy. I mean,
course, yeah, it's nothing personal.
I think there's going to be a lot of chat here. Let's see.
This can't get in depths. I know it's ace king versus queens, but
I think
first and second in chips,
you might just
surely
see-
they can't get this
You
in.
might just see Mr. Perfect jam this. Let's have a look. Let's see if Brishkin can talk him into something.
It's my turn. How much is it?
8.3.
8.3.
Yeah. It's not a bluff, trust me. It's not a bluff.
25.
25?
Oh, and I said that this shouldn't be getting in. First and second in chips, +1 against +2 here. And this is why we probably flatten the first place as Briskin, because when met with this 4-bet now,
Yes.
what's the plan?
Right. We're in a horrible spot. And look, Gonza, his eyes. Loving this, seeing this action. The time bank chips going in. Yeah, I mean, we've got the 3 big stacks here, haven't we? Now, and these are 2 of them.
Yeah, Borenen's got around 51 million, I believe, so all 3 of them congested at the top.
They're gonna all the time telling me that I made this stupid thing. So how much I raised? 8.3. So I have like 30 left, yeah? Even more. You're gonna show me your hand if I'm gonna show you.
Wow.
My friend.
Yeah, after that statement, seems like a man who's already made his mind up that he's folding.
Yeah, like he played poker many years. He's quite, yeah?
Potentially a third of the chips in play in this pot if he were to jam. With 8 players left. Let me tell you. Brishkin is thinking.
Okay.
Don't be fooled.
Show the bluff. Show me bluff.
Oh, it was a flip.
It's a coin flip, my friend. That's good coin flip. It's okay, don't worry.
Well done, Brishkin. You suggested, you know, we don't want to be 3-betting because something else happens, but then he did find the fold and avoided complete calamity here. You see there is down to 3rd in chips, but I mean, could well have been out there, and Mr. Perfect would not have enjoyed running that for that much either. And I think you'll look at these stacks at the bottom here, like Savkin, Menhart, thinking, hang on a second, this guy's like 12 gins in.
Yeah.
Like, how has he not just got this in? I should have had a sweat at a ladder there, but as it is, we continue 8-handed. So, yeah, I mean, this guy knows his way around the table. Let's not be fooled.
Yeah, good to get away from it after the 4-bet, I think, there. But I feel like just the avenue we're supposed to take in theory is the flat there, first facing second in chips, +1 versus +2.
8 million, just 8 million.
Mr. Perfect just passes up on the ace-5 suited as chip leader.
I think the heart rate just needs to settle after seeing that.
2.7.
I think, you know, obviously he knows kings and aces were never folding.
I'm not
Maybe hoping jacks were going to stack off against him. When he sees the ace-king, that is a big sigh of relief. I mean, he did cover, but it wasn't a lot.
Great hand to see when your opponent folds face up. Don't have to go to the races for a third of the chips in play. Chevich, queen 3 off into the muck. Seems a bit frustrated there, not picked up many hands, but that's sometimes a blessing at a final table.
But the guy who fold the ace flush, you saw like last hand on the
He's a champion.
Yeah, but he's busted out, yeah?
Yeah, he had against the straight flush.
Yeah, this is the...
Oh yeah, straight flush. Yeah,
I am the villain. Yes. But you saw that.
Wow.
I could go into the cashier for the money, you know, like to put more. Come on. That was sick, yeah? And it was...
What a guy this guy is.
2 million left, yeah? That's insane. It's really insane.
He was just 2 million chips more.
Now I'm short stack, so it's okay. No. 30 million.
Barnum's turn.
So it's okay.
Ladies.
Still in the bottle.
7 raised 2.5.
Up to 55 million in chips. So he opens it up. I mean, Sebastian has a stack that would like to attack some of these spots, but it's kind of like unlikely to be this player he goes after.
Do you know if they pay here in crypto? Yeah, they pay everything.
Finalist in the small blind probably has got involved in some of these kind of spots thus far, but thinks better of this one. And, you know, it's the perfect recovering stack, but not much future in Jack 5 offsuit.
Yeah, and especially against Voronin. Only got him covered by 10 BBs.
Oh, he is going to stick around. Does cover. One assumes at this point playing basically only 2 from the seat then.
Yeah, but I mean the Austrian guys, Slovenian guys, they can request for the bank transfer and they're gonna get the white money.
10-8-3 mono. Like mono boards will get some one big blind bets, especially at FTs. See what size Voronin gonna choose here. Wow, what goes huge? 5 million into 7 million on the 10 high mono. I think this is just, I don't want you coming along with a bear club when I've got red queens here, sir. Jack 5 out of there. And what a friendly final table. Playing for 375k, guys. And these lot showing hands like it's a home game.
I think he's going to Voronin. Hang on a second. You told me I'm not supposed to show hands. And now you're showing hands and he's even reached over for the wrist slap.
It's really a friendly table here, huh?
Yeah, of course.
Everybody's showing.
Of course. Because we're all friends.
When will it get serious and nobody shows? When will it get serious and nobody shows?
It's gonna be serious if me and Konstantin go to the start. and then it's nobody talking on the table, so it's gonna be like that. That's a part of the life, you know. Like usually nobody talking on the table.
I thought here Sebastian once again opens. Gonna want to be removal based, ace x, king x, this type of stuff, but is gonna open the sixes. I always feel like this is just people that understand sixes is an open but haven't looked at like ICM ranges. Dems, and I just like, you look at a pair, if you've not looked at the spot, you're like, oh, a pair's a good hand, I need to open it, which makes sense logically how the brain works. But in these scenarios, we are supposed to get a lot more removal base, having some ace x, some suited king x, trying to get the still fruit. Better shave it. Chase line suited. Wants to have a look on the button, working with just shy of 20. Briskin takes no time before defending the 8-6 of hearts, so three-way action here.
Let's go. The three-way action.
10-10 deuce, couple of diamonds. Sebastian's open. Still with the best hand, but
check.
Instantly scary when you're in a three-way pot. Panasevich certainly have some of those better pairs. Maybe some strong 10x, Brishkin the same.
Yeah, it feels like once we get here with sixes, though, probably one that has to bet.
Right, hard to win otherwise.
Yeah, exactly that. Like kind of in imagination land, because I feel like sixes, sevens not going to be here as an open from +2 at this distribution. But when we see the 10-10 deuce, just want to deny equity to overcards. Still get some value from some like diamond draws in the big blind, perhaps. Even some like deuce X of Briskin.
Time cards in. Is he really going to try and do something, or is he just messing with Sebastian for the banter?
So you have 30, yeah? Something like that. 40. 40?
If he check raises this combo, Dems, it would be mental.
How much is that? 3.5.
I mean, surely not. He must be messing with him.
He must be messing with us. No way. No, he's not.
Oh
No,
my word!
He is not. How does he just 3-bet fold ace king and now wants to raise 8-6 of hearts on 10-10-2, 2 diamonds?
Wow. And you see, when the action came to him on the flop, he just instantly threw his time bank chips in, right? Like oh, definitely going to play this hand. It wasn't like a late arrival to the thought of doing this. And I wonder if that plays into the mind of Sebastian. It would to me.
It's just a grim spot now for Sebastian. There are some scenarios where drawing to 10% equity, need to find a 2-outer.
How can we continue?
We can't. I don't think.
How?
And that's the other thing about these pairs. You do get yourself in a lot of awkward spots. You flop a set one every 8.5 times. That doesn't happen too often. And then always overcards to contend with can be difficult spots to play. Briskin just finds an outrageous check raise, but timing is everything. We're not running into top end.
Yeah, completely understandable.
Okay, for the name of SPR.
Oh, that's gonna hurt.
The name of our streamer. Somebody bust him out, so he was here. Actually, the chief leader of the day. I couldn't vote. You understand? Yeah.
Couldn't fold. You can't fold 8-6 of hearts on 10-10 deuce 2 diamonds.
That is brutal. Just flicks it over.
What an FT.
Rishkin. 51 million. Sebastian will feel a little sick, but I mean, what can we do with the 2 6s there? We can't continue, surely. This man has turned over the goods many times. 3-bet folded ace king a minute ago, which we approved of.
No problem. Really.
And just put Sebastian in the bin. And again, if you're a short stack at this table, you're loving seeing all of this nonsense go on. Menhart here with 10 blinds is probably thinking, though, still, how? We're still 8. Give me some ladders.
But it's going to be even better after the hand. Trust me, yeah. Trust me. Keep me alive. Okay, of course. Somebody raise? No. We are with my friend? Yeah. But you look like a nice person,
The second least favorite friend.
You see, you look like a nice person. That's why you get the walk.
It gives the walk with 10-6.
Covering.
Oh, it's a check raising 8-6 on 10-10 deuce. Make it make sense, Jay.
I can't at the moment, but I'm thoroughly enjoying it. So more of the same, please. Table captain Briskin. Entertainment value. Getting the job done in terms of chips. Lost their few with the ace king, folding it pre, but
yeah, but only what, like 4.5 blinds. I mean, no qualms there.
How are you doing? Good. How are you? I'm perfect. Like 2-3 more shots, and I'm gonna be like the destroyer of the table. But I couldn't. 8-6. It was.
Good, continue.
They know why I did that. Yeah. Correct.
Menhart +1, 10 blinds, but imagine him wanting to get this one in.
Yeah, ace-9 off. Just misses the cut.
What's going on?
And like I say, I mean, just every hand looks like someone could be all in. Well, Savkin's going to play for the more here, one would imagine, but 15 blinds, it will take a couple of bets to get in. Or does he ever find just the open jam, I wonder?
Nah, just an open here. Dense. We'll see what Savkin comes with, but I feel like open's the way to play here.
Honestly, he has gone for the all-in, but yeah, I'm with you. I think we're second shortest. We can afford to bust here. It's not disaster. We want to try and encourage some action.
When we open 10 for 15, though, like maybe ace queen's the only one that calls that we dominate.
Oh my word! Brishkin snaps him, and look at this. I mean, Gonza maybe saved. Oh, foreign him with 2 10s. I mean,
easy fold. Such an easy fold.
Yeah. But I mean, there were so many different ways this could have gone.
Oh, yeah. Literally, if Savkin opens and Briskin 3 bets, well, Voronin probably still folds 10s. But
right. But Gonza might have called forward 8s because...
This cannot
oh, hang on. Oh, they're talking in Russian. It's quite right.
Man, I understand, but there's a level of, there's a threshold, man.
Why he's thinking? Come on.
But there is a threshold, man, and you know it. You're an agent. And
I'm the agent?
I don't know.
You think I'm the agent? No, my friend, I'm
there
not.
There is a threshold what you can do on the table, and you know it.
Okay, okay.
Imagine it's against you.
Okay, okay, okay.
Yeah, I think Gonza completely within his right and said what needed to be said. Fair play to Brishkin, he just has accepted it.
Can I say that anyway I'm gonna show the hand, yeah? Correct?
We're gonna see the hand? Okay.
Yes. And trust me, he's the last person
Well, we know
I
that.
want to raise a win, yeah? Oh, Konstantin.
Pass. 51 million.
Pass.
7-4.
Kings on display, Sabkin.
Yeah, pretty rough for Savkin here, but I don't think I saw an ace hit the mark, so...
Okay. Well, the ace-9 off, I suppose, was the first hand up,
yes,
wasn't
of
it? Yeah, but
course.
still 2 in the deck by our reckoning.
Yeah, 26% should be having closer to 30. Yeah, pretty grim for Savkin's played pretty tight, made that ace-queen fold at early stages of the FT and then just runs into it here. As I say, we still probably just open, but we're not getting away from this one, unfortunately, against this man.
You see, they were on the top of my list. Tier 1, tier 2.
Queen 7 4 board.
Understand, yeah? I don't want them
Savkin
involved
came in with
the
high
hand,
hopes.
both of them. Yeah.
Was right up the chip counts at the onset of the FT, but now looking likely to finish in a...
on the river, you know, like the ace of space, ace from the space.
I'm really waiting for him. But
sorry, my friend. You
And that is how the race is run for Savkin. Busts out in 8th place and picks up $46,000 for his efforts. But what an incredible hand that could have been. All sorts of different ways it went. Some really big hands dealt out.
This is why maybe the strat of just staying out of the way going to work. Manhart, who hasn't really got involved, laddered 20k now from 9th to 7th, and he's sitting there with sub 10. So just allowing these collisions to happen. That one just a cold deck, not really much to say. Weren't really anyone torching it off, but just two premiums running into each other that always going to get in, whether we play 2 big blind open, whether we play open jam, ace king, not going to be able to fold that spot at any point at that stack depth.
75k is like, no, okay for me, but
Not so much.
also because I'm not an agent, my friend.
I don't know what you are. You're higher than an agent.
Yes, I'm really high.
That's fine. That's fine. That's better. What I meant, I don't mean that you're an agent or whatever.
No.
I meant that you know that.
Yeah, I know those. Yeah. But the last person, you know, because if he means to call, that's aces, correct? Yeah, that's it. But if he's not into the call, no. I don't want him to be involved, yeah?
I know that you...
It's gonna be bad. It's gonna be bad. Come on, it's gonna be bad for the poker for everyone, yeah? Like, come on. I'm not so greedy. I don't need his chips. Come on. I'm not greedy.
You care about the money and you like to have fun in the money.
Yeah. I understand. Sorry. But I'm kind of a little bit drunk, so. Like,
Yeah, I don't think there was anything malicious. Brishkin's been talking a lot during hands. The problem is when he talks to his power in a hand when facing a decision, multi-way pot exactly that with all the chips on the line. He was talking to Mr. Perfect before when he had the ace king, and this was a slightly different situation, but I do not believe anything malicious there. But completely right. I'm glad that Gonza spoke up because you do have to protect yourself in these situations. And obviously, in FT, we know you're just incentivized to see other players get it in, and it could have been equity for him. As it is, this open from Banasevich, one assumes. Did he get through? Sebastian Jack 7 off. I mean...
now I'm gonna have time
Also, I just wanted to make a point. I was looking at the chat over on the GG Poker YouTube channel, and Bosa Burt says, it's Menhart's birthday today. Might get lucky. So if that's the case, well, happy birthday, first of all. And also, there's your couple of birthday ladders.
20k.
Yeah.
Don't mind 20 bag in the back pocket. Sitting there as the short stack. Like, has he won a pot yet, Menhart? What, we're an hour and 15 into this final table. I don't think he's won a pot yet, and he's made $20,000. And this is what we talk about when coming in at these stack depths. Sometimes just staying out the way is going to be the best avenue to make the most money.
No. Come on.
joking.
Come on, no. I begin it on that table with Queen 7. I said chips, and I said it's gonna be 2.9 next time. Yeah, I said. Yes, I'm honest with my words. So
35, something like that. 35, okay. 34, 35.
No. I told them I was in oven with Queen 7. I hit the flush, and I give them 600 on tips, and they said like if I'm gonna double up again, I'm gonna give 2.9.
Yeah.
You understand? Yeah. Now it's the stakes become higher.
Yes, of course.
Every time higher. In heads up, it's gonna be.
Of course.
They're gonna cheer on me, you know, like. Trust me.
And a walk for the short stack. Happy
I think
birthday.
I'm the chip leader,
Yeah, just talked it in for him. Said he hadn't won a pot yet. Menhart wins one in the form of a walk, and we love those.
We are close. Actually,
Like Sebastian, maybe like it's a low frequency one, but these sort of raise not all ins at 10 big blinds, like maybe take the 10-3 off once in a while, just make it like 2.3, 2.4 BBs.
What's the point? Yeah? If I'm gonna stay here for
Right, as we change the deal, I turn my attention to the chat again. I see people saying, he was saying to his friend, don't do it, all this, but yes, he shouldn't be saying this. He 100% should not be speaking Russian. This is the same stuff he's been saying to every player he's in pots with in English, so it's not quite as bad as I think it first seems, and I like the way it was just kind of dealt with. We are down to $57,000 is what is locked up. Next jump up to 72, then 95. We hit 6 figures from there on with second place picking up a cool $250,000, but the first prize 375k going to our eventual champion.
Here is my
There now as Briskin chip lead up, like any ace potentially will do from any position, just that removal factor. But now we're going to have a handoff with the ace-5 off.
Yeah, I'm just trying to look around these stacks as we go around. So Sebastian with 30, is he now second shortest, or we've got Menhart and I forget for some reason who's behind Menhart, but these would be the two shortest. He's in here with 10 blinds, King Jack of Diamonds. I mean, this feels like when we just go with right. We just want to stay at this table, like let's buy an orbit.
Yeah, not much we can do here as Menhart, though. Has to go this one. It's two going to hand. Blind on blind. King Jack suited. Does find the jam. Nice from him. And going to be getting through.
Yeah, Banasevich behind.
We can see.
Come on. Yeah. Really important life-changing money for the first place.
12 million.
It's fun. It's really fun.
It is fun.
Come on. Because I made 8-6. That my streamer is like his best cards is 8-6. You understand? And he made like all his career about these cards. Yeah, these cards. And of course, when I get
did it for the fans.
on the final table, it's like the respect of the of him. Yeah.
Yeah, you have to do it.
You understand? Yeah, because the guys who's watching him, they know.
I understand that. I actually had one at a final table not long ago, UK pro, Tim Chung, you'll know Tim, where he got a message mid-final table from one of his friends who said if you go all in with the 9-6 of spades, which was his friend's favourite hand, he'd pay him a little bounty. And Tim went for the jam with the 9-6 of spades. He ran into ace-king and he got there. So he didn't just get the bounty, he also got a double up when that occurred. A bit different from the 8-6, but I understand why you might do that. If one of your mates, it's their favourite hand and you want to try and win a pot with it for them because they're watching the stream. Maybe why we saw the outer line check raise with the 8-6 of hearts there potentially from Briskin.
He made his like popular career about his hand. Yeah, 8-6. Yeah, so I couldn't fold it. Come on.
There you go.
But that's the only one person that I could deal. You understand, yeah?
Yeah.
But he busted out, so no deals. Because he probably need the money and that kind of stuff. So I'm ready
I play with him.
Shouting at his friend, playing the hand, but saying, well, he needs the money. Yeah, like and the mic's always on.
A bit tight.
Oh, King 10.
No, I don't know.
It's where these ones get interesting, isn't it, with 12 blinds?
I
Like,
play like one time per half of the year, so I have no idea.
I like this just again with all the action going on.
You don't play much then, no? Just for fun, some tournaments.
Finalist may well bust this hand. You never know. I know we're quite far adrift though. But
Yes, yeah. No, online I don't play. I'm not allowed.
Going to continue here as Banacevic, King 7 off, starts with complete. A bit low down once you get one of these maybe offsuit high lows that bumps it up, but middling King X completing and Mr. Perfect 7-3 off, bottom end of range, maybe one that raises once in a while again in these polar spots, not all in. Just going to take a free flop.
I could, of course I could, but what's the point, yeah?
No, fine.
Plus I don't like online, I like
It's 9-8 rainbow here.
The
Banacevic starts with check, like it with a king high. Difficult to fold out worse here, blind on blind, and Mr. Perfect takes a freebie.
Casino, we ultimate our craps and we play against the casino together, you understand? Here we are all like enemies.
Mr. Perfect feels like 7 high, needing to stab now, and Banacevic doesn't even think once before letting king high go. Interesting that. Maybe one that has to stick around for one that maybe feels not good enough to call the second barrel on the river, and Mr. Perfect more than capable of firing his second barrel. Just taking that out of play, perhaps letting the man second in chips take that one.
been a great final table so far for Mr. Perfect. Really steady rise up.
No, I'm the
Avoided that huge flip.
Yeah. So I don't want to...
Blind race. No cards.
Straddle. So you understand, yeah?
Beautiful LUXON Pay trophy in the foreground there. That's what these guys are playing for alongside the 375k.
If you talk Russian or something like with your friends, like I could talk with him all the time, but he don't understand the English, so it's kind of like avoiding, yeah?
He's from Russia?
Yeah, Russia. And most of the regulars, they don't talk at all. If you ask them the question, completely silence, yeah?
Yeah.
Well, where's my... You understand, yeah?
Yes, I understand.
It's like that, yeah.
I prefer playing live too. It's more.
Of course, live hold'em is the best thing, yeah. If when we're gonna have the translation in our AirPods, it's gonna be really good, yeah. No. You see?
Michigan not going to defend.
Right now, AirPods gonna translate during the calls. They already announced it. The EI gonna translate everything during the calls. It doesn't matter on which language you're gonna say. And the next step that we're gonna all talk together on our own language, and we're gonna have like AirPod, and we're gonna understand everyone. It's gonna be the future. Yeah, that's the future. It's gonna change everything. You don't need to learn the language right now. Yeah. Right now, it's pointless.
Yeah, it will be like automatic translation.
Yeah, but it's gonna be right now. The next update of the AirPods is like that. The next one, AirPods. You know the AirPods, Apple AirPods.
It's gonna translate automatically.
Yes, during the calls. Right now, during the calls, they're gonna check everything, how it works, and then
when?
The next update, 19 some. No, the next update. They already announced it. So. They already announced it, so next step, they're going to test everything. You understand? They're going to test everything, and the next step is that...
Jack 10 suited here for Menhart, hijack, outright short stack. One we like to jam because we knock out Queen Jack, we knock out Queen 10, we knock out King Jack, we knock out King 10. So the suited Jack 10 here, too good, in my opinion, not to jam. He might go for like the half stack when we have that unique situation when there's a reshove and another reshove behind. We can fold, potentially get a ladder and still have some equity in the prize pool. But Jack 10 suited here for Menhart. Gonna go for this option. Does want a V-pip, but not the form of 11 big blind jam. Gonna go for open. Sorry, 12 bigs working with. Even still, seems like a really clean one as outright short stack from the hijack here.
Gonna raise the poker on the next level. Actually, yeah, because everyone gonna talk finally.
We would have been picking it up in form of a jam, but now Gon's up with the Queen 9 off in the big blind.
Good luck, my friend.
May feel obliged to call and see 3. Interesting one from Menhart choosing to open this. Feel like it's as clean jam as you're going to get. But look at this. Double gutted for Gonza and an overcard. And we got top pair here for Menhart.
Yeah, this feels like we're wagering all the tokens. Menhart, the birthday boy.
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting from Gonza's spot, because if you're sat there, you're not assigning any 10x, because like ace 10 through like jack 10 suited, you just expect to jam, or at least I would in this given scenario. So when he opens off a 12 from hijack, like his value is just going to be the overpairs really trying to extract the most, and then just going to be a lot of stills in there, like some suited ace x, some potential king jack, which also may like to jam. The suited definitely would. So it's difficult to assign any 10x here when our opponent opens off a 12 from the hijack, because most of them probably just send it in anyway. The jack 10 suited through the ace 10 off. So let's see how Gonza proceeds here with his double gut shot.
Facing that 2.5 million chip bet against the short stack. He does just go for the jam.
Here we go.
Yeah, one of these, obviously Menhart, probably just hoping to pick up the pot, but going nowhere. And you see here.
So players on a break after this hand. Is it going to be an extended break for Menhart, or can his 63% equity hold here?
So far, so good for the birthday boy on the final hand of 600, 1200. He's just got to hope it's not his final hand for this tournament. Gonza, he's a queen, a jack, or a 7. And he doesn't find it. The full double up for Menhart, who has been ultra patient, Jay. I think we've both been impressed with the way he's approached this final table. I think very much approving of it. Gonza very unlucky there in the sense that he got dealt that flop in a situation, as you broke down so beautifully, that, you know, it's reasonable to believe that perhaps the jam would get through, or might be even in better shape than he was when called.
Yeah, not much we can do after we flop that amount of equity, but what I believe an unorthodox open there from Menhart, actually working perfectly in the short term, getting his opponent to flop a decent bit of equity to go with, and we get the full double up, and it's going to be Gonzo as the short stack when we return after the break.
Yeah, and blinds, of course, will be going up to 1.5 million big blind, thus shallowing out the stacks as they currently sit. We will be going on a very short break, just 5 minutes, we're being told. And when we come back, you see that 1.5 million big blind. We'll pinch those towards the bottom. Julian will now have just 21 blinds, but far better shape than he was a moment ago. I'm going to be stepping aside during this break. Picasso is going to be stepping back in, and he and Jay will take you through continuing coverage of this LUXON Pay Grand Final table.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, in the early goings of this 2K LUXON Pay Grand Final table. Down to 7. I just had a nice little relaxing break for a couple of hours, furnished myself with some nice food. Jay, I am hearing that Mr. Brixton is causing some trouble.
Yes, he has been. It's been a great watch, to be fair, first couple of hours, Andrew. We thought it was going to be a cagey affair when the final first started. 22 bigs was the short stack, 44 bigs was the big stack, and then everyone else just congested. So weren't expecting too many fireworks. But the way it started, we had squeezes with 7s against gun opens. We were having some check raises with 8 high on 10-10 deuce. It was all going on. But Alexandru Lepelec was the first casualty. 3-bet aces off of 15 bigs. The ace-queen suited peeled, and the king-jack-10 flop rolled off. It all went in on the flop. And although there was a sweat on the 10 turn, there was no boat up on the river for Lepelec. And then it was Timothy Savking who open shoved his ace king for 15 big blinds and run into the kings.
Yeah, I did pick Savkin as sort of one of my men to watch at this FT. Sounds like a cooler, not much you can do. The other point of note, Jay, you saying you thought it was going to be a cagey affair. Have you ever been here before? There's no cagey affairs on the Merit complex. Everyone just gets after it.
Yeah, I did think even even at Merit, I thought people would look at the stacks and maybe look at the ladders and think if I can outlast 5 players. The jump from 9th to 4th was nearly 100k, so that's sort of what we was looking at when the stacks were so congested when the FT started. But it has opened up a little bit now. A couple of people busting, and we kick off here. Next session with Banacevic opening from the hijack.
Yeah, always kind of interesting when, you know, the chip leader's only like 45 bigs deep himself. So, you know, can cause some really interesting spots as we see Banacevic trying to sneak one through here with Queen Jack. Seems quite reasonable off one of the shorter stacks. Voronin defending Queen 9. Oh, Jay, off to the Ace Queen Deuce.
Chooses the 3 million size, just south of 40%. Feel like on Ace High Rainbow we are going to have some smaller sizes, but 3 million is going to get some value from worse here.
Oh, 9 of spades on the turn.
Only saving grace, we're not at top end in the form of Ace X here, and we're just working with Queen X as Banacevic. So not going to be an utter disaster. Not going to be going broke with this hand.
Yeah, 4 of spades river, pot behind. Decision on Voronin. What's the thoughts, Jay? What do you think he's thinking? Do we ask for it all?
Yeah,
do we go small? Like small doesn't make much sense.
Yeah, I don't think we can ask for it all, because what's Banacevic's check back range? Surely if he's got like ace 10 plus, he's just going to want to continue barreling here, getting some value. So doesn't look like he's going to have too much strong ace X. I guess some stuff like ace 6, ace 5 suited in there.
Yeah,
checking back for some pot control. It goes for 7 million for exactly half here. I guess one of the good things, we credibly rep a few bluffs from the big blind. We can have some king jack, jack 10, king 10, and maybe the 4-5 suited, 4-3 suited that defends cover in.
Yeah, I guess a nice thing for Voronin is that once Banacevic checks back turn is that the ace of spades is on board, right? So it's not like you can have ace 5 of spades here that backdoors into the nuts. Hard to call here, right? Like having a jack cannot be a good thing here.
Yeah, I agree completely. Like if we are going to catch a queen, probably not good to have this as our sidecar, but then again, we're not going to open queen 8 suited. So I guess all of our queen X are just going to be blocking some of these bluffs, the king jack, jack 10, king 10 type stuff.
And like really critical moments, like if we get this wrong and make the call, we're going to be crippled and down to what, 5 blinds. So very, very dicey moments for Banacevic.
Yeah, I feel like how we assign our strategy here, we are going to have some ace X that check back, some ace 5, ace 3 suited. Like all these hands, I guess, are going to be the ones that we call. Maybe we don't have to dip into the queen X here when we can still plausibly have some ace X that get to the river in this fashion.
And like to go back to the flop, he bet 40%, right? So if the guy has like a 3-4 of clubs type thing, like are they really sticking around? Oh, and he's paid it off and about to get the very bad news. Nice sizing from Voronin. Looks like got the max there.
Yeah, very nice from Voronin, and I agree. Would have potentially got the maximum. If he ekes towards pot, maybe the Queen Jack of Banacevic hits the mark, and nice bit of value on the end there from the Russian.
That takes the chip lead now, Voronin. Believe he was the day 1C chip leader, so he's looking to go wire to wire. You see him, Briskin, Mr. Perfect. You gotta love it. Top 3 in chips. So a big gulf now between that top 3. Menhart and Sebastian. Probably the guys that need to play Titus J, right? Try and get rid of the 2 short stacks, Banacevic and Sebastian.
Yeah, well, Menhart didn't win a pot until about 10 minutes before the first break. He was just folding, rightly so, letting the collision effect take course. He then got a walk and then managed to double up on the button 2 hands later and got himself right back in it. So just sort of patience prevailed for Menhart. Sorry, he was in the cutoff, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, for himself and Sebastian, if they double, they're basically chip lead, right? So order of business for them, perhaps. Try and ladder up to the remaining 5 and then go on a bit of a tear. Nasty one for Banacevic, though, and he's put himself in a bad spot now, in early position.
Yeah, then we can just outlast 2 more opponents, Andy. We pocket an extra $38,000.
Yeah, it's getting you know, the jumps are getting big. Mr. Perfect with a perfectly playable ace-jack of diamonds. Intriguing. Decides to bump it up to 4 million, slightly larger open size. Kind of puts hands like that in a worse spot if they were to consider V-pipping, but out of the way. Should just get this one through in my eyes, with Banacevic on, you know, the 5 big blind stack about to be out the door and very often, right? So let's just fold and, what, make 15 grand, something like that?
Yeah, not just the 5 big blind stack. I think Gonzo's got around 10 as well.
Yeah.
So just trying to outlast these 2. Kind of the idea. Pocket that extra $37,000, which in a 2K, good for
a lot,
18 buy-ins. Yeah, it's a chunk. I enjoyed watching this man play today, Mr. Perfect. And come out all guns blazing. FT. I think it was the second hand of the FT, under the gun open from Ace Queen. He flats Queen 9 suited in the low jack.
He's so spicy.
It comes Queen Jack 7, Ace Queen bets. He 4x's the raise and Ace Queen folds. It was unbelievable. He got the better hand to fold, was probably thinking he was raising for value.
How's Ace Queen folded? It's like the fine line between genius and insanity, that raise, I guess. Is it a value raise? Is it a bluff? We may never know.
Me and Ben's going to figure out what it was. Over to a Gonzo here.
I'm hating it. I love this fold. Just going to put it out there. I just saw him look at Banacevic and just be like, well, I'm out, right? Ace 6 suited.
And the only man that comes into this final table I couldn't actually find anything on the database for, but he's actually played exceptionally. Like, the just awareness is there. You can tell the awareness is there. He's ICM aware and just recognizing a lot of spots he doesn't need to take because of how the stacks are situated.
Yeah, Sebastian, I wondered if he would consider walks here with Banacevic about to be in the big. But the fact that Menhart has basically the same stack as MJ, he's not really incentivized to bump this up from the big either.
It should be honest poker between these two.
Yeah, does check. The Romanian gets a free look. Has the best hand with 10 high. Still has the best hand, improving to a 10 high flush draw. Menhart with just 6 high, no diamond. Not much for him to work with. How do you think Sebastian is? How do you think the wheels are turning, Jay, so to speak here? What do we want to do?
I feel like just check. I feel like these spots when we're like middle of the pack and we've got 2 short stacks or even 1 outright short stacks, when we're playing against a stack depth that's very similar to ours, it's almost very similar to when there's an all-in and call and there's a dry side pot.
Yeah,
like we just want to play really honestly, even with our draws. Like just check, and then when we make our hand, we can start betting it.
Yeah, he does decide on bet. I think I would follow your lead and check here. I feel like Menhart is even less incentivized to stab than normal, right, for obvious reasons. And I could see him checking back something as strong as like a weak king, right? And looks like, so we're probably going to get to realize equity against a 9, against an 8.
Not even a weak king, like king queen probably checks in this situation.
This is what I mean,
well.
right?
Yeah,
so it's sort of one of those. Although on the flip side of that, when we bet, we might, you know, like an 8 with no backdoor, you might immediately get a fold, right? Like I could see it. And you may get some sort of gut shots like we saw he had just out of the pot, which is not the end of the world. Nice pickup for Sebastian. So all eyes on Banicevic. 3 million of his 7.6 are in the middle already. Just shows you how critical that river decision was. Like, if we fold there and we go through the blinds, it's not the end of the world, right? We still got 11 million. I wonder if, yeah, okay. I thought Mr. Perfect should consider that one longer. I would open there.
Yes.
Ace 7 off, 7-handed. Nobody wants to come up against you, right? If they have like an ace 10 or something, they probably fold, right? It's one of those. Anyway, it's going to fold to the small. Menhart is one of these spots where unless he wakes up with something half decent, he's hating this in some ways.
Is it not the short stack though in the big?
It is, yeah. I'm just saying sometimes he maybe wants one of the big stacks just to do the dirty work and get rid of his man. He's found a big hand. What a time to look down at 2 9s.
Yeah. Let's see if he can find the complete here. He is going to go with jam, but I've seen these spots a lot blind on blind, and like we aren't supposed to like shove 8s, 9s, 10s.
Even with 3 back?
I feel like these are ones that just complete, because Banicevic, he just shoves anything with 2 overcards calls us anyway, so these get in anyway. But what it does, it has the function of keeping 2 undercards in, which are drawing to like 18% equity. Yeah, exactly that. And then we potentially get it against when they flop a 7, when they flop a 3. Like the idea of the spot is anything we're flipping against anyway.
Will never
fold. It was never going to fold, and they realise anyway, because they shove them hands themselves. If he wakes up with Queen Jack, Jack 10, he's just going to put it in himself. But these are like really nuanced spots. But when you look at them in the solver, like I think it's down to 8s at that stack depth, like just one that just completes, and it keeps all these undercard stuff in. And
that certainly makes sense. But look at the LUXON Pay Grand Final trophy. Somebody will be holding that aloft in a few hours' time. As the box office character that is Briskin.
He 3-bet folded this hand earlier.
I heard. Now then, Voronin. Ace Queen O in hijack.
Just a call here, Andrew. Just 2 of the big stacks. Not wanting to blow to pot here, as Voronin is going to make the call with the Ace Queen. Don't think we get any 3-bets. So there may even be some folding going on now, I think about it. But against Briskin, what we've seen from him already this final table, would not be folding this one. Just feel like we're going to dominate enough stuff in position.
Sure. Oh, hello.
Oh, no.
Hello.
Oh, my word. And it's 1, 2, 3 and chips.
Oh. He just cracks me up, Mr. Perfect. Just like, so zen.
I'm pretty confident if Voronin's not in this pot, this is just a call from Mr. Perfect in the big blind. I'm actually not sure what we do when there's a call.
I know what Mr. Perfect's going to do. He says 20 mil. He's made it absolutely huge. He's going to fold it again, he announces. I like it. I mean, what? The guy's just put 13 bigs in? Like... He folds so fast, Briskin. What a boss. I mean, I say I like it. Maybe I don't. It depends on how he's going to, you know, adapt this squeeze strategy. I feel when they put 20 million in, Jay, like, I just don't think this is light.
I don't think it's light either. I wouldn't expect to. Is Mr. Perfect not the type that potentially does that with Ace Queen as well, though?
I mean, maybe.
It's tough. It is tough against this particular customer, I'll be honest.
It's actually wild how... So what, what are we doing with queens here to the 20 mil? So it's what, just kings and aces and we just fold everything else? It's pretty grim, isn't it?
I have no idea multi-way after Voronin's flat in between, I'll tell you that.
That's a nice pickup, though. Puts more daylight between himself and the rest. 20 mil. Have some of that, lads. I kind of expect to see like 14 to 15 million, maybe 20. Oofed.
Well, he did go for the near 4x open with jacks on the button a bit earlier on the final as well. So
he's an interesting character.
Mr. Perfect loves mixing up the sizes. Keeps them guessing. Keeps us guessing in the booth.
Yeah, I want some backstory on the Mr. Perfect moniker.
I had really good hand. You can check the.
Well then, Banicevic, have you got something, sir? Yes, you do. Good luck. I was going to say any universe where we make it 3 mil and somehow fold if it goes all in, all in. Maybe, maybe not. With 2.5 bigs.
It could be an idea.
I could see it. Oh wow, okay. Mr. Perfect decides not to. I thought he might call here with Jack 10. Well, here we go. Chance to get back into the fight, Jay. 10 million in the middle.
I told you, I know the meta. I know the meta.
Somehow 8-3 offsuit has 31%.
That's a lot.
Feels like a lot.
For a dusty old holding in the big blind, but Bruskin feels like needs to call when it's just 2.5 bigs.
Yes.
Okay, Ace King 3, both flop a piece. 31% shrinks down to 19 for Briskin, looking for a 2-pair out. Not to be on the turn, 5 of diamonds. One more card to fade then for Banicevic to get back into the battle. And does. 4 of hearts on the river. You know what they say, Jay, every great adventure starts with the smallest of steps, doesn't it?
I have to, like, come on, it's 2.5.
Do they say that?
I do.
Oh, okay, you say that. Okay, that makes sense.
I think they do say that. Or every climb, every journey. Whatever.
I
There we go.
thought when you started the sentence, I thought a chip in a chair was coming. That was it.
No. I like to make my own rhetoric. In any case, Banicevic, excuse me, back in the mix.
Yeah, Manhart and Gonzo don't like to see that. But
yeah, they're
still.
hating it, right? You're just anti-railing your man.
Yeah, chat. A bit shocked to see 8-3 off all in there. It was less than 2.5 bigs, guys.
Yeah. Any two will do.
Exactly that.
All right, then, on we go. Voronin folds the offsuit king under the gun. These ones very tricky in my eyes, Jay, with the distributions.
I feel fold in this distribution. As
One thing I will say, Gonzo's in the big, so that makes this a bit more appetizing. And like, if we're gonna get a steal spot, I feel like early position might be the one. I don't hate it actually. I think it's borderline, but now we are in trouble because we're gonna have to call.
Yeah, it depends on the big stacks as well. How much are they free betting?
Like,
How much
are they leaning
getting
on you
after it?
every time?
This is the thing. If we're getting leaned on by the big stacks, I feel like fold, but maybe in
Like
the
sometimes they will just let you get away with it, right? Like I've no idea. Like it's conjecture. What's Mr. Perfect going to do with ace 6 off? Is he going to 3-bet? But this is a bit of a disaster for Sebastian. Is there a world where we can fold? By the way, like.
I don't think we can.
I don't think
it's
6.5,
six and a
right?
half, and we got 2
Yeah.
invested.
I think we could fold to like 8 on an FT. Because it's a bit of a disaster if we double up our man and we flip-flop. Yeah, he's in. And all of a sudden, Banicevic, from having 3.9 million a moment ago, could take over Gonzo and Sebastian. Big old all-in moment. Sebastian praying for a queen. As the immediate outs.
Wait.
Ace, king, 9, 1 diamond. Now hunting for a jack alongside one of the remaining queens. Backdoor diamond's a thing. 7 of hearts on the turn. Banicevic still holding. So queen or a jack for Sebastian. Doesn't find it, and just like that, Banicevic on the spin. That's a nice feeling, Jay, when you feel like you're almost, what, 9 out of 10 times getting 7th? It seems pretty hard to spin it up.
I'd say probably higher than that. Probability that we bust next just going to be through the roof and going double. Beautiful.
And Sebastian perhaps lamenting that open. And it is big, right? That's a third of our chips. Like, it's a pretty big moment on this final for him.
The thing is, as well, like, you weren't here the first couple of hours with me and Dems, but the way this FT played, it doesn't seem like everyone's ICM aware, and there's potential collisions that shouldn't happen that will happen at this FT, and maybe another reason why we don't need to open that hand. Just sit there, let 2-3 players bust, and make ourselves a decent chunk of money.
I know, but folding Queen 10 suited, it goes against every instinct that a poker player has. Now, he had a tricky one a minute ago. This one has its own problems too. As the kind of shorty now, you like this more?
Well, we outright short stack now, Sebastian. Has Gonzo not got around?
Gonzo's just shorter than us, but we're kind of joint bottom.
Yeah, going to take the ace-3 suit. It seems like a fine attempt to still, yeah. Like much prefer this over Queen 10 suited as the attempt to still, just with the ace blocker in there. More removal to reshoves, more removal to calls.
Yeah, final table is just so tricky. Now, the problem you have is Mr. Perfect strikes me as the type of guy who will potentially peel wider than he should. You know, I might be casting aspersions, and it's not to be disrespectful, but he's in the mix.
No, your assumption is correct. Awesome.
And like, if we're not getting this to fold, it becomes a lot less fun. We can see we're only 60-40. I like the open though. He hates this flop. Double gut shot for Voronin. One of those boards, Jay, that we feel like we need to bet, but this is absolutely bleak. Feeling anyway.
Maybe one we go like small quarter, like 2.1, something like that. Just to flush out.
It's hard, isn't it? To just sort of targeting King X that has no connectivity. We might have to fire a turn shell on some favorable ones. Let's go for 2.7, about a third pot. Any universe, Jay, where more than just call?
It's kind of interesting here because obviously, do we get any hands to fold?
Right. You get these to fold, right? Suited ace X. Maybe ace king if we jam. I'm not too sure.
Ace king probably checks this one though because it don't want to get jammed on.
You never know though, do ya? I hear you though. Deuce of spades turn. Sebastian, all of a sudden, is finding himself with pot behind, just ace high. So hard to pull the trigger here.
Oh, but he's reaching. If this was the deuce of clubs, could get behind it. There are a fair amount of hands we get out, like some random 10x, 8x without a draw. But ace-3 suited here, just going to have reduced equity when called, probably only drawing to an ace and sometimes drawing dead in this situation. I think it's fine to just wave the white flag.
Yeah, and there are still some rivers like this one that we could potentially do something on river. Now, action on Voronin, who somehow gets to the river here with 9 high. How tough is it to pull the trigger here? Like,
I don't think we can on this river. He is going to find it with the glance at the chips, but there's just so much that's going to connect here for Sebastian. He's open from gun. He's going to have some King X. He's going to have some potential ace jack that wants to realize.
Like, so complex in terms of what can I do here? Like, I can't really block, right? It doesn't really make any sense. We're not going to block a queen on this King River, I don't believe. So, but also, what are my strong hands? I probably don't have queens or 10s or 8s pre. They might, you might have 8s.
Yeah, like from a theory standpoint, though, we need to find bluffs, right? So, as Voronin, so like I guess 9 high blocking, some Jack 9. Maybe Jack 9 suit is not going to be in there, but I guess we're 9 high here as Voronin.
Can Sebastian solve the riddle? I mean, it does seem hard for Voronin to have a strong hand, and we can still have some. Like, what can we have? King 10 suited, Jay? Maybe. I don't know if it definitely opens. King Jack, we probably don't raise river.
Do you think ace jack just sends turn with a double gut shot?
I do. I think it probably does. Pocket Kings definitely bets again on the turn. Aces bet again. It's so hard for either of them to have something really strong, I think. What a fascinating spot. Imagine he flicks call in here, by the way. You do beat 7-9. You do beat 9-6, but that's it. Maybe try to decide, Jay, if you can turn it into a bluff.
Yeah,
but
we can't call, Andrew.
Yeah.
Like ace 9.
No, obviously can't call.
Andrew, ace 9's actually one that seems like a really nice bluff now I think about it. I was trying to think of more bluffs for Voronin because we need bluffs in this spot. Maybe ace 9's one that that potentially is going to be a really nice bluff there on the river.
Yeah.
9-6 getting the job done. Credit to Voronin. It takes heart to bluff that river, Andrew. I know we're sitting with 9 high and maybe we need the only way we can win the pot is to bluff. But when you think about the range of Sebastian, this river card just seems so good for the under the gun range. And not just the under the gun range, the under the gun range off of that stack size,
absolutely.
which is supposed to be snug.
Interesting one. You do get some really fascinating shallow stacked spots. The Russian gets it through in a bit of a disastrous 5 minutes or so for Sebastian. Stack cut in half, and he's in the big blind now, under threat.
You understand? If it's gonna happen.
Round to Briskin then. 9-2 off. Out the way. Gonza out the way too, you would imagine.
No.
Now then, Voronin, how much do you want to lean?
Feels like this is a nice one to lean, not in the form of all in, but maybe we can make this like 2.2 BBs. Electing to complete. And Sebastian now with the King 10 off as the outright short stack, only working with around 7 here, between 7 and 8. So King 10 off, probably just going to be into the middle.
Just feels like people don't trap like properly, I want to say. Maybe that's the wrong word in this type of spot. It just feels like so often we just get this through with jam, right? And there's what, 4.5 million in the middle that we desperately need to secure. He'll be happy about that. A little sigh of relief after a rocky few minutes. What's wrong with Britson? It's the first time I've heard him be quiet in about 5 hours. He's back.
Only on the vacation, like the series.
Mr. Perfect. He's just not in the mix, mate. He's not in the mix for a chat. Seeing what Banicevic makes of these sixes.
Pretty easy fold in my opinion, but does want to open. Banicevic actually pulled sixes early on from middle position against a gun open at the start of this final table. And I spoke to Dems about this. I feel like it's just people that know that in chip EV you're supposed to open pairs, but maybe haven't looked at the ICM spots and don't recognize that we need to be removal based with our opens rather than like as made hands, if you want these small pairs, not blocking anything. If anything, they're blocking the fold, stuff like 6-2, 6-3, 9-6, all this type of stuff. This is like one of the biggest missteps I see at final tables at this sort of buy-in level. Does work on this occasion.
Yeah,
does
even
get
a
the raise
hand
to
as
take.
like strong as pocket eights isn't even a great open, you know. It just, whenever you can't stand heat at an FT, right? Whereas like a hand as strong as eights, for example, when you have to fold to every time you get 3-bet, it just seems like a disaster, doesn't it?
Exactly that. Like sixes there. Although I'd never open ace deuce off. Ace deuce off's probably going to be a better open in ICM.
Maybe not so bad, but
Nice spell for him regardless. Recovered from being on the ventilator. You can breathe easily once more.
that means something, yeah? If I play 10k,
Action on Mr. Perfect from under the gun, out of the way.
Wait.
Brixton just cracks me up at all times. Jack 5 suited, off he goes. Going to be round to Voronin. Very playable Queen 9 of clubs. Can you shove here, by the way?
Do you know what? It was just going through my head.
I was just thinking of the stacks, and yeah, I'm all in here.
What we got? 10.
It's like
for
20 in the small.
Sebastian.
I would have open jammed this hand.
Yeah, you're spot on. 10, 19,
Yeah.
and 16.
Perfect spot.
Yep, really nice open shove prospect.
Just
from
something
the cutoff.
for Voronin to start considering.
Yeah, got a nice seat for it as well, Voronin, with 3 stacks on its direct left with sub 20. So really good spot to play some open jams. With stuff like that, we like suited and gapped.
As we tick to 9:30 or so local time. Still awake enough to recognize that we could maybe rifle that one. You think that's an adjustment that like not so many players, if they haven't looked at it, might not be
This
like it's not immediately intuitive, is it, to be like, right, I'm going to start open ripping.
the thing about tournaments, like especially in big fields, you don't make a final table too often. Like you're not going to make an FT very often, but people that are just used to playing poker and play their own game, how they play throughout the entire tournament, maybe they've just not looked at final table spots and they're not aware of it. And I feel like that's what it always is, Andrew. Just understudied, not looked at any sims and how we are supposed to play when distribution is like this and we cover all the stacks behind.
One thing I will say also on the flip side is that if you've got 3 guys behind you who just don't care, or less, like then all of a sudden open shoving doesn't become so
Of course,
attractive,
yeah,
right?
This is the other thing.
If they wake up with ace-10 off and are just never folding it, then maybe it becomes a little less attractive to rip it in. Anyway, Sebastian burns a time bank here. Voronin opening, hijack. We have ace-5 of clubs in the cutoff.
Yeah, against chip lead up. Wouldn't fault Sebastian for taking this one. Like, if we are going to have some bluffs, this is the prime one. Blocking aces and always having 33% versus any other hand at least that calls us.
Is it one of those spots where we actually have way more fold equity than perhaps is, you know, than that is immediately apparent on the surface, right?
Yep.
Like 10 bigs is still, you know, Voronin should be opening so wide that we get a lot of folds.
Exactly that. Like Voronin should open any ace here, any suited king. He should even dip into the suited queen.
Yeah,
so
definitely.
we're just going to get so many folds here, Sebastian. I really like this jam from him. I think this is a really good find.
Now, let's see how Banicevic wants to approach pocket sevens in the small blind. Does, of course, still have the chip leader behind.
Yeah, would not be calling here as Banicevic. I know we can see the cards and he's in great shape, but we still got Voronin behind to worry about. You've also got the collision factor when Voronin calls, potentially bust Sebastian. We ladder a spot.
Yeah, I would turbo fold that one. And Voronin, Jay, for 10? Like, okay, fine, we don't figure to be in the best of shape, but chance to knock off a player. We've got the chips.
Then I realized you don't speak Russian because you talk on different language, something like that. Yeah, and I was thinking.
We'll see what he lands on. I think people typically fold, of course. Just wondered if you ever felt like spinning the wheel. And that's a great result for Sebastian.
Yeah, pendulum back swinging the right way. Couple of setbacks early on this session, but gets the momentum going in the right direction.
Yeah, credit to him. Not easy to pull the trigger, especially when things have been going against you.
Yeah, but really enjoying this FT. Lots of spots to delve into. I do find when we're here at Marriott and we're covering the tournaments, we're not going to see note perfect fundamental play at the final table. People who have their own ideas, their own strategies. Always try and strip it back from a theory standpoint, just to try and give the viewers an idea of what could potentially be going on.
Yeah, if you are just joining us, guys, LUXON Pay Grand Final table, 2K buy-in, 2 million guaranteed. Myself, Andrew Headley, and Jay Harwood calling the action. James Dempsey will be back in to the booth with myself in a little while as we fold round to Banicevic. Gets out of the way. Mr. Perfect now. 9-7.
No, I don't know. I didn't.
Brixton already trying to convince his man not to raise.
To be fair, he early on in the FT talked someone out of completing the small blind, then ended up giving him a walk. It was 8-6 off, to be fair, but he.
Oh, hello.
Okay.
Now,
Like we don't have
ace
the
4-4.
both of us, eh? It looks like. It looks
Quite
like
like
ace
this
is not
from
a card,
Brixton.
yeah. Yeah, I check, of course.
Gonna
Come on,
set
ace
the
for
trap.
four.
Let's go check.
Like, what can I do? Come on.
Check.
Wow.
Oh,
Okay, let's go.
9 on the turn.
Someone get Briskin in the booth. No, we can't have
What
an
happened
ace.
there? He just turbo folded.
Wow.
Mr. Perfect.
Turns the 9 and just snap folds.
Yeah, you see shitty hand.
These guys.
I'm honest with you.
This is the quickest fold in history as well.
How's he know?
What a
Andrew?
legend.
How's he know?
Yeah, he knows that the deuce 5 and stuff start bluffing the flop.
That is true. That is very true.
That's hilarious. What a fold.
No, here one. Yeah. Ну давай, надо тащить вообще.
That's a pretty mad fold. Blind
Look at
on
this,
blind.
the lads are on the vodkas.
Correct. Yeah.
2/3 pot was slightly bigger size, but even still, some fold there from Mr. Perfect. I don't think you see many, if anyone, fold there after turning a pair blind on blind.
I've just seen 3 of the table take a shot of hard liquor. That's what we do here at the Mediterranean Poker Party. Loving this. Back on Mr. Perfect. Very playable. King Jack on the button. We see him do these big opens, right? What?
Mr. Perfect?
What's going on?
I have no idea. He's a different man to what he was first session.
He's just not feeling it? Like one of those vibes?
11.7.
What is going on? King Jack folds, and Mr. Perfect, he just knew. This is wild stuff. King Jack folds the button. 6-4 off of Brixton is in the mix. Shoves. Gonza snaps it off as he should. Somehow only a 3% equity favorite, Jay. Talk me through that. That can't be real. It's got to be card removal somehow.
Yeah, exactly. That just means some ace and 10x in the mark, whereas the 6 and 4s are going to be live there.
How is Mr. Perfect folded? Would imagine he would have raised, called the big blind. Would have got there with top pair. Gonza holding. He's trying to bribe the dealer.
No, now you need to hit 6 or 4.
Oh dear.
For the bride.
Looks like $1,000 in hand.
For the bride.
Gonza looks to fade 6s and 4s and does so. Oh man, this is chaotic.
Let's go like this, and tell me.
So many unknown quantities, right? Like, give me a good reason for Mr. Perfect to get out of the way, Jay. Give me a good one.
I haven't got one for you, Andrew. It doesn't make any sense to me. Sometimes, I guess, people just don't fancy it. I'm not that type. I'm very theoretical based. I know you are as well, but there are feel players out there, as we call them, people that feel whether they want to play this hand, whether it's their pot, whether it's their time. That's all I've got for you.
Okay.
You asked me the question. I gave you an answer.
You did.
That's the best I can
I'm
do.
not happy with it, but we'll take it. Right. Konstantin Voronin then. Chip leading, 74 million. Good for a shade under 50 bigs. Mr. Perfect closely follows. Then a bit of daylight now between Brixton and the rest of the field. Menhart, Gonza, Banicevic, and Sebastian basically all tied for 4th, Jay. So that's going to be interesting now. Nobody's cut adrift, so we'll see how that impacts their decision-making. And, of course, we lost Timothy Savkin and Alexandru Lupulaic in 8th and 9th. It's like when, you know, there's certain people who, like, won't play a hand, like the hand after the dinner break or whatever.
Is there?
There is. Or, like, the hand before it or whatever. There's certain people who are just like, yeah, I don't play this specific hand.
I know before the break, they don't play last hand before the break.
Right,
I've seen someone do that before.
All right.
I don't play the last hand before the break.
Well, Brixton's going to play this one. Ace-9 of diamonds on the button.
Yeah, when got no logical reason why we find King Jack off, we have to start coming up with other things, I guess, Andrew, of why he might let that go on the button. But it was well timed, because if he opens there, ace-10 shoves, he may even call it off, give him a spin.
You would have had to, right? Like 8 blinds. Anyway, Queen 10-4. Voronin defends 7 high in diamonds, comes up empty. Brixton going to give him a free one. Voronin now takes the lead. This hand going faster than the speed of light, and they're going to chop it up.
No, видишь, fair fight. It's okay. That's good. You see how good was my button? Yeah. Честно.
The two Russians are chopping up both with the flush. Going back to that hand, now I actually think about it. King Jack opens button, fold small, shove for 8, King Jack calls it, come King high. See you later. I've just realised. Oh my word, I've just realised.
I was wondering why you were like, oh, then you might give him a spin, and I'm like, yeah, and you win.
And Gonzo's out, just like that.
Isn't it funny, like sliding doors moments in tournaments? We talk about it all the time. like sort of lost in the chaos there. Gonza just kind of gets a gift of a double, right? And would have been out. Isn't it incredible? If he wins 375k, he owes Mr. Perfect a beer or a vodka shot or a pina colada or whatever it is that's next to arrive at the table.
Okay, thank you.
I've got to try some of this Turkish tea. It seems like everyone's
It's
drinking
good.
it. I haven't tried it yet.
It's good. All right, Mr. Perfect now just mixing a limp in. This man, I have no idea how to conceptualize what he's up to. But listen, he's joint chip lead in the 2K. Allows Voronin in from the small, and Sebastian thrilled to have a free look at the 6-7 of spades.
1-2.
I wonder what he thinks of this limp from Mr. Perfect, because first time we've seen this at the final from him, hasn't limped a single hand yet. This is the first time he's open limped. So difficult to range our opponent and think what this is supposed to be. I wouldn't expect it to be ace-jack. I'd be thinking something like a 8-9 suited, something along these lines.
Can actually get behind limp sometimes if you have like 2 monster stacks behind you and you don't want them to 3-bet you, right? You might be able to limp call and stuff like this, but a little curious when he's essentially joint chip lead. It's going to be hand over anyway. Listen, this man just gets it done. I'm in no position to critique what he's been doing. It's whatever you're doing, it's working.
But he's a different man than he was last session. He's come back after the break, Andrew, and he's just playing a lot more cautious. It seems like maybe he's looked at the money we're playing for, and if he can get third, perhaps second.
He's just bobbing and weaving, isn't he? Keeping people guessing. Retakes the chip lead with that small pot. Action back on Banicevic, out of the way.
You won last 10?
Yep.
You show something?
No.
So you
Round to Gonza. Tricky. Queen 10 off, so he's got the big stack Voronin on his left. Sebastian behind him. Yeah, this man just seems very aware. Can't really get too out of line, Jay, with his pre-flop opens. Knows that Voronin's going to kind of keep the foot on the neck of the 2 guys behind and chip them down.
Yeah, I mentioned earlier, seems really clued up about the situation. Just some of the folds he's made, some of the jams that others may have taken that he has not. Just hoping that there's some carnage ready to ensue in later hands.
Like this from Voronin, just keeping the pressure on. Very easy to just raise fold this one. And gonna get a lot of folds pre-flop from the 2 gents on his left.
What a beautiful trophy. The LUXON Pay trophy sits there. Going to be going to one of these final 7. Mr. Perfect in the driver's seat at the moment. Slight chip lead on Voronin. And Gonza, he's been patient all final table, and he gets his reward in the form of the aces.
What a beautiful sight to see with 24 million chips in front of you. In for the min raise. Just praying somebody wakes up. Sebastian, King 8 suited, not quite strong enough. Gonna fold round to the big blind. And does find a playable one. Queen Jack of diamonds. Does seem like a fairly normal spot just to call. Like, you're not even loving this, Jay, right? When the short stack opens here. But too much hand right to fold to them in, obviously.
Got to be involved here with the Queen Jack suited as Banicevic.
This is trouble. Queen 9-5, spade heart. Around about 2.5 pots back for the man in the big.
I'm just thinking of size to potentially go here. Like if this weren't a FT of ICM, maybe one we have some bigger bets on just to set up a nice comfortable turn jam. But it's going to elect for small 2.5 into 8.5, around 30%.
This is dicey for Banicevic. Oh, He looks like he's raising. Does make it. Looks like 5.7 to me, something like this. And is. You've still got them, Gonza. Is there only one move, Jay? Like, do we ever just call, or like, do we just think our man is just going to run it here so often?
The cogs are thinking about it right now, Andrew. I'm having a little think whether to play flat or whether to potentially 3-bet jam here. Like, the bluffs of Banacevic at this stack depth, like, it's not going to be gut shots. It should be stuff like king 6 of spades, like the overcard free to flush, free to straight stuff. So, like, it's going to be a really polar raise here, I think. I think either value probably the strong queen X, and
I can't fault him for sticking this in. And Banacevic all of a sudden gets the bad news. And we've just put ourselves into a grim spot now.
yeah, well, Banacevic, he has been around for years, amounted 1.4 million in cashes, and he is second on the Montenegro all-time money list. Been playing this game for close to 20 years on the database, and maybe it's the old school move, Andrew. Find out where I am.
Yeah, just... I'm trying to think in my head if I'd be happy check raise getting in king queen, for example, here. And even that in a final table scenario just doesn't... Yeah, and he's got out of the way. Fair play.
There you go. Old school.
It
the old
is.
raise fold top pair. You would have heard that a lot back in early 2000s as I was finding out where I was. Not much of a thing this day and age in 2025, but the old school play potentially saves his tournament.
And Gonza, just like that, goes from, what, 11 million a few minutes ago in the big blind. He's up to 4th on the leaderboard. Feeling good about life.
Something close to oil, yeah?
I want to go for a drink with Brixkin. I'm not going to lie. The guy is comedy value. Okay. As we plow on. Brixton now under the gun with ace-6 of clubs. You're not thrilled, Jay, to have Mr. Perfect covering you in the big, but still gonna open?
Yeah, Briskin's actually been quiet for a little bit as well.
I
Maybe
actually don't
use that
mind
to
this.
his advantage.
Don't mind fold. Like, we're what, 3rd in chips? It's kind of one of those.
Yeah, 7 max seems really, really close because, well, position before low jack. Like, low jack probably opens. Maybe, yeah, a6 suited. The one that does fold from gun. 7 max is the suited ace-x all the way round to Menhart on the button.
And Banicevic, who's had a right roller coaster here on this final. Out of the way, Mr. Perfect. Had a good hand.
I had ace-6 of clubs, so we probably play this spot together. Toto?
Frustration written on Banicevic there, perhaps thinking, why didn't I just call in the Queen-Jack spot and see a turn and make a decision from there? A strange one though, right? Because if you check calls and the turn's like a deuce, and then checks and just faces that double barrel, like...
Probably not folding, is he?
I'm not saying that I like how he check raise folds top pair, but you hear me, there are some scenarios where we're just out. But then again, we could just call and turn a jack, right, and get the double. It's one of those things in tournament poker. He did make the right decision.
As they say as well, Andrew. Or actually, as you say, when it's your time to die, it's your time to die at a poker table.
That's it, mate.
Sometimes you're just destined to bust in a given
Well,
spot.
He'll be hoping it's not his time to die, but it is his time to go. 6 big blinds, ace-6 suited into the 2 big stacks. Gonna get it through the first one.
No. I'm just asking before. I didn't look my cards before, so I'm just asking. All the time. I'm the honest guy, so I didn't look. I'm honest guy. I'm just.
Oh, he's something else. Well, let's see what he finds. Queen 3 suited.
How much?
Yeah, quarter of our stack, probably. Ooh.
I don't think we can call here. Does he want to gamble?
Okay, you're on the top of my list, okay.
From my list.
I wouldn't like to be on the top of that list, I'll tell you that.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
but they had the suited queen.
Had an ace pal.
The other thing, Andrew, it's been such a friendly NFT in terms of showing cards. A lot of players have been showing each other what they've had, keeping it friendly, knocking the shots back. It's like we're not playing for $375,000.
It's like a home game,
Yeah.
that's right. And just a reminder, guys, as Jay just referenced, $375,000 for the win in the LUXON Pay Grand Final. $250,000 for second, so big old prize pool. Of course, was 2.8 million in the end. And that advertised 2 million guarantee. We move forward, and just in time for Sebastian. Pocket jacks, 9 blinds, +1.
At least you get back to the business. Yeah? You have like 8 big, 9 big.
Is there any like half stacking, Jay, like and somehow get away against 3 all-ins or something, or what do we think?
No one's been doing it. Obviously, it's a thing. See it a lot more over in like the UK. Most of the regulars just always half stacking, 60% stacking at final tables, but at this particular final table, no one has even thought about going for the half stack strategy.
Okay, Mr. Perfect wants a count. I'm just loving him and Brixton, and it just feels like something wild could happen at any moment. Like, you wouldn't be shocked to see someone take a really wild spin spot, right? But surely not.
Folds king jack off on the button when folded to, but wants to call the 9 big blind shove from +1 with 6-7 suited. I don't think so.
He does want to. Surely he won't. Out of the way. It's going to be round to Gonzo.
One more time.
Gonza, excuse me. Oofed. Again, one for chips potentially, Jay. We'd flick it in, but yeah, he just knows where he's at. He just can't call this one. We're in a decent position now, right? We've got ourselves to 32 million or so. Not calling off with ace-9.
Yeah, I've been thoroughly impressed with Gonza all final table. He just seems the most clued up in these given situations. Yes, he's not chip leader. He's not even in the top 3, but that doesn't necessarily mean he's not been playing some very good stuff. And at final tables, when you're in the middle of the pack to short stack, sometimes that's how you play the best. You just do a lot of folding and you make money that way.
Yeah.
But for the man that I can't find anything online on the database, maybe one of these vultures that messages the mob and says, I don't want any of me results on there. So when people see their table draw, they look and they can't find him anywhere.
Who's that, Gonza?
Yeah, Gonza. And
what, we've got nothing?
Can't find anything on him anywhere.
The man's got no paper trail.
So maybe he's one of these that message the mob. I don't want my results on there. I don't want people to know I'm going to
message the mob.
Well, and the mob. I don't want my results on there. I don't want people to know I'm crushing everywhere I go. And then when he gets his table draw, people Google him. They can't find him anywhere. Oh, I got a fish who don't play much poker on my table, but in reality, he's a shark lurking in the waters.
I didn't know you could message the mob.
Yes, you can.
Message old Don Corleone and say, listen, pal, I don't want anybody knowing what I cashed for at GUKPT Wigan.
Exactly.
Right, okay. What's happening here? Brixton. C-betting. 5 million. Voronin coming up empty. Hand over. Easy game. Right, they really are just showing every time. That's intriguing to me. Like, we wouldn't be showing, right? Like, just in general. Like, maybe in the situations where, I don't know, you get a walk or, you know, you've re-jammed. I don't even know. I can't think of many situations where I'm going to let people have free info. And a part of the enigma of Brixton, though, he just doesn't care, does he? He's just like, right, I'm here. I'm shooting for the win. I'm not fooled, by the way, by the act. Like, we've seen some shrewd, you know, we saw him turbo fold ace king. You said he folded it twice, right, at this final now. So he's not, you know, the jolly, jolly idiot that he might potentially try to portray, right? He's sharp.
He knows what he's doing. He knows what he's up to, trust me. He's trying to portray this persona that he's having a few too many drinks. He don't really know what he's doing. And he knows exactly what he's doing.
I was saying it to Demps. It's like the guys that dress in like multicolored wild clothing and try and portray that they're crazy. They're always massive nits, right? I'm not saying he is, but you know, it's normally part of a strategy. But here's a strategy from Voronin, limp trapping ace king suited.
Yeah, not going to get any raises out of this hand from Sebastian. Beautiful one to just check behind and realise with the suited connect up.
What do you think of this? Like, do you prefer just like raise non all in because like you're going to be perceived to just be at it, right?
Yeah.
With a lot of hands.
Yeah,
I might just make this 5 million. And
yeah, five seems really nice. 2.5 PBs.
Yeah. I'm just wondering, right? Like, I don't know if Sebastian's incentivized really here to just jam wide, right? Like, he's about the same stack as Banicevic and Menhart, right? It's an interesting one. So they're both going to try and get to showdown. This is a great result for Sebastian if Voronin doesn't bluff, and he doesn't. And he's absolutely loving this with bottom pair. I mean, it's not insignificant, right? 6 million in the middle here. We only have 19.
You want to trap me. And the man, Sebastian Ainu, the man that only makes final tables, only got 3 results on the database, 2 coming in 500-man fields nearly, coming first and second, and then has a 7th as well. So 3 results, 3 final tables.
Do you know why that is? He messaged the mob, didn't he? He messaged the mob.
No, you can't message the mob.
I'm messaging the mob now.
You can't just take down a few results. They either get rid of your whole profile. You can't pick and choose what you got on there. Otherwise, everyone would just have first, second.
I'm messaging the mob, mate. You have a look at my results tomorrow. Right, we're getting carried away. Banicevic, ace-king, under the gun. What a great time to find it. Shade under 9 bigs. Just hoping someone has the ace-queen suited. Ace-queen offsuit, in fact. In any case, it's going to fold round to the big blind, which is Menhart. Hasn't had anything to work with, has he, Jay? He's chipped down to 20 mil. He's going to ask for a count.
Suited ace-8.
Yeah, it's pretty tilting this spot.
The thing is, if we call and win here and bust a play, obviously we ladder, but we call and lose, we're then like huge probability to bust next.
What's like bottom range then?
I wouldn't. Yeah, I was just about to say I wouldn't fold ace-10 suited. I don't think against this sub-9 from gun specifically. Like, feel like there will be some like ace-9, ace-8 suited in my opponent's range, and then they should shove like the suited broadways, king-10, queen-10 suited perhaps.
Nice laydown.
Jack-10 suited, it's like the clean one as well that we like, that knocks out the pips higher. So does get out of the way as Menhart. But yeah, I feel like ace-10 suited probably has the call there, Andrew.
Yeah, I think even that, the more I think about it, even that is like pretty unhappy. But yeah, obviously we've got to draw a line somewhere, right? Banicevic just keeping himself in the mix. Had a very rocky final. He's still alive. Is that kind of shallow-natured final where a couple of double-ups for anybody here and they're in the chip lead?
10 million mistake.
10 million
Nothing much.
Nothing, yeah. Nothing purpose.
5 blinds.
Nothing purpose.
Message the mob. That's my next screen name.
Mob is short for Hendon Mob. We all know that.
Don't ruin the illusion. I'm messaging some very bad people and saying, don't just show my online results. Right, round to Voronin. He's kind of shown the most sort of forward motions, I'd say, at this final. He's kind of getting after it, and this I really like this with the ace. Yeah, into the 3 shorties, let's pressure them.
Got a great seat as well when folded too.
Oh, what a time to find jacks.
What a roller coaster final table it's been for Banicevic. And just going to get to jam here. No traps going on. Happy to run this for 9. Just going to get a lot of folds from the chip lead up.
Would we trap like kings here? Do you think? What do you reckon? Like there does seem like a nice opportunity against the chip leader, but maybe with
just
the stacks
aces.
the way they are,
just
yeah,
aces.
you think just aces?
Just because like Voronin should open any ace deuce off upwards.
Yeah,
so
but it's
like,
fine. Let's just call, you know.
Yeah. Well, we're going to let them realise that 30% when we're congested at the bottom with 2 other stacks.
Of course.
Okay.
We get a C bet then.
Yeah, king's too dicey for my luck. No, like definitely flat aces.
I'm only being, you know, facetious. But he's back in the mix again. We can see Gonza, Banicevic, Sebastian. even Manhart, right? All kind of grouped. Any of them double, they're going to vault up that board. Somewhat surprising still to be seven-handed, right? We've been going for a while here, about, what, an hour or so, seven-handed?
No, you had 2 times.
Very much enjoying this FT. If you are, excuse me, ladies and gents, just joining us, LUXON Pay Grand Final table. Gonna cover it all the way to crowning a winner. Round 2, Sebastian. A dusty looking jack 6. Now then. Manhart, 9.5 blinds. Ace-6.
Offsuit, no. Suited, I'd go with. I probably wouldn't take offsuit here as Menhart. Obviously, you know, in terms of chips, 9 bigs, an ace on the button, going to be perfectly fine. But so congested at the bottom, he's still going to take it.
Yeah, I think it's one of those. I was wondering if we could ever raise fold, but into Mr. Perfect. Oh, not loving raise folding into the chip leader, right?
I could see it. Could see it.
Yeah, I mean,
9. But the thing is, like, what have we got other than like aces and kings for value? Because queens probably doesn't even induce off 9, does it? So
yeah, it does. I think
you think it does? Yeah, from the button.
I think so. I might induce jacks. I think that I might be completely wrong, by the way. But Mr. Perfect's got a pair. Says call. Here we go then. First time in a while. All in a call at the final table. And Manhart, once he gets called, pretty happy to see pocket fives.
And I love that when he's been called. Flipping here, 48% equity to double, and would be great when we've got 3 other stacks sub 15.
Yeah. On his feet, looking to get there against Mr. Perfect. Not so far, but does have backdoor potential, and it can get there with an 8 or an ace. Or a 6, in fact, excuse me. 4 on the turn changes nothing.
Really
actually kills the 6 because he can't hit a 5 or 6. As Mr. Perfect would boat up. Aces and 8s only then. For the German, no good. 3 of diamonds on the river. We lose Manhart J in 7th place.
Yeah, no birthday title for the birthday boy. Menhart out in 7th. Think played pretty solid. Didn't really get involved for the first couple of hours. Ended up getting a double up towards the end of the first session, but laddered a couple of spots, $20,000 extra in his pocket. And that is going to leave us with 6 players.
Everybody now with $72,000 locked. And all of a sudden, Mr. Perfect, 95 million in chips.
You said like you want to gamble. Nobody thinks that you have 5s, honestly, yeah? Because 5s is not a gambling. 5s is you mean you are really good in this situation, yeah?
My character, Brixton.
Loads of stuff, though. To be fair, like 5s against 9 from the button probably is a snap. And Bryce is just saying, probably could have called quicker.
Clear call.
Yeah. I mean, it's a cooler button against a big blind with 9BB. That's a cooler. That's really cool.
We might as well leave. Do you want to take the rest of the day off, Andrew?
I'm going to go down and ask Brixton if he's going to join the rest of the broadcast. Oh, the sunglasses have gone on. Let's see how Mr. Perfect approaches this. Little whistle to himself.
Make it 8.
8?
I like this. Raise first in. Brixton, no free ones, buddy.
7-9.
He does have the opportunity now, Jay, doesn't he? Sorry to cut you off, just to really start putting his foot to the floor. Now I'm intrigued to see. He has almost double second, only Voronine, right, with 65-ish?
Yeah, real good opportunity for him. Whether he does or not, I'm not sure, because we've seen a couple of things, like the King-Jack fold on the button, maybe not taking any, like, 3 bets. I'm still laughing because the man that's trying to tell everyone he's drinking loads of drinks and probably doesn't know what he's up to is saying, "Oh, 9 big bigs, button versus big." This is like a cooler. It's just
Giving
always going
free
in.
coaching,
Yeah, he's
the big man.
just letting everyone know he actually does know what he's talking about.
There you go, Mr. Perfect, 98 million. Voronin second on his own with 63. Brixen third place, still kind of chipping down a little. Still good for 25 blinds. Gonza, Banicevic, and Sebastian, all with very similar shallow stacks. Kind of a race for them at the moment, Jay, just to outlast each other, sort of try and ladder up to fourth or so.
Yeah, that's
go
it.
from there.
That's the aim of the game. Just try and get some of these juicy ladders now. Really starting to get significant now that we are left with 6 players. I might lose one more and then the ICM shackles do come off of it because we lock up a decent amount already within the prize pool. Actually reduce the ICM when we start getting 4 or 5 handed than what there is at the start of the final table.
On we go then. 6-handed LUXON Pay Grand Final. Awkward one for Banicevic. Jack 10 in the cutoff. Does just get out of the way.
Oh, my friend.
As does Mr. Perfect. We asked how he was going to approach things. Folds the 6-4 of spades on the button. Gonza gets a walk. Did have a good hand.
I'm happy that I fold, yeah. Aces? No. Sevens, but come on, yeah. Like, anyway. I had like deuce 4 or something like that, yeah.
Imagine.
Yes, man. Not even the flip, you know, not even the flip.
No.
Я такой 24. Семерки? Да, там семерочки. Norm.
Would you fancy telling Brixen and Voronin English only at the table? Would you fancy it?
I wouldn't.
Me either.
To be fair, there's a hand earlier where multi-way situation and Voronin and Brixen were having a chat and Gonzo just pulled him up on it straight away. Not happened again since, which was good from the Spaniard.
Yeah, it's all in good spirits, isn't it? Now then, Mr. Perfect. Yeah, right, that might be a little glimpse for us. I mean, no, the guy's a genius.
He's
That's
just an oracle. How does he know? Every single time he's got a hand that has to open. The goods are sat behind him.
He just pitches it. Ace-9, chip lead, 6-handed. No, out I go. Brixen finds a good one. When I say a good one, second best possible one. Pocket kings. Unfortunately for him, Gonza and Voronin come up empty.
Can you touch it, yeah?
Too many carols.
Of course,
A few carols.
Yes, but Constantine on the
It's like the most fun home game in history. With just, you know, a shade on of 400,000 for the win, you know. This is what we do at the Mediterranean Poker Party. If you're not here, well, you should be. People should be, eh?
Oh, I feel like once word gets out, it's just going to be one of the biggest stops of the year for years to come. The complex, everything here. So much to do away from the tables as well. You got a lovely sea just to walk into and have a dip if you want. It's great place. Food's phenomenal. All the staff, floor staff, dealers, all the work that goes into this, the production team.
Like 7.5, something like that.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Just runs like clockwork, Andrew. It's credit to everyone involved. If you've not been here before,
you're missing out, right? You're missing out. Right, round to the blinds. Voronin does limp again, Jay, with the Queen 5 suited. I would argue there were other potential avenues. In any case, Sebastian now, King Jack off.
Minute 10. In it goes. Well, 11 including his big blind. And to be fair, Voronin potentially dodged one here. I probably would have sent this for 10, Andrew. Queen 5 suited, blind on blind, is covering stack heavily.
Yeah, that'd have been all in here. You've got Gonza and Banicevic, both with similar stacks to Sebastian. You could put Lots of hands in a really grim spot.
22.
Go up, 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 up.
To the top.
Yes, like straight to the top.
Just a bit of posturing, I would imagine.
Let's keep it private.
Like, these things add up, right? Like, couple of blind-on-blind confrontations where Sebastian has just been able to chip up. Did we call that one off? It's interesting. It's close. It's got to be like Gonza's got 30. Banicevic has got 25. Maybe is the shorty we need to.
Yeah, I feel like six-handed now. Like it becomes close. I feel like it will one pip higher. Always call in, so I don't think it can be that far off. Like, we're not folding king queen, are we? So
No.
king jack probably does just get in.
Feels like close to the line. Anyway, happy not to face that decision.
It's okay, it's okay, it's okay. I like this.
Brixen and Gonza now best pals.
No, I like talking.
I'm retired professional. Crypto investor. Let's say like
Again, Mr. Perfect. Little glimpse into his psyche. Kind of playing quite honestly, Jay, right? Just not trying to lean. I would argue that ace-5 off there more than good enough to open off the big stack.
But
Look
once
at this.
again, he just knows, Andrew.
Yeah.
Just knows every time. As the big stack supposed to open any ace. But twice now, elected to fold and would have run into it behind.
Yeah, Gonza now able to open with the ace-queen. Been raising off 15 bigs. Sebastian out of the way. Now then, Banicevic got 4 million invested. 10-8 off.
Yeah, it seems like fine, just gets in. Like, we'll defend 10-9 off, right? Seems comfortable defend, heads up, so like 10-8 off would be fine.
He agrees, commits 4 orange chips. 11 million in the middle then. And out flops Gonza. 8-7 deuce, 2 clubs. Interesting one here with the 2 overs and backdoor nut flush draw.
That's a point, yeah? But I see your face, so it's a good. No, I'm drinking all the time.
I'm a fan of this check back.
Get the time, come on.
Feels like if you bet, Jay, you might have to call it off,
Yeah,
which
that-
seems pretty gross.
Yeah, this is the thing, isn't it? Like, we're not comfortable bet calling here with ace queen in this dynamic, so just likes to realise equity. So many good turns for our hand when we got the 2 clean overs and the backdoor nut flush draw. Now, just getting to fold here on the turn now. Not the best card to see against the big blind range. And once again, Gonza seems to be playing perfectly here, Andrew.
Playing pretty good, absolutely. I wondered, need to dig in and have a look at spots like this, but 15 blinds cut off, like any half stack with like big stack behind it, just probably still just men.
Ace queen too good, I think, at 15. Like,
yeah. I'm intrigued to have a look at that one. I'm gonna be a geek and have a look later.
let me know.
I will.
Friendly bet.
Okay.
I'll have 2 bigs. You have half stack.
I'm not like convinced either. Like, you know, I just something I was thinking about. You know, with the times that you just get this through and you put more distance ahead of yourself and Sebastian, and the times that Voronin 3-bet jams and we have to fold our hand.
What, we fold in ace queen? Surely we're not. Not now we're 6-handed. Cut off? No, we're not raise folded ace queen for 15 now that we're 6-handed, I don't think.
I'm gonna have a look.
Let me know, please.
Just with the pay jumps, you know, this stuff gets murky. Anyway, Brixen under the gun. Let's go. King 9 of clubs. Sebastian on the button. Ace queen suited. Very nice hand to find. 12.5 bigs.
Yep, nice.
In they go.
Clean one we can definitely agree on. It's going to be an easy shove for Sebastian and likely to get this through. Mr. Perfect not waking up with anything in the big blind. Ruskin Going to have to fold the king-9 suited here. It's going to make his man sweat for a little bit. Has asked for a count.
Сейчас кровушку попью. So how much is that?
25.3.
Блять. Где? Уже, блядь, близко.
Last 10 seconds.
A little bit of posturing. Make our man sweat before doing it to us again.
Блять, уже близко, пиздец.
Not the best spell, Jay, right, for Brixton. Obviously hasn't done much wrong, but we're like just chipping down, kind of getting pulled down into the vortex alongside potentially Sebastian and Gonza.
I gonna see that. How can it be a bluff? No, it could be. Come on, we are playing, yeah? It could be, yeah. That's a part of the game. But I hope it's not a bluff.
So as we move towards our next break, still six-handed. Only lost one player in the last couple of hours, Jay. You'd imagine there will come a tipping point soon. Maybe the next blind level really going to start putting pressure on the three shorter stacks.
It's going to be funny when Dems jumps back in the booth. He probably expected to be down to 4, maybe 3-handed, the session we got to cover, and he's going to be like, what, we've only lost 1? How's that possible? What's been occurring?
Dems is strolling over going, right, there's a chance it's heads up. I'll have a nice relaxing final frame. Some stage, going to get some big clashes.
No. Keep it here.
Oh, Gonza trying to straddle.
Because they could count it like a race, so be careful.
No, that was I was thinking.
No, be careful.
I wasn't seeing it.
You see, I put 2, so it's like.
Never push the small blind.
Oh, what a guy.
He's comedy gold, this man, I'm not going to lie.
Sebastian then in the cutoff. Interesting, okay. He's coming in for a raise. Okay, Mr. Perfect's in the small blind. Okay, that makes it a bit more appetizing to try and steal. And Brixton's kind of chipped down, so it's not easy for him to defend, Jay, right? Yeah, this looks like a case of perfect timing. Certainly is. And Sebastian, after a bit of a rocky spell himself, Jay, early at this FC, he's back up to 40 million.
В онлайне играет по $80 по 100. Он, не знаю, ну я там с ним пообщался. Типа я его спрашиваю, там продал что-то, а он за себя играет. Ну для него это вообще пиздец. Ну понимаешь, да? То есть для него это важно. Он постоянно смотрит, да. Не, я имею в виду, для него это прям там вот эти там.
I thought you told me that the English only got nipped in the bud.
That was during a hand though. That's why Gonzo stepped up, because it was ongoing during a hand when it was a multi-way situation. But it was cut short. But I think it was just he was doing it all the time when not in a hand, and I think he was just on cruise control, because when he was speaking to Constantine every now and again, he throws some Russian in, but that was out of a hand. So I think it was just subconsciously in the moment.
To be clear, it's only because he's so entertaining that I would love to understand exactly what's being said, right?
Same goes for the chat box. I see a lot of different languages coming in the chat. Obviously, just English speakers, me and Andrew. Well, I say that for myself. Any other languages for yourself?
I can speak some French.
French, there we go. So French and English in the chat we can reply to. If there's any Russian, I've seen some Romanian, some Ukrainian in there as well. So
you love to see that. Multicultural game, we love it. Everybody in the world loves a game of poker. We really do hope you guys are enjoying. And please, whichever channels you're watching on, please give us the old like and subscribe. It really does help us to bring you as much world-class content as possible. We love to bring it to you. And the more we grow the channels, the greater the scope is, of course, to keep improving and keep bringing you guys the best product we can.
Across 2 channels, DTD play up, as well as the GG Poker. On YouTube, we are monitoring both chat boxes, so whether you're watching from GG or whether you are watching from the DTD player, we are having a look at your comments, guys. Just unfortunately for some viewers, won't be able to reply.
Interesting now that Sebastian is one of the short stacks is kind of maybe starting to recognize, Jay, that the big stacks might be letting him get away with a few light opens. But Mr. Perfect, once again, just times it perfectly. Finds ace king.
So it was just
I love this little, he does a little whistle to himself. Have you noticed? Just a little,
so it was just two.
I don't know. I don't.
well,
I didn't count.
we've seen him do 20 million before. It's 20 million again.
Thank you very much. Surrender.
Just such an enigma. Like, Jay, and we prefer an induced size in here,
Yep.
right? Like 10 million. Maybe Sebastian, you know, thinks we're at it and sticks it in with, you know, an ace jack, an ace queen.
Mr. Perfect has just been doing these big sizes.
He's just
all
like good
FTO.
luck, isn't he?
Yeah,
He's
exactly.
just like good luck.
He's just happy to run it when he's got one of these hands, so just bumps it up.
And you can see now 35% of the chips in play. He's in position to take a run at this title.
I said you have to.
Yeah, of course. Of course. No, ace king is not a gamble. Come on, ace king gets here. No. I mean,
The last couple of hands before the next break.
Gambling is ace and don't look at the second card. That's a gambling.
Action back on Banicevic. Another one, Jay, who stabilized himself after a rough spell. Still has 30 million and right in the fight. Brixton. Is he going to go for a wide one? He is. 4.5 million now then, Gonza. Yeah, makes sense. On to Sebastian.
Suited and gapped, covered by Brixton here.
I would argue this is a definite fold. You know, okay, for chips, we can call whether he thinks that he has a potential edge, J post. I just think this hand's too weak.
Agree completely.
You know, we got Gonza Banicevic with us. It's a nice pickup for Brixton. You know, things have not been going his way for quite a while.
But anyway, he's a good guy.
Picks one up.
I wish he's on the top tier. You're a nice guy. You're the nice guys. But you see, I made the tier before, yeah? So I have to stick to the tier. Stick to the tier, yeah? Because 1, 2, 3. Okay, you're taking the both 4.
Okay.
Okay.
So
Chop 4. Yeah.
I'll take it.
Yes, that's okay. No, it's not the place. That's a tier of the nice guys on the table.
No, I know.
Yeah, but you're kind of.
He's ranking his table mates in terms of how high morale they are.
Guys that are gonna cheer in
See if we can find the fold here with the Ducks here as
Oh, dear.
Briskin.
Wait a second.
Once again, similar scenario to what we've been talking about out this FT. These small pairs just going to go down in value, blocking all the trash, the hands we want to fold, all like the deuce 7, deuce 8, deuce 9, and not having any removal to any strong hands. Just difficult to play, Andrew, when we don't flop a set. Only happens 1 in 8.5 times.
Yeah, as we see Voronin very quickly call in position on the button with the ace 10 off. 14 million in the middle then. Queen, Jack, 7, 2 clubs. Does quickly go check, check. Turns the 4 of diamonds. Quickly check, check again. They do check this down. Little surprising. Like as Voronin, when your opponent's checking so much, he like just has showdown often, Jay, right? And we have a hand that maybe should start bluffing.
Yeah,
I mean, we can beat some ace-8s of the world and stuff like this.
Could just be a potential multiple street bluff on betting flop after check 2 and potentially one we can run the way our opponent's been playing. Expect him to just bet a queen or better, maybe caps himself with that check out position, but the two just happy to check it down. Ace 10 high feels good enough to showdown, and same with the deuces.
Yeah, Brixton absolutely loving life to somehow show that one down and have a winner.
40 bucks for the dealer, but it's good. It's lunch in Cyprus, yeah? So I need to show
all right, then.
to the viewers,
But
yeah?
you have only 10 seconds.
It doesn't matter, trust me. I have enough time to fold.
5-4.
Correct, my friend, yeah?
Absolutely.
Absolutely, yeah.
7-4.
I sometimes just forget myself, you know, that we're in the comms booth, just sort of watching and listening to Brixton.
That's the thing, we don't really have to feel the air when Brixton's just chatting away. We can jump into a hand when we need to, but he's doing the work for us at the moment.
Yeah. Speaking of doing work, Banicevic, Queen 9 of clubs in the small. Decides to limp in with this one. Mr. Perfect with Queen 4 suited. Does check.
5 minutes, yeah.
Banicevic keeping his man in, dominating him. And wow, not anymore. 3, 4, 5, 2 diamonds. Absolutely smashes the man in the big.
And the way Mr. Perfect plays. Like, I feel like it's an okay check our hand, but this man's probably one that just likes to bomb it when he's got a high equity hand. Looks like comes with half. Going to be the same result. Queen 9 of clubs of Banicevic can't continue.
Yeah, very frustrating to just completely whiff this board.
Yeah, of course. No, in this situation, of course, I'm gonna do that, yeah. 2-2?
Yeah. Just small blind.
In this situation, of course.
Still six-handed here.
On the small blind, come on.
LUXON Pay Grand Final FT.
I'm the gambler, but come on, it's a top 6 of the 1.5 thousand players, yeah?
Yeah.
Maybe I want to stay. Maybe I want. Maybe. Yeah. Plus, you can't imagine.
Cards
how
back
many
in the
people
air.
looking at me and this broadcast.
Gonza.
My friends, my teammates, like everyone. Yeah, it's like
Ace 6 of hearts gets out of the way. We've seen him make some very shrewd laydowns, just aware that there can be collisions with the other players at the table. Not going to get in there with too many of the kind of lighter hands. Round to Mr. Perfect. 3-4 offsuit in the small.
No, if shitty, come on.
Brixton wants a walk. Gets one.
And Mr. Perfect with the trash holding could have potentially bumped that up there. As the chip lead up, just going to give Brixton the walk.
I mean, you got to hand it to him. He does sort of like convince you. I'm your pal. Give us a walk, buddy.
Yeah. And what you gonna do? Fold? Just burn money. Burn chips. Yeah. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, but now if my friend moves, fold immediately. Yeah. We are not in the situation when they have to call like 3 big blinds without looking my hand. Yeah.
Action back on Sebastian then. King 9 off and hijack. Out of the way. Banicevic, Jack 10. Follows suit.
If this 4 is gonna be like a joke, you know, it's gonna be like a joke, you know, if I'm gonna show you like 3 times in a row, it's gonna be like insane. Okay. Not this 4.
And Gonza just kind of loving it. It's been walked a few times.
That's really good, yeah. You remember 6-8, that's our hand, so of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
Never fold it.
Of course. Like 6-8. Come on. If I gonna fold 6-8, no. On the all in on this kind of action, of course no. But pre-flop and that kind of stuff, come on.
I believe him.
Me too.
Didn't fold it earlier and check raised the 10-10 deuce, 2 diamonds with the 8-6 of hearts. I recall it.
All the career about this, you know, like on the streams, if you had 6-8, he's.
It's hard to keep this level of energy up to be given the non-stop spiel.
Especially when you're drinking, because you just hit a wall usually, don't you? Like a couple of hours in, you hit a wall and you're just slumped and quiet for the rest of the final. But this man is relentless. And Mr. Perfect doesn't open the ace-5 as big chip leader in the cutoff.
Yeah, he's playing his own game. You know, you can't argue with it. It's working very well. Brixton, King Queen though, does get called by King 7 of clubs. Has his man dominated. Now then, King 9-6. 2 diamonds. Quick c-bet of 3 million. Quickly called by Voronin, as you would expect. Makes sense, Jay, right? Like, we can't really get this one in, just given the way the distributions are. How is he having a full-on conversation, by the way, and just launching 5 million in? Like, this man is next level. All of a sudden, there's 28 million in the pot. I mean, does go check river. Seems somewhat reasonable, Jay, actually, here, not to seek 3 on the 10.
Can see it on that river.
How is Brixton playing like a potentially tournament-defining hand? Just turbo betting 3 mil, 5 mil, and chatting to the guy on his left. What a legend.
And there we go, guys.
All right, we're off on a break.
We are on a short break once again.
Goodness me.
A session with plenty of talking points. And the man that can't stop talking, Briskin, still in. Going nicely up to second in chips now. Mr. Perfect has broke the 100 milli mark that session, but look at the bottom of the pack. We got 4 stacks now, sub 20 BBs, and blinds are going to be going up, so going to be even shallower for these 4 stacks. Konstantin Voronin, Ionita Sebastian, Alvaro Gonza, and Vlado Bunacevic.
Yeah, I'm exhausted just listening to Mr. Brixton. Right, Jay's going to step out of the booth, guys. Please come back in about 5 minutes to join me and James as we continue through this final table.
That is it. We are back into the action here at the LUXON Pay final table. And it is Mr. Perfect sitting pretty with 6 figures. 6 figures? Well, a million figures. But you know what I mean. When I say 6 figures, I mean,
everyone knows what you mean.
Usually we think of 6 figures like 103,000. We're 103 million, but you get the point. 3 digits, shall we say. 41 blinds, though, at this increased blind level. 1.2, 2.5 million. And the real pinch there at the bottom. Look at that. 4 players, 13 blinds and below. Now, Pick. Obviously, I've been out on break at dinner.
Yep.
Not a lot has happened. We've lost the birthday boy, and that's it. Talk to me.
Yeah, it's been like kind of passive, like which you would expect that with the kind of medium to low stacks. But I've been advocating for Mr. Perfect now. Look at that chip distribution now that the blinds have gone up. He can coffin these guys. Like, it's so hard for Voronin, Sebastian, Gonza, Banicevic. They're all just trying to outlast each other. And we have seen him decline to open some spots that I would argue at an FT we really should open ace-9 off, ace-5 off of this world. He folded king-jack off on the button in an unopened pot as the chip leader,
wow,
which we were kind of shocked at. But this is his strategy, and he's deciding this is how I'm going to play. But now I hope he ramps it up, because there's a chance to just run away with this here.
I'm very surprised by that, because he was certainly willing to get after it at the onset of the final table.
Honestly, they're all heavily on the vodka.
Vodka now, are we?
I mean, I think so. Russian, right? A clear liquid in a shot glass.
Fair enough.
Gotta be.
Brishkin got them all doing a ginger shot before, which would sort of perk you up a little bit, but...
Now, decision on Gonza. I wonder if we have non-all-in is the first thing that comes to mind. We're kind of 5th in chips, so I guess we don't really want to incentivize like a king-queen off in the small to jam. This is it. Like, I still kind of think that jacks might be strong enough to just... Like, we're going to still have, I think, some raised folds from the button.
Is this close for Sebastian here? I mean...
Yeah, it is. But
I know we're obviously on ladders. 72k locked up, 95k knock spot, 130 the next, and everyone is bunched. But at the same time...
This is definitely close, but it's so grim because there's 4 of you, 10 to 13 blinds, and just calling off with this sort of mediocre holding. I understand that against the button jam, it can do fine against a bunch of hands. I think it's a fold demp still, just the way that the chips are distributed, and you really want to be the guy getting the chips in first. Like, it's kind of critical. But I wouldn't be shocked, of course, to see him run this.
At some point.
Yeah, at some point you got to call off. Like, if this is blind on blind, I think we call. Gonza been tight as well. It's pretty bleak, this, in terms of, you know, ace-7, ace-6 suited. I don't think we would call them off. This feels like getting to the realm of, like, stone bottom. But he's going to run it.
He's made the call pick. And the first hand back from bait, it is Gonza v Sebastian, the latter with the covering stack, but the inferior hand only, 1 blind behind himself. 2 of those 10 big blind stacks getting it in, and great news for the other shorties here. Reminder, of course, that Voronin has just 13 blinds and Banicevic has 10 himself. But these 2 just getting it in is great for those 2.
Oh, they're loving it.
Potential 23k ladder. Even if, you know, Gonza holds here, Sebastian is going to be effectively all in next hand from the small.
Yeah.
See what the deck can deliver. Club in the window. But a breath of relief. The rest of the board reveals itself. Brishkin talking to the man who's sweating for his life here.
He's so funny, honestly. He just doesn't care.
Such a high-pressure spot for Gonza, and it's the ace on the turn.
Oh, wow.
Sebastian drills it. And king on the end. We will confirm the chip counts, but it looks like it's GG's Alvaro Gonza.
Oh, brutal turn of events for Gonza. We've been very impressed with him. Rock solid. I really didn't see him make a single mistake.
He's got a new friend, at least.
He does have a new friend.
That usually
Consolations.
happens when you win 72k. You pick up some new friends, but this particular new friend's going to win more than him.
And what a time to ping a 3-outer for Sebastian. And he's right in the hunt now. Yeah, I just think that spot, like the more I was thinking about it there as he ran the all-in, if the guy on the button is incentivized to open shove like top of range, I think ace-8 is just, like, you're marginally ahead of most hands, Demps, right? I think, like, if ace-9, ace-10, ace-jack through ace-king, and even 10s and jacks and queens maybe are open shoving, and this hand becomes kind of bleak. I can see why he called it off, don't get me wrong. Anyway, let's just get there.
Yeah, I see a lot of aces written in the chat as that one was running out. Sebastian with some fans in the GG Poker YouTube chat. Please do let us know, of course, who you are rooting for with just 5 players remaining. Seems like Sebastian is the fan favorite.
I was going to say we've been looking for someone to take this by the scruff of the neck. And Sebastian's been in there VPIPing even off the shallow stack. So I feel like now that he actually has some chips. Don't get me wrong, it's still kind of precarious with 2.5 million big blind. But I think he is the type of guy to go for this, like really start to try and push. See here again, Mr. Perfect, King 5 suited as the chip leader. I would open this hand, but he's content to just sit back, let other people clash. You can't critique him too hard for it, of course.
5-5.
Riskin like wakes up. What are the blinds? What are we playing again?
I know.
So aloof. Yes, for the waiter. I just saw him finish a drink.
You should do that thing from the Wolf of Wall Street where the guy's just like, what is it? Bring me a Cosmopolitan, then exactly every 12 minutes, bring us 2 more
It's like
until one of us passes out.
Yeah, let's leave the quote. There's a word missing from there, but it's good you left that one for the stream.
It's a family show.
Yeah, it's like 2 martinis.
But I feel like
bring 2 more every 3.5 minutes.
It's like you should just say it to the waiter. My friend, bring me 2 of these every 12 minutes. Can we swear on the stream, Demps? I tend not to. And to keep it clean.
You know, it's an adult show, but I don't think there's any need for vulgarity. For vulgarity's sake. I think when quoting someone, it's fair enough.
Oh, I missed my chance.
But
I'm not going to flick it in now just for the hell of it.
No, I think the moment has passed us somewhat.
I would agree.
Okay.
Yeah, let's see how Sebastian responds. Now he has like 60 mil. I could be wrong, but yeah. Brixton now, 79 million all of a sudden. He chipped down, James, before you came into the booth to about 40. And then 1, 2, or 3 in a row. Panicevic, all of a sudden, he was down to 3.9 million Demps and spun up. But he is once again in the danger zone. 18 million for him. Mr. Perfect. Out of the way. And they really have shown every time. So it's really intriguing. There's lots of dynamics.
What? You take my small blind? Yeah, empty. It's okay. It's okay. Can you ask for the waiter? Yeah, I need to drink. Yeah, it's really important. That's for the luck. I need to drink consistently from 12 o'clock. What time is it right now? Actually, somebody know? 9? 9 o'clock? So 9 hours. 9 hours I'm drinking. So if I'm gonna stop, I'm just gonna sleep.
From 12 o'clock?
Yes, you remember, yeah.
I remember it.
I begin from the
I can see that, to be fair.
2 gin tonic always, 2 gin.
It's the beginning, it was the beginning. So I need to continue.
Morning. Quite short now himself. Ace King.
He's right though, right? When you stop drinking, that's when you hit the wall.
I'm good in drinking.
He's doing all right at poker as well.
He is.
No, don't show. No need. Keep it in, не надо, выкидывай. Я по рукам бью, все, тихо, не надо. Неинтересно. Сколько блайнда? Миллион двести?
I'm using it.
Не надо
At the
показывать
onset of the
ничего, всё
FT,
нормально. Это я уже
I think it was
бухой, там всё
Voronin
подряд
telling
показываю.
Brishkin, you know, stop
Какой-то
showing your
целью.
cards, stop showing your
Есть
cards.
какая-то цель.
And then Voronin ended up showing his hand in one pot. Brishkin was like, hang on a second, you told me we're not supposed to do that.
Сидим так напротив друг друга в очках. Сядем там. Согласны? Call? Вот, я тоже согласен.
Trophy.
Yes, for the trophy, yeah.
Oh,
The
about to
trophy
say.
fell. Yes, I won.
The trophy fell. Disaster.
But I want to drink, come on. It's like I'm slowing down. I need more drinks.
Get
More
that man a
drinks are
waiter.
better, you know?
Okay, Mr. Perfect. Pocket deuces on the button, five-handed, chip leading.
7.5.
Goes for the 3x open. Little adjustment.
You call the
3
waiter.
big blinds.
You call the waiter.
Disincentivize Voronin from defending. Not going to defend this hand for any amount of chips.
Мы же не в казино, чтобы мне бухло не наливать из Даши пьяный. Мы же правильно? Здесь же можно. Все же рады только, если здесь набухаете. Это вообще по кайфу. Правильно?
That's what we're playing for. Pick. Everyone now guaranteed $95,000. 35k pay jump is the one we're on now. Then 47. Then 73k. And then 125 the difference between second and first.
Some real chunky
I think
jumps.
the trophy fell over. What's going on here? We heard the noise.
It did.
They all said something. Who's not that trophy? Because that trophy is stunning. If it's got a scratch on it,
Oofed.
I'm going to be upset. I mean, it's not my trophy, but
And
Mr.
nope.
Perfect, letting go
Yeah,
ace
just-
9 pick. What's going on? Is he just shutting down?
I've been, I
Two,
want to say impressed with like
please,
some
two
spots where he
gin-
just shows
two gin
aggression, but
tonic and
he's
one,
definitely missed 3 or
one more
4
ginger
open
shot.
spots at this FT where
Two
you
gin
can just
tonic and
pick
one more
up,
ginger
chip
shot.
away at your
Thank you.
opponents, you know, pick up 6, 7, 8 million here or there. Even here, right, if he opens with the ace-9, Sebastian's going to have an awkward time defending with Voronin and Banicevic on the short stacks. Interesting decision from Voronin to raise first in with 6-7 off. Very dicey. Sebastian, with the suited king, gets to defend in position.
Yes, yes, because if you stop to drink it,
Like, I think with Banicevic on, what,
not
like
good,
6
yeah?
bigs, I might
If you
just
begin
walk
at
this
12
hand.
o'clock,
Right.
you need-
And this is
Till
very
the end.
troublesome if he puts a single
the
more,
end.
single
Till
chip
the
more,
sun
excuse me,
shines.
into the pot.
Yeah, I'm with you. I
till
think
the
Yeesh.
sunset and that kind of stuff, yeah?
I don't know about this, James. I mean,
what's Rishesh going on about?
C betting here just feels.
Mm-hmm.
This feels like a significant misstep. Like like what folds are we getting here? Maybe like a. I can't think of much that folds. Like a lot of the ace-X of Sebastian's all in already. Like yeah, and now he just gets to put the hammer down. Like you're trying to fold out 8-5, something like this. Like the low pocket pairs are already all in. Maybe a bit of frustration from Voronin. And does chip down to 23 million. I did say I thought Sebastian now has an opportunity perhaps with the passive play, I think, of Mr. Perfect. If he can get himself in touch and distance stamps, I would fancy him to do well.
Согласны? Давайте. И надо удваиваться.
I'm seeing mention in the chat that some
5.5.
of you wonderful viewers are joining us from having been on a different stream today that has just finished. So very much welcome along. If you are one of those, there are 5 left here in the LUXON Pay Grand Final. Going for 375k up top. And yes, to answer the question, there has been some alcohol consumed as Brishkin opens up ace-jack from the cutoff and Voronin piles in for 9 blinds. King 8 suited. timing a little off pick.
This may be, like we said a minute ago, maybe a little frustrated. Things haven't been going his way. Not unreasonable to think that we still have some fold equity, right, against Brixton. So I'm opening deuces. Like, he is going to open some hands that fold to jam, but this is pretty wide.
Ну так я тебя сейчас удвою, у тебя будет больше стека, мы будем heads-up дальше играть.
There's some talk between the two of them in Russian whilst the pot is on.
Сколько? Бля, ну это просто, понимаешь, вот сейчас мне вообще выкидывать нельзя. Вот вообще просто, блядь, нельзя выкидывать, честно тебе скажу, просто вообще. Okay, I can't fold this hand, but okay.
Yeah, the dealer's trying.
For you. For you, my friend. Не показывай нихуя, выкидывай карты, все, выкидывай. Не надо ничего показывать, все, пас. Забыл.
Should this be allowed,
Стоп,
James?
знаешь, это
You did hear the dealer
99%
trying to say.
99%. Ну ты сказал, как мы heads-up будем играть? Окей, пас. Окей.
I think it's
Понял?
probably best.
А я хорошую выкидываю. Прости, я уже 5 отдал, 5 отдал, мне надо там 17 доставить.
The viewers figure that one out for themselves.
Просто я всех учил, слышь, говорю, сомнительный с тобой не выставляться, а потом выставиться с тобой. Ну некрасиво, правильно? Некрасиво. Ты мне там какой-то туз 7 сейчас покажешь, блядь. Ну некрасиво, реально. Да ну нахрен.
Не пересекались.
Alright, on we go.
We carry on five-handed.
Слушай, в игре находимся, все в порядке. Я только что спросил выпить, а тут, блядь, выбивать. Но это некрасиво. Correct? Правильно?
Yes.
Correct. I ask correct? Yes, correct.
Round to Sebastian then.
Yeah, and this sort of changes the dynamic a little bit at the table when this sort of stuff is going on. I mean, obviously Banasevich, not ideal for him to see that.
And does decide to send it here with 7-8 offsuit. Mr. Perfect asking for a count. Does have a pretty dusty holding, but it is only 5.5 bigs. Whether he wants to gamble or not.
Yeah, pretty grim that he happens to find this hand, right? 9-3, I mean.
Yeah, interestingly here from Mr. Perfect, it's actually not a bad idea for him to keep Banachevich in there short. So credit to Banachevich, keeping it alive.
Не надо, потом, давай потом. Менять сейчас руку, это вообще сам похуй. Я-то уже начал в 12 часов.
Well, that's how things look. As we have a quick dealer change, it is Mr. Perfect still out in front with the 98 million chips, as Pick said, kind of profiting from this situation, should he wish to, with Banachevich on 7 blinds and Voronin on 14. Those two in the middle, Brishkin and Sebastian, kind of handcuffed at least a little bit, although only if Mr. Perfect makes it so, and he's not really capitalizing.
This is it, honestly. I'm keeping my eye on Sebastian. I know I've said it a few times in the last few minutes. If he gets the sort of memo demps that Mr. Perfect and Brixton aren't going to pound on the others, he can chip up here. And then, like, this is a case in point. Let's have a look. Ace-7 off in the cutoff. This is the type of hand that if you've got someone with the chip lead in the big blind, you just don't get to open this, right? Because he's just going to pounce on you. But I think Sebastian is adjusting and just recognizing here, these guys aren't going to punish me. So let's see what type of holding Brixton wakes up with. Okay, King 3 suited, likely to defend. But you hear what I'm saying? Like a chip lead-in spot here, like you could just 3-bet King 3 here and it would stop Sebastian being able to open, right? But I think he's just recognizing I might get away with some light ones, and he gets punished by running into top 2.
Here we go then. I mean, Sebastian here on borrowed time. That ace-8 up against the 2-jack, spiking the ace.
Yes.
Everything from here, basically a free roll.
Well, let's see if Brixton can find a bit of deception. Oh, man. I mean, of all the hands that you just call, this is close to number 1. He is counting out raising chips, though. I feel like this is a mistake. Just the game's cut off open. Like, just let Sebastian have the chance here to barrel off. Obviously, it can never be a mistake, right, to raise top 2, but you hear me, this board is so dry.
Put like that. Correct? No.
I mean, he's just going to get out of the way. Almost been let off the hook here,
Yeah.
Debs. Like,
Yeah, could potentially have got himself in a bit of trouble down the streets.
absolutely. But you may also think you don't get to raise much, right? And that is certainly true. Yeah, can't do anything with this one.
It could be 4.5 for here.
If you don't show now, that means you had good. You always show when you don't have.
He's right.
Okay.
He's got him absolutely pinned. Mr. Perfect enjoying that one.
Сколько малый?
1.2.
А, тут такая херня, да? То есть еще вот это, ага. Сейчас бы я его на кассу, конечно, отправил бы просто. Молодого.
Sebastian, ace king from under the gun. A little over 20 blinds. Obviously bitten off the last hand, but this one will be taken to the house if need be. And Banashevich finds ace queen.
Oh, wow.
The shortest stack, seeing this action in front spells disaster for him. Montenegrin's been so patient, got himself into the final 5 and finds a hand with Mr. Perfect with 2 10s behind. I mean, he's been so averse of action, but surely
Wow.
we play this. I mean, we're not loving life, but come on, we've got 10s.
I think one thing I will say, whenever he has a real hand, he just picks up
Right.
one big stack of chips and launches them in. I think we just... I'm wondering if we ever have call fold. It doesn't make sense against 20 bigs behind for Sebastian. Just with bricks in behind in case we run into it, but I think we're just all in Dems.
Wiring us the under the gun stack.
Yeah, like it's really important to get this right.
Okay.
Here we go.
You called it. It looks like he is just piecing together the big bet, gonna move all in effectively.
Oh, wow.
It's like a bet of 50 million.
I mean...
And all of a sudden, I mean, Sebastian can't fold.
No,
Can he? I mean,
nah, we're not folding ace king. Not in a 5-handed game.
the good thing is he knows, like, even if Mr. Perfect's got aces and he calls, he's still going to get the ladder if Banashevich doesn't run down the aces, right?
Exactly. If we outlast Banashevich, then we get at least 4th.
Yeah, currently 5 left, 95k, the on-deck payout, 4th 130.
I mean, Mr. Perfect can definitely look down at ace-queen suited, ace-queen off, and do this. Even if he has, like, hand like he has, 10s or jacks, we do okay. There's not many universes where...
How many...
Show.
Yeah, he's got no time bank chips left, has he?
Oh, wow.
I'm looking, I couldn't see a time bank chip. He gets away from it. And what a situation for Banashevich here. Because somehow he's got ace-king out of the pot and is flipping against Mr. Perfect.
Wow, this is nuts.
I genuinely think he had no time bank chip left. And he just... 30 seconds wasn't enough for him to work it out.
What a moment.
What a huge fold as we see it come 7-3 deuce. Could this be like one of the sort of most fortuitous suboptimal folds we could see if this one continues to brick out, which is what it's doing? I mean, Mr. Perfect could well have failed 2 here.
Yeah, it's almost tilt for him when he finds out that
Right.
ace king folded. Is it a king river for the punishment? It's
Oh
not.
my word. Mr. Perfect knocks out our short stack, Banashevich, in 5th place. $95,000 for him, and what a turn of events this has been. Sebastian's folded ace-king here with, what, 23 blinds to start the hand?
He's absolutely loving it. I guess the fact that he had no time
Yeah,
has literally saved his skin.
I mean, I had a quick look. It happened so quickly, and I didn't see any of the red plaques in front of him, so I think that's the case.
There's no way he folds that fast anyway, right?
Right, that's what I mean.
There's no way.
Yeah, and like, so it does happen in tournaments occasionally. You see people run out these time bank chips, and it changes things so dramatically. I mean, he should be out. If he had more time, he would have called, because he would have come around to think like, okay, if we have run into it, I'm going to ladder up anyway, as long as Panicevich doesn't win. Incredible though, but like that mistake, if we can call it a mistake, I think it is, could well pay dividends here.
Love and life.
I mean, he was free rolling already, having hit ace-8 against 2 jacks.
Mercifully for him, he faded the old king ping in the river and just hating his life.
Yeah, I mean, how tough would that have been if it just comes ace-high and Panicevich doubles?
Yeah.
You're now like shortest or near shortest.
But I didn't saw the second time because it's like two hours of delay. You understand?
Yeah.
No, wait.
Oh, we can breathe.
That's a 2 hours of the delay of the broadcast, so I didn't...
Okay, he did have Voronin on 27 mil, so I still think it goes in though. I still think it's too much hand, but...
Yeah.
Anyway.
I mean, these spots never as clear cut as they look at first sight when you pull in all these sort of numbers.
I mean, it is bottom. Like, if we have ace-queen there, then we definitely pitch it.
Yeah,
so it is kind of bottom. But
just such a difference between those two hands, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Always feels like, well,
there is.
He's still in here. You and I would be out spending our 130k at the free bar.
We would be out.
It's like we...
So Voronin limping here, 12 effective. I like this flop check, makes sense. Also makes sense for Sebastian to check back. Don't want to bet fold the open-ender. Voronin now with the green light to seek value makes a lot of sense, 40%. Awkward this for Sebastian. You probably feel compelled for 3 million to see a river. Hard for us to credibly rep anything at the moment, right? Like, we're not gonna... I don't think we have any raises is where I'm coming from. Yeah, and just fold, and I don't hate it. Lots going on. Voronin up to 35 million.
I'm the small blind, correct?
No, you are the big blind.
Big blind, yeah.
Yeah, you are the big blind. Now the blind's gonna raise every 15 minutes, so it's gonna be fun.
It's gonna be fun.
No, they reduce the blinds for 5 minutes every time when somebody busts out, and we have like 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah.
So it's 25 minutes right now, or 30.
Correct. We are on a regressive clock. As you get short-handed, you get far more hands. So the idea is to try and balance out the number of hands you get per level.
Well, on we go.
So you're doing all the
round to Sebastian.
The players out.
So he has Panicevich behind him. Damps. No, he doesn't. Panicevich is out. Sorry, it's Mr. Perfect. Okay.
It's Mr. Perfect, and he is here at a drift 3 of 4.
He busted.
Yeah, really intrigued to see what he does.
Like, we go for a limp jam.
It's normally always a limp, but then Mr. Perfect just doesn't leverage. So there is an argument to raise first in if it's a player that just never puts more chips in the pot. Almost a value raise, right? It's intriguing. Most of the time against the chip leader, you think, yeah, I'm definitely going to limp, and he'll raise a lot, and then I can either call or jam, and it becomes quite a nice spot to generate EV that way. It does check over to Mr. Perfect, who's outflopped him with bottom pair. And he's just going to go for a small probe. Say small probe, that looks like half pot.
Yeah, it's a good point you make, really. We have to adjust. Okay, he won't necessarily see the hand Mr. Perfect's been folding because they don't know what we know, but at the same time he knows the frequency at which he's been folding, how rarely he's been opening with the chip, recognizing he's not grabbing this tournament by the neck, and therefore if we limp in with ace-5 expecting more liberal raises, we might not. We've got to adjust the range by the frequencies we've seen. It's a good point to make an adjustment on the fly.
More interesting then that if the chip leader isn't taking the bottom of range trash and then he raises, then all of a sudden limp shove becomes a disaster because you just run into a strong range.
Yeah.
So, but this is hard. sometimes to like have it in the forefront of your mind. You know, you're so used to tournament strategy and you think, okay, I'll limp, the chip leader will abuse me. But if they're not going to, you need to quickly think on the fly. Perhaps that's not a great strat.
My cards yet, so no information.
But here's an example again, Mr. Perfect. Ace Queen of
Okay,
Hearts.
here we go.
You're telling me
Oh,
that I'm
you
not
say he
drinking.
just grabs.
He does it. This is his MO. Okay, 4x.
4xing it. Brishkin. So haven't looked yet. We can talk.
By the way, I'm actually loving this. This makes loads of sense.
Right, against the stack that
Against
just
the
doesn't want to peel.
30 bigs, like you can raise range for 3.5 to 4x here and just put them in the bin. But he has had it every time. That's the thing. I would like to see. I'm intrigued to see what he does there, for example, with the ace 5
one
off.
up, one down. I
With the
hate
king,
it.
with the king 6.
Or ultimate, you know. Ultimate is like a poker.
My favorite game, yeah.
Yes, but with the craps is like you know, it's streaking game. So you losing or winning, really fast. You know, you put everywhere.
Brishkin
boom, boom, boom.
really feels like he's
That's
playing
it.
ultimate
That's
right
why
now.
I love that. But if I want to play the
I think that's what it was.
game,
I mean, it's the ultimate degenerates that see when someone 4x's it from the small, they recognize it as an ultimate play. Because it's the 4x free.
4x.
With the friends, we can dream.
Now, Sebastian.
Everything, yeah.
Yeah, see,
And
I did
everyone wants
say to you that
scoop,
he is the one
that
who's
they didn't
gonna
lost
step
and
out, I think,
everything.
even off the kind of shallow stack. Like this,
Ultimate
in
is the
general,
best
is
game.
not a good
Yeah,
open
that's
when Mr. Perfect can just smash you up. Right, Voronin's on 25 mil. Don't normally get to open.
Yeah.
But I think
It's
Sebastian, just
kinda
a nice
similar,
adjustment
you
in
know,
my
you get
eyes,
two
actually.
hours, like quads, like,
Voronin
royals,
gets
like-
to defend with ace 4 of hearts.
Me?
Yeah.
Win?
An ultimate.
My friend, no. I'm playing for fun.
Yeah.
I'm playing
Lovely
for fun.
flop
Yeah,
for Voronin's defend.
I'm the casino, so.
Oh, is he just going to lead
I
here?
know how it works. Yeah, I'm just
Rifles it in. Kind of surprising pick. I mean, if we're going to play that hand for all the chips, might as well check, induce a c-bet.
I think this is a mistake. Yeah, like just check. Sebastian's gonna c-bet this board. Like he should have a very tight range anyway. Opening here as 3 of 4. He's just gonna c-bet, and you just generate loads of extra money. You check jam. You might even get hands as strong as like ace 9, ace jack. These types of hands very reasonably would bet fold, and then you can get some better hands to fold. You pick up an extra 5 million.
Yeah, they made something, and
I don't like that. Don't like the donk jam. Maybe just got a bit excited, flopped an up flush draw. Yeah. Obviously can never be a mistake to wager all your chips with this hand, but yeah, I think missing a trick.
Ooh.
Oh man, this guy.
What the blind is? Let's go 5.5.
Raise 5.5.
Yes.
Okay, same as last time.
No,
Oh, hang on a
What can I
second.
do?
I saw Vernon go hard before.
Don't show me the cards.
Oh,
Константин, ты мне показываешь карту, ты так смотришь, я вижу твою карту, аккуратнее, не надо. Понял? Да, ты когда вот так сделал, сюда
Right to
уводи, не надо. А то,
Sebastian.
блядь, я-то тебе скажу. Ну ты понял, да? Вот просто я видел твою карту туда левую. Понял?
8-3 suited damps. This is
Не
one of
надо
those
так делать.
hands that
Ты просто вот так их берешь, блядь, и все, у тебя
for
вот эта
chips
карта
we can
видна. Ну, я не знаю,
defend, but I
вторую,
think
ну,
given the
блядь.
precarious
Yeah.
nature, I favor fold in this hand.
То они же,
yeah, I'm
блядь,
with you. We
ну,
can't play this one
Yeah.
in this situation. Yeah, I think it'll be costing us a lot of money.
He's played well, Sebastian. I think he's. I've seen him fold a few of these hands
Понял, да?
that
Ну, как бы, ну,
early in a
блядь,
tournament
видеть
you would
не надо.
defend for,
Ты же,
you
блядь,
know,
много играешь. Ну,
for
нахуй им всё
chips.
показывать? Это ж пиздец. Они ж точно, блядь, будут сидеть смотреть, там пиздец. Понял?
Я ж ее смотрел второй раз, я уже не собирался делать кол.
Это не имеет значения, ты же понимаешь, да? Ты так делаешь, но могут смотреть, и когда ты будешь хотеть кол сделать, да? Понимаешь, о чем я говорю? Ты же не так там? Ой, у меня первая двойка, вторую здесь посмотрю.
Big blind.
Аккуратней.
Big blind.
Yeah, sure.
Ну понял, ну, просто, блядь, ты же пойми, они вот так будут сидеть, смотрю, они вот так будут сидеть, вот так будут сидеть, вот так, даже низко будут сидеть, вот так, чтобы видеть, ну, если что, карта, ну ты же понимаешь, с кем ты играешь, блядь, ну ты что? Тут же, блядь, у картишек нет братишек окончательно. Здесь надо вот так вот смотреть, блядь, там...
Action to Sebastian in the small blind. Once more up against Mr. Perfect. Gonna limp in again. And yeah, we're just recognizing, I guess, that if we're playing against someone who's going to be punishing us, we can't play these kind of hands. But Mr. Perfect is allowing us to take flops. Although 10-10 3 board, not the flop Sebastian's looking for. He is still ahead.
Sorry, yeah. I'm just hitting him, no, not about the game.
Yeah, interesting decision point on whether we want to probe. Queen high does have just enough showdown. Again, if you think that the chip leader won't float you appropriately and stuff like this, then it might become more, you know, appetizing to just do lots of small probing depths.
Right.
If you think they'll never punish you, which, you know, it's reasonable not to with 6-7 off, obviously. But, you know, some of the more natural kind of float hands, if you think you can fold out maybe even like a queen 9 or a queen jack or something like this with a small bet. I think he knows where he's at, Sebastian, with this lineup.
Понимаешь, да? Тебе очень повезет, если у тебя будет 2 девятки, ну, условно, там каких-то, да? А так тебе просто там, это же стоимость нереальная просто, ну, как бы вот этого происходящего.
Big blind empty.
How much?
2-5.
Yes.
Pass.
So we continue four-handed here at the Mediterranean Poker Party, where it is the LUXON Pay Grand Final. Sebastian.
Yeah, tricky ones these. 40 million, so 16 blinds. Feels like too much to shove. Okay, well, he disagrees.
Just deciding to run it against a tricky opponent in the big blind.
Why so much?
Yeah, a reasonable question.
I guess,
But
you know.
30, 40,
Obviously fine to
40
just jam.
million.
The adjustment I'm kind of making there is, well, Mr. Perfect's not going to punish me. Briskin hasn't shown any inclination to 3-bet jam.
No,
So when I raise and Mr. Perfect reaches for the 20 million and announces, I just think that, okay, I've dodged it. I just don't...
Yeah, I hear exactly where you're coming
obviously
from.
for chips, and if you're playing against two aggressive opponents who cover you, it makes more sense to open rip this, because then you don't get lent on, you know, by every... There'll be, you know, if you've got two crushers behind you who find every suited ace reshove, every low pair reshove, every king queen and all this malarkey, then it becomes less appetizing just to min raise. But in this lineup, I thought he might. I mean, it's not a mistake to jam.
Mr. Perfect giving up another king on the button and a walk from Brishkin.
Definitely been an opportunity here for Mr. Perfect to accumulate more chips than he has. Which is good news for the other guys, I guess. Having said that, he did fold 2 or 3 times when I thought, well, you got to open, and people just had massive hands behind, so it may not have worked out as well as I'm suggesting.
Good result in this tournament.
Now then,
Brishkin, he's jack.
I raise 5.5.
Raise 5.5.
Yeah.
Gonna pop it up once more.
once again, Voronin with a candidate damps, he's gonna call, which not immediately intuitive to me. I guess we can keep in some hands we crush. We maybe feel like we would like a slightly stronger hand to 3-bet jam, like a king queen. I think we would always shove. Maybe just deciding, okay, I still have a little playability.
Ace, king, 8 board. Voronin checks it on over to Brishkin, who's going to bet 4 mil and a swift call. Checking a very quick bet for a lot of chips. A random amount, 8 million.
Random amount is 1/3. Part of the problem when you just call here pre,
Yeah.
is that we lack ace X, right, in the small blind. Yeah, this is just really awkward. Like, there's certainly a green light potentially for the button to get out of line and just barrel it off, thinking, right, well, you don't have, you know, any of the good ace X that flat the small blind. Tough this. Can certainly be being bluffed.
Yeah.
Let's get out of the way.
And gets a quick reveal. He was up against it.
Да не, ну ты видишь, ну а что я здесь должен? Ну как бы не ставить, ну ты же понимаешь. Я бы не ставил turn, если у меня было...
Brishkin up to 90 million. Building a big wall between himself and Sebastian. Voronin now shortest.
Я даже расстроился чуть-чуть.
Playing what, 12 and a half blinds.
Yeah, great news for him putting daylight between himself and the two shorties.
Понимаешь, на кого я охочусь-то?
Interesting spot that on the turn. Like, I feel like if we're going to flat pre, we might have to get sticky and call two shells. Like, obviously, Brixton is repping an ace or better, right? Like, I don't think he's going to bet king queen on the turn for value. Although, having said that, if he thinks we never have an ace, then he could.
Yeah. Okay. Next case, Voronin from the button, and Sebastian with a hand that, like, sometimes likes taking these spots pick.
This is such a strange spot.
It's the open size as well. Is that 8? No, it is 8 million. Yeah.
So our opponent's opened over 3 big blinds off 12.5. Yeah, I can just get behind fold now.
Perfect. With suited connectors, wants to have a look. We enter this one with Voronin having just about 1.2 times pot. Easy to see this getting in on a multitude of boards. That being one of them. King high, couple of hearts, buckle up. We're going to the house.
Like the way Mr. Perfect's played, I wouldn't be shocked to see him donk. Like he kind of just, with big hands and with equity, he often just runs it. Instead, he's going to check. Maybe look to check call, maybe check shove on against some size-ins.
What a dreamy board. This is looks like for Voronin. King high up against that.
Oh, we're loving it. We've flopped the effective nuts.
Big blind peel goes 10 million.
Yeah, this again, we've seen some strange sizing choices. Like, you just have such a good hand. Like, you don't want to chase out some random 5x. Yeah, he's going to run it.
Here we go then. Mr. Perfect says, okay, reaches for 2 fists full of the 1 mil chips, sends them in, and well, Voronin's going to hate to see that hand. He was hoping he was going to be up against perhaps a weaker 1 pair holding.
Yeah.
Flash draw, stop bear.
Ну, понял, да, для тебя.
Sebastian, a keen observer.
Okay, black.
Brishkin the
No,
same.
That's my number 1 on the tier list. Yeah, so 2 black cards. First black.
Well, there's a black card, but now there are some black cards that would spell disaster.
What a sweat. The 8 of spades on the turn opens up open-ended opportunities with the flush draw for Mr. Perfect.
Look at Sebastian's face as the 9 of hearts falls on the end. Mr. Perfect makes the flush and sends Voronin out in 4th place for 130k. And Sebastian secured the first ladder up since that ace-king fold that, wow, could end up paying dividends.
Absolutely, and we're down to 3. GG, Voronin, good run to you, Mr. Perfect. Finds that perfect river card, 9 of hearts, $130,000 for Voronin. Just like that, 3 left, 177k locked for all 3, and Mr. Perfect with that huge stack now, James. What, it's got to be 170 million-ish?
Now we have 2 with the same
half the chips in play, of course.
Buddy and the chip leader. My friend, 7-6.
Brixton stuck in the middle.
I'm going in.
Yeah, but it's a free big blind.
We're now up to $177,000 in guaranteed prize money.
Casino player.
That fold so far has yielded $47,000 pick. The one of Sebastian with ace king.
I know. Insane to think that if he'd had 2 or 3 of those red cards, he could have been out.
He would have been,
It's
for
some run
sure.
good, isn't it? Amazing stuff. We talk about these sliding moments.
You understand, yeah?
Sliding doors moments, excuse me. We've been talking about them all week, and now we're 3-handed fighting for the title.
Cool, check. You understand?
See, this for me is a mistake from Mr. Perfect. Like, I think if we're going to VPIP this hand, I mean, maybe it's not that bad, but I'd like to see more aggression. You know, Brixton really can't do anything against him.
Trust me. Or even me.
He needs a new friend now.
You understand? But not him.
He's going to check to the river. Surely we have to stab as Mr. Perfect here.
You win?
Yeah. You understand?
It may not have got through, but 7 high demps on the river. I think we just bet
Pre-flop?
1 big blind, right? Try and fold out 10 high, 9 high.
It's a huge raise. Aye. But
It's not going to affect me a lot, you mean?
yeah,
We are
I
playing for
know- I know it's not gonna
$375,000.
affect you a lot, yeah. But I mean, now, if I was on his place,
It's a good decision.
I'm going cry in the casino to move on. You know? Yes, because it's kind of like. No, at least
Mr.
our
Perfect on the
low-
button now.
You made by the
Ace
qualification? No. No, it's direct.
9.
Real premium holding 3-handed.
Making it 3 blinds, and Sebastian with ace jack in the big. Is this real life?
Wow.
This is such a setup as we're playing the 1.53 million level. Just 11 blinds behind. This is going to be a slam dunk shove.
Yeah, there's nothing else to do. More than happy to send.
And Mr. Perfect going to be so delighted to see this holding us for the count. We're not quite at the point yet where Sebastian knows he definitely has the best hand or thinks he definitely has the best hand, but it won't take long.
Not a lot.
Absolutely. Probably wants a call at this point.
Yeah,
How much?
but understandable, Mr. Perfect.
Yeah.
Just you know, dotting the I's, crossing the T's.
Exactly. We are playing, as you said, 375k. Don't want to make a
Yeah,
mistake.
it's 198,000 difference between third and first.
Sure, just in case he has, I don't know, 80 million and you have more of a decision.
Yeah, call.
Yes, he does make the call, and Sebastian
Ace
quite
queen,
proud of that ace
ace
jack.
He's going to be
Ace
shocked.
Friend, but you really
يلا محمد.
very cheap.
Az valet az dama. Az valet az dama.
But it's not the gambling. It's like you have to call for sure. Yeah, come on, it's free max. Yeah, it's not the gambling. My friend, but you are number 2 on my tier list.
Number 2, well, yeah.
No, because
I've improved.
No, of course, because number 1 out, so he become number 1.
You're number 2 on my
two.
cheer list. 2 of 2.
An ace-6 3-ball with the spades for
It's
Mr.
like
Perfect.
minus,
Sebastian's face.
minus 1 out.
صبايت وعندي سبيته.
It's a 2 out. How is your friend?
Ace queen, ace jack.
Fuck, I need to come and meet him. Yeah, like to see him in front.
177
Yeah?
locked up,
I
250
don't
the
see
pay
him,
jump.
Sorry. You see? I'm like.
Sebastian's still drawing live.
His face. Yeah, really. I promise you. Like, then you're gonna introduce me with him. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Queen of Hearts on the river, more than enough
good
for
money for you,
Mr.
yeah?
Perfect
Anyway,
to eliminate
that's a good money,
Sebastian
yeah?
in
It's
third
good.
place.
Good luck.
Well, 177k, and just like that, we've gone from 6 the heads up in what 45 minutes worth of play.
That's good.
There did have to come a tipping point as the blinds get up. Eventually, confrontation's going to happen. GG, Sebastian, you entertained us throughout. Really impressed with how he played, James. Hung in there, played to win. Gets the podium finish, 177k. Beautiful result for him, and we wish him good luck in the main. I'd imagine he'll be hopping in there. And we are finally heads up. And it's Mr. Perfect against Brixton, box office.
It kind of felt like it always would be these two from very early on this final table. No slight on the rest of the players, just the chips the way they were. Mr. Perfect having the lead. Brixton having... Well,
That's Elajmi in the background.
oh, it is Elajmi.
He walks onto the stage.
Well, he's pals with Mr. Perfect,
It's
it
all
seems.
going on. He's been asked to
Oh,
leave
come
the
on.
stage.
This is Elajmi. Let's show some respect. He's the star of our show, even when he's not in.
As the tournament director arrives on the scene, escorts him off. It's all going off.
Well, look, look at the damage Mr. Perfect's done since 5 left. Knocking out Banafevich, knocking out Voronin, and knocking out Sebastian, setting up the heads-up match between himself and Ivan Brixton. 66 bigs squaring off against 31. And I think I have to confess, I'm not quite sure if we're going to take a very brief break or not. But either way, I am looking forward to this with the cuffs taken off somewhat. Interesting to see if Mr. Perfect now will change strategy. We know he does like to play a lot of hands, typically plays more aggressively, has played snug in this environment, but maybe just inexperienced with the big stack in the situation, not knowing what to do, recognizing ladders are there, so wanting to survive himself, even though he obviously had the chance to go hard. Even if he doesn't want to play aggressively, doesn't want to play big pots, I'm pretty sure his opponent is going to try and do just that.
Yeah, Brixton may force him into doing just that, Demps. Yeah, and you know, it's easy for us to be hypercritical in the booth. Of course, we have to give our opinions. That's what we're paid, and that's what we're here to do. Paid for, excuse me. And yeah, Mr. Perfect, 66 bigs, so what, 2-1 chip lead?
Yep.
It's relatively shallow, sort of 30 big blinds effective stack.
I mean, we're starting 30 at 2-1. There are 97 blinds in play.
Yeah.
So there is going to be some room to maneuver, and we will step aside very briefly before getting this heads up underway. Alrighty then, we're back here at the LUXON Pay Grand Final, and there are only 2 players remaining. What a 2 we have here. Ivan Brixen against Mr. Perfect, paddling it out for that LUXON Pay trap. Let's inspect. We did hear it got dropped. Oh, Pig, it looks good. I think that thing's not going to dent, is it? Look at it. I reckon it's made of like some unheard of, yet unforaged for metal that you and I know nothing about. It's been dug out of the ground in.
The one from Avatar where they're mining the amazing mineral that everyone wants. They've combined that with titanium to create the LUXON Pay Grand Final trophy. Now, I'm intrigued to see if Brixen sort of continues the verbal assault.
Here, yeah?
Right? Because like Mr. Perfect was playing kind of passively against him, and that could work in our favor, right, in a heads-up environment. So let's see. Let's see. We have been asking for Mr. Perfect to change gears, and there's an opportunity immediately. Damps limping from Brixen.
Yeah, and I think we will. Just how he approached it at the start of the final. And there we go.
This is very, very nice, and it's a nice find. Of course, very reasonable heads up.
Yeah, I think, like I say, you know, I know he should have been the one relishing the ICM situation, but I think he was just instinct was, hey, I want to play tight because this could be heads up soon. I just want to make sure I'm heads up. Which is, you know, sometimes you might see someone make that play, make that decision. And I mean, he's got himself here with a big chip lead, so you can't fault it.
Exactly, you really can't.
And let's see, I think now we will see him step back to the Mr. Perfect we saw at the onset of the final table, where he's far more willing to get stuck in.
Yeah, he was in there early on the FT with the Queen 9 suited. I remember got Ace Queen to fold somehow. Got spice in him, we know that.
Really, yeah. I'm not joking. I'm not joking. Last time I played in Sochi heads up, like it was like, yeah, 4 years ago.
All right then, Mr. Perfect. King Deuce offsuit on the button.
This will be a bit of a clue for us as to how he wants to approach the match.
It's kind of one that you can go either way.
Yeah, look at this. He's just going to get aggressive. I like this. Real change from what we saw before.
And that's a very tight fold from Brixen heads up. Of course, it can be difficult to change gears. Like we've been in this four-handed dynamic where we need to play very tight, right, in terms of defense. Whereas heads up to a min-raise, James, I would argue you've got to defend that one.
Online.
Yeah, it's like ultimate now. You just ace, any king, you just have to fucking gamble.
Yeah, because I don't play online, so I'm not supposed to play online. So. Never played the heads up or something like that.
You big one.
It's like ultimate. Now he's speaking his language and our language.
Yeah, I mean,
we haven't had our ultimate spin yet. What's going on there?
It's going to happen. Maybe tomorrow on the day off.
Oh,
7 million.
To be fair, heads up. Any ace and any king probably is. Let's get in the mix. Okay, open to 7 million from Brixen. Quick defend from Mr. Perfect with the 7-5 of diamonds. Makes a lot of sense.
Where are you playing online? On what site?
All right, ace 9 5.
It's possible that I don't.
I'm so sorry, but it's not possible.
I don't see the cards.
Oh, you're not allowed to talk?
No, he wanted to move seat.
Take time to realize what the board is.
Oh dear.
He's been sitting in seat 5, middle of the table all day.
Well, hang on a minute, Demps. Mr. Perfect, you're gonna donk here.
12.
Oof.
Wow, big
bet. Well, you were asking for aggression.
Yeah, but I am too drunk, and this box is really bad for me, yeah? 12?
Oh, we're descending into madness.
Oh, he flicks in the call for 12 million, and somehow...
Because I actually don't see. Sorry, yes, it's far away. This is awful, because this table is long.
Like I say, he's been sat in the middle of the table all day with a good view of things, and now suddenly been put to the ocular test.
All right, let's try and break this one down.
Oh, there's no point doing that.
Yeah,
Come
there
on.
is. That's why I'm here. Wow.
1-5?
So, like, you have to try and deconstruct this. Like, this line from Mr. Perfect, I like the aggression, but, you know, we really just don't get to do this. As James giggles away.
I'm sorry, I'm gone.
That's okay. Another sip of the gin and tonic.
Pitt, you fly the ship, my friend.
I will fly it, right? This is really nice from Brixen, just recognizing our 9 is a lot of hand here. Like, we block the 6-7s of this world, right, that could feasibly donk and make a real hand. So now Mr. Perfect's put himself in this weird spot where we've donked bottom pair twice. Now there's a flush completer. I mean, we kind of need to turn our hand into a bluff.
There's 71 million in the pot.
What's this?
Oh, he's gone 20. Are we going
my
back?
word.
What's going on?
And by the way,
I mean,
this is a horrible spot now for Brixton. We just have a pure bluff catcher. What hands does our opponent bet that we beat?
7-5 pick.
7-5. It's literally. And he flicks
Oh
it.
my word.
What?
5.
Oh.
Just 5?
Yes.
Wow.
Well done, Brixton.
Ivan Brixton goes cool.
Bad, because I have bad eyes and I don't see the cards, and I'm sorry.
I don't think Mr.
It's
Perfect
not
cares
like
too
an
much right
aggression,
now
only
as we
don't-
level up the
they don't see
stacks.
The cards was coming, yeah. And plus I have the gut shot on the turn, and it's important to see, yeah? Of
course.
Sorry. Nothing personal.
Get this man a waiter.
Yeah, thank
There
you.
you go. Nearly even in chips, separated by just 3 big blinds. The early skirmish, well, I call it a skirmish. I mean, this is a full-fledged battle, that pot. Getting them even.
Yeah, 3-3.
Yeah. Somewhat inadvisable, this one, I think, from Mr. Perfect. Just lacking a bit of execution. I think if we're going to fire a river bluff, probably just ask for all of it, Demps, right? Like yeah. This is going to take some dissecting. These two are just loose cannons.
Yeah,
You never quite know what's going to
we're
happen.
swinging. This is round 16 of a heavyweight bout. It's like they're just
Can you ask somebody
there's no guard.
here?
Yeah. They're both slugging away. They're both
Possible.
punch drunk.
Can you ask the floor to put me here? Because it's gonna be
He's
insane.
still asking if he can move.
This table is too long. I don't see the cards. Yeah. I'm drunk. Yeah. And I have not the best eyes. Yeah. Can you ask the floor? Maybe.
Oh dear.
Excuse me. Could you be so kind? Yeah. Can I sit here? It's possible. Because I don't see, it's too far away. My eyes is not so good, I'm drunk, and I'm like, I don't see the colors. I see it's black, and that's it, yeah. Okay, can you put me on this board, and it's gonna be much better, yeah?
Mr. Perfect gonna limp in.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much, yeah. I didn't watch my hand, yeah? Because it's gonna be stupid. I'm gonna stand up all the time to watch what's going on, yeah? Come on, because this table is long.
Mr.
I'm sorry.
Perfect. How do you digest
I'm
this,
not gonna
Demps?
go in my room to
I think it's
change
probably a
the-
good thing for him in
the
the
glasses
sense
that
that he
they
just
see
lost that
everything,
big
yeah.
pot.
Okay, it's
maybe.
giving him some time to
Because
collect
this
his
is the
thoughts.
lucky
Okay.
glasses,
Yeah.
come on, so I'm not gonna change anything, yeah? You understand? But it's gonna be stupid if I'm gonna...
You're playing heads
stand
up for
and do this
125K.
shit, yeah? Because я вообще не вижу, бля, креста, пика, просто черная карта.
He said my eyes
I've
are
never,
great.
I didn't
I've
look at
never,
my cards.
No problem.
in my years of experience, had a situation
Like
where
here.
I've had a tournament paused whilst we work out whether a player
Okay.
can switch seats.
He can't decide, can he?
I mean,
Maybe he can.
I think it shouldn't be too much of a problem. Obviously, the aesthetics for us,
I'm
it looks
sorry,
nice, the
my
two of
friend,
them
it's no
facing
problem.
off. But it is a
Right.
large table, it has to
It's
be
just-
said. And, you know, he's tired and he's
Because
drunk.
This is like two tables. Two normal tables. Too long.
Oh.
Can I move there? Here is okay? Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Okay.
There we go.
Now at least we're gonna play and I'm not gonna like do this stand-up game. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now we continue. It's
Okay
a
then.
freaky,
Limp in from Mr. Perfect with
This
the
must
Jack
be
Deuce.
this might be the
Mine
longest time in the
free case
history
here,
of poker someone's faced a limp and then
You
ended up
just
checking
call,
back.
Yes.
and I check.
He's like, yeah, I did
Yeah,
call.
I forgot what I got.
called, pal.
It was so long ago.
Now
Oh,
we're gonna
man.
play. Check.
Ace Queen Deuce, Mr. Perfect, finding best.
Yeah, pretty reasonable to check back some bottom pairs here. You can induce some bluffs.
Yeah, and here comes one of those bluffs. And slightly curious, holding to do it with Jack High, just kind of gonna be best a lot, isn't it?
Yeah, it's almost like a half value bet, half bluff in a strange way. Yeah, Mr. Perfect going to be happy here. I think we just show down the deuce. We're not going to look to reopen the action.
Waiter.
Yeah, waiter. Just gives us a moment to collect our thoughts. There's been a lot of distractions. It's been fun. Cannot be denied. Let's see which one of these gentlemen will take down the LUXON Pay Grand Final. Who's your money on, Debs? Let's have one of these. Who's your money on, buddy?
I mean, it's funny. Before the match started, if you told me they'd get even, I would have said Brixton.
Yes.
Right? Because I felt like that's where they're going. And they have nearly got even. But now I'm actually back on Mr. Perfect because of the change he's made in his approach to this heads-up versus how he was playing shorter handed. I think it's like a different player now.
Yeah, it's almost like he heard us. We were asking for aggression. And the 7-5 hand, okay, it was a little clunky in its construction.
Right.
But if he jammed river, there's a good chance it gets through.
Yeah, and again,
and you see him here, just bumping it up.
Yeah, I was really surprised that when I left how he was playing to how I came back and watching fold. All those hands short-handed. But now, seems much better in control, much more comfortable playing heads up than with the short-handed dynamic.
I'm gonna be drunk as hell today. Because anyway, doesn't matter what the result is, but today it's gonna be huge for sure. For you too?
No, I don't drink.
No, you don't drink, but it's a good day.
Yes.
Really good day, anyway.
Certainly is a good day. $250,000 locked up for these two.
6
million. You smoke shisha?
And he really has changed gears.
And he's not engaging too much anymore.
We got the good tobacco, everything, yeah?
So I think he's had enough of the kind of barrage.
Smoke the shisha there.
Like, wants to focus in, right? It makes some sense. Upstairs. This is the business end.
No. Yeah, go there. We have the good tobacco, so it's like must have dark side tobacco, so it's good. Check.
10-10-5, Mr. Perfect checking that one back. Third 10 repeating.
Yeah, I'm going to go for like a delayed bet. I'm going to delay through to the river.
Oof.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, that's a cool one.
Yeah, very easy value bet.
Tobacco,
like the size in. Try and get called by the ace highs. You know, curious king highs of the world.
Yeah, because we order the good tobacco. Usually it's al-fakir, but right now it must have dark side everything. So enjoy. Yeah, just go there, ask them for the good tobacco. How much? 1.1? 1.5?
Yes.
If you smoke shisha, you should understand that the flavor and the taste, the mark of the tobacco is really important. You understand, yeah? Because al-fakir is like shit, yeah? You know, yeah? Like the shitty tobacco.
You can just see that Mr. Perfect's kind of over it.
Just play.
Yeah, he's just like, I want to win this tournament. He's like, you're a lovely guy, but I'm trying to focus. You tell me about the best tobacco.
Give me 2 more gin tonic. 2 more. And
it's on the G&Ts. I called it.
Shot. And come here. Yeah, I give you the tips. Check.
Oh, man. This is wild.
He's just like the fact that each one of his orders is 2 gin and tonics. I mean, the guy has ripped through them.
He ordered 2 extra shots as well, you know.
The ginger shots.
Oh, all right. A little less aggro.
Million, yeah, 6,000.
Just nice, pick you back up again.
Nice value bet here, by the way, with the rivered bottom pair.
But yeah, I mean, he's been putting 2 gin and tonics away every sort of 40 minutes.
If you don't drink shisha with your friends,
buy something.
What?
He's just over it, isn't he?
Buy a car? Which car you want?
I like a Lincoln Navigator. Lincoln Navigator. You know Lincoln? It's the luxury of Ford.
Lincoln.
What?
That's a mark of the
car?
Oh, no.
I'm small.
It's a Ferrari or what? What is it? It's a Lamborghini?
No.
Oh, man.
Lincoln? Sorry, I don't know that.
Okay. 6.
6 raise.
This company of what?
It's the luxury of Ford.
Of Ford?
Ford.
Ford.
Luxury
yeah,
of Ford.
I got it.
Oh,
Yeah, I got
man.
it, my friend. Yeah. What is this? 6. Yeah, we go.
I'm rarely speechless, Steps. You know me well. I'm rarely lost for words, but like, Mr. Perfect's just so over it.
You have the good rods? Rods are good?
Rolls Royce, yes.
Yeah. No, I mean the rods, yeah? Check. That's important, yeah.
You got good roads?
Because
What's going on?
really
I
good rods.
want to mute the mics. I'm done.
Yeah. I think we're done for a couple of minutes here.
Cool.
What's happening now?
Oh, hang on.
10 million, okay. Met with a call by the Queen High.
Is this 10 or more?
Because I don't know what model you're talking about. I gonna like search in internet. Check.
Very dangerous, by the way, for
25.
Brixton to consider bluffing this if it goes check. But he's value bet in turn with ace high.
Internet.
All right
I
then.
never heard that model.
I mean, what an enigma of a man.
How much it costs?
There was a pot earlier in the three-handed where, sorry, in the like sort of five-handed, where he was playing a pot, button versus big blind, and he was chatting away to the small blind who had folded the whole way through the hand, and just throwing random amounts of chips into the pot.
This, anyway, I'm get in plus for this strip.
Oh. We're in the
we're
in the red before now. It sounds like we were big in the red.
Something special for 375. It's not enough. It's not enough for something special.
Sorry.
Unfortunately. Let's go fold.
Let's go fold. Well,
100,
timing spot on.
Don't look, Mr. Perfect. Don't look.
Oh, you had something good? Woo, my God, yeah.
You didn't give me action.
I need a phone, yeah, to like Google what the car is, yeah, because that's important. That's a good car, sport car.
Can't get anything special with 375.
I'm drunk. What does it mean?
Like a big car.
So
7-seater.
7-seater. It's like a
Like an Escalade.
X7, like X7 in BMW, yeah? BMW. Yeah. You have the big family?
It's 1-5, yeah.
My friend, you have the big family?
Call.
My friend, you have the big family?
Yeah.
That's why you need the 7-seater, yeah? How many kids you have?
5.
How many?
5.
5. Excuse me? Check.
It does need 7 seats.
Okay, it does need the
You are
navigator.
guy, yeah. My friend.
Oh man.
Come to me. Check.
Check.
Okay, we can see Brixton has the best of it.
10,000.
Well, here we go.
In a big way.
Turns to a pair. Bets full pots.
You understand, yeah? We are that.
This is 10, right?
Yes,
yeah,
yes.
Okay, cool.
We are that kind, you understand, yeah? The good guys.
Yeah.
It's like 25.
Deuce on the river, nice sizing choice from Brixton. Full
We
pots.
are good guys. We are good guys. You see, when I folded ace king against your queens,
You had a feeling or what?
not the feeling. I feel that you're a good guy.
Yeah.
You understand? That's why I should fold.
Yeah.
I would
Go back
struggle
to the
to play
start of
against
the
this. I would struggle to play against this.
1.5. We
Probably
still on the
probably
same
to start
level.
the funnel. Those two could have got it in there with, I think it was 7 or 8 lefts at that point. We could have seen a
Let's
huge
go,
flip.
my friend.
Dead. We'll find them heads up because
Do you want ginger
Brixton
shot?
managed to
I have
fold
one.
ace king
Oh,
pre-flop.
I have one, if you want.
No, thank you.
Yeah, when you were out of the booth, actually, he folded ace king again pre-flop against Mr. Perfect, who put in a huge squeeze.
Wow.
And it was basically correct. Mr. Perfect had ace king of hearts himself, and it was one of these spots where we were kind of
But
second or
the
third in
almost
chips and couldn't get it in.
I raise to 7.5.
7,500,000.
Raise
Call.
to 7.5 million. Mr. Perfect content to defend
Can you
damps
ask
with the
for the
king deuce.
straw of the waiter, okay? Please.
The mistake Mr. Perfect's made in this heads-up match is occasionally engaging.
I would just never engage, honestly. I would have to focus. 125k ladder.
Them to bring it, okay?
Chance to win the title. Don't get me wrong, Brixton, he's not even being rude in any shape or form, but it's just non-stop.
Yeah. And when you've had other people at the table, they've shared the load. It's down to you. It's down to you to look after the yapping puppy. It's like
I don't want to be asked how many kids I've got when I'm like trying to decide if I'm going to defend.
Oh, I tell you what, I'm enjoying this. I know you viewers over on our GG Poker YouTube channel are. You'll let us know in the chat.
And you already have 5 kids.
I was married to 2.
No, I was married to 3.
No, I mean together. Muslims, we can do that.
Yeah. You can go up to 4. Yeah, but I have the 3. The third bullet for me. You see, you're lucky guys. Like the opportunity. Don't break up. You know, don't break up. So you have 2 wives and 5 kids. Yeah.
Yes.
1.5.
That's amazing, my friend. 3? No, it's really amazing. Really amazing.
What's going
really
on?
Honestly, I live in Dubai,
love
so
the
I know the Muslim everything, so it's okay. I mean the religion, everything. So you're gonna go for 6?
Oh no, we're gonna dip into religion.
Go for 6? For the 6, baby, you're gonna go?
No.
No, you don't want more?
No, it's enough.
Maybe you're like Elon Musk, 11.
Lines up to 4 million.
Your wife doesn't want that?
Of course not.
How old is your kids?
The eldest is 14.
What?
The eldest is 14.
The oldest. And you have how many boys, how many girls?
4 boys, 1 girl.
Whoa, you have the quad.
Non-stop.
That's why you don't need the 6. I have set right now. 3 girls, 1 boy. You understand? So I need 1 more, at least 1 more for the full house or quads. You understand?
Yeah.
Full house or quads? How much? 1.1 and 1.2 million. Yeah.
Oh my days.
Oh
my
God.
Yeah, so
The blinds have gone up, by the way,
anyway,
They
folks,
have.
just
for the
while
5th
we
one.
listen in.
I need that combination. What is this? He race? We 2-4? 10.
10 million.
So it's like, because I want to see the quads out of the full house. Anyway, I have the
I have to dissect one hand, Demps. I can't listen in any longer.
Understand, yeah? You understand.
To the
It's
talk
like
about
anyway
the quads and full
combination.
house of children.
The 5th one was
Mr.
the
Perfect
boy.
going to defend with Queen 4 of clubs.
My friend, 5th one was
Okay.
Ooh, hang on a second.
the 5th one was the
In
boy.
trouble here for Mr. Perfect ahead.
5th one was the boy.
Yes, fifth.
Yes? So you hit the quads.
Yes.
You had 3 boys, 1 girl, yeah? I have the 3 girls,
It's
1
flopped
boy.
up and bottom here,
So
heads
it's
up
full
for
house of quads,
127k.
yeah? So you're a lucky guy,
He's
yeah?
just
That's a 4
launching-
boys. That's unbelievable. That's good. How much
Verbal
I raised
assault.
at 10? Yeah? Okay, let's go 20.
Wow.
20.
But you're a lucky guy.
20 into
How hard is
24.
this to play against?
No, I mean, that's
He's
really
going to
good.
get
That's
looked
really
up by Mr. Perfect, and these two swelling this
I
pot
love
up.
because like the people who's
big
like have
way.
lot of the kids, everything, yeah. Because we are good person actually, yeah. We are good person.
Brixton.
So let's go 50.
Huge bet coming in on the turn. Now, it's kind of weird because
You see, he
they
has
haven't
like
really
3 boys,
exchanged
1
these
girl,
big
and
barbs.
He hit the quads. I have 3 girls, 1 boy. Actually, I don't know what I'm gonna do.
This is dicey waters for Mr. Perfect. We have a bluff catcher, but it's such
Call?
Call.
Yeah.
Wow.
Brixton's talked him into submission here almost, James.
Pick, we've got 164 million chips in the pot here, and they have just over 60 million behind. This is a big misstep, it feels, from Mr. Perfect. And a 3 on the end. Well, not what he was looking for. Is he going to try
I was
something
going to
here?
say, is there a... He has!
He has! He's gone for the all-in, and can Mr. Perfect get a fold out of Brixton here? He's gone quiet for the first time today.
Shot!
A little bit of ginger.
If Brixton clicks call, we have a champion. I mean, what 5x can we rep? James, that check calls full pot flop
I have
and
good
basically
hand
full
for the
pot
heads up.
turn.
A really good hand.
Yeah, I just don't see any way he can fold here, and he doesn't. Ivan Brixton makes the call and finds Mr. Perfect at it on the river. 287 million of the 290 million chips are in play in this pot. We will break it down to confirm.
That you hit the 5. You understand? Only ace 5. So it's only one combination, basically, yeah? I'm not the good guy to bluff against. You see, 2 pairs.
Just like that, Ivan Brixton is the champion of the LUXON Pay Grand Final. Good for $375,000, which it turns out you can't buy anything good with.
Apparently nothing good. Maybe a little car or two, a Lincoln Navigator.
Well,
a $250,000 for Mr. Perfect. Commiserations to him. Put on quite a show dance.
Что, реально? И вот это у него осталось, все?
Нет, ну...
I win the turn?
You've won.
Really? Really? Congratulations! My friend.
Oh my word.
I mean, give the people what they want.
Let's go for the trophy! Let's go for the trophy!
Ivan
Yes, of
Brixton is the LUXON Pay Grand Final winner.
Да, я даже не знал, бля, я не знал. А мне по риверу он ставит, а там на стрит закрылся, у меня 2 пары.
What an absolute hero. Been talking non-stop throughout the final day. He's just grabbed the trophy. He's not waiting for any kind of presentation. He's walking out the room with the thing.
In all my years covering tournament poker, I've never seen anything quite like it, Demps.
Well, let's just breathe a second and remind ourselves of how this one played out. It seems a long time ago. Luluak went out in 9th. Timothy Savkin came in, I think, 2nd in chips. Nothing went his way. He bust down 8th, and it was the birthday boy, Julian Menhart. He went out ages ago for 57K. And well, what a day we've had here, Pick. We'll be back in a couple of days for the main event. Please join us then.
Бухаешь, там что-то когда фишки. Профессионал. Все.